All right, I think we're live. Let me adjust my volume. Sorry I'm late. I couldn't figure out like where we were at. I was having difficulty. I feel like an episode got removed or something from their playlist. I think we're on November 15th. Is that right? Shit. I don't even know. Let's see. I think this is it. I think we're on November 15th. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I feel like this is the one that got shut down was November 8th, right? Or no? I think. What's up, F Wood? I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure this is it. Yeah. It gets I keep fucking forgetting to write down what days are on these videos, but I need to go back and update all that. I think this is right, November 15th. I know we started November last stream, so anyway, welcome to the stream. Good morning, Grace, wherever you are. Sorry I got everything twisted up this morning. All right. So this is in theory where we left off, hopefully November 15th, 1986, CWA Championship Wrestling in Memphis, as it would be seen if you were watching in Evansville, Indiana. Also, I should point out that we're only like maybe 5 to 7 episodes away from the end of 1986. So we should probably start to decide like what to do after that. Do we want to go back to like pre this? Do we want to pick up immediately with 87? I'm pretty open.
And by golly, I'll tell you what, David, that week that I left, we had a lot of activity in there with Southern Tag Championships and all of that happened.
Boy, we sure did. Hey, we've got a new, half of a new team in here. Jonathan Boyd is back with a new sheep herder, Bigfoot. We'll be looking at them a little bit later on today. Also, Tarzan Goto will be teamed up with the Ninja. That should be a tough tag team coming in a little bit later on
Goto
today.
And the Ninja.
And new faces, Big Bubba, as if he wasn't big enough by himself, has a new partner. His name is Goliath. He and his manager downtown, Bruno, will be here today. There will be much more. Boy, Tony will be here, too.
And it's enough to say that he is bigger than Bubba.
Yeah.
Hard
Oh, there'll definitely be more of that kind of stuff, for sure.
to believe, boy, but it is true. New international tag champs, and we'll be talking to them a little bit.
Well, I've got a dentist appointment today, so I don't know 100% that I'll stream tomorrow, but I think I will. We'll do a movie tomorrow. Monday and Tuesday are Grace. And then I'm sure we'll have... I'm sure there'll be plenty of room in there for like a long, like old, either or like just old something. I don't know.
We have just got so much. Let's get on with it. Be back in a moment. Yowza! Brand new international tag champions, and they're coming out right now, and they deserve a big congratulations. Jeff Jarrett and Paul, boy, it's good to see you back, partner. I'll tell you, I'm sorry that I was not here and available and missed it, but it just makes me that much happier when I heard about it.
That's right, Lance. We got these belts, and we're proud of them, because Tojo...
Look at this guy. Look at his hair.
I'm in, Pa.
A lot of that stuff you can't watch on here because it's like there are like the official rights owners are on YouTube, so even if you have like a taped version of it, they'll like end your stream while it's going a lot of the time.
both decided we got to step aside because you can't hold on to two belts.
The two belts. So
That's right. So we're going to have different partners in that tournament.
You all will be in the tournament
That's
when it
right,
comes up, but you'll have different partners.
But me and Paul are going to hold on to these belts for a long time, man.
I tell you, Paul, it's good to see you back, and I haven't seen you in action, but I'm sure I will very soon. And what a delightful return, and to come back and take away something that meant so much to Sato and Goto.
Just as you said, Lance, it's great to be back, see all these people again. And of course, these belts, geez, they mean so much because I know Tojo just cherished these, and now we got them. But, you know, I still feel like I've let myself down, let the people down, because I said I would not quit until I put one of them in the hospital. I want them to spend some time in there just like I did. And go through those days when you just sit there and you got to think, what am I going to do when I get back? Finally get back. Well, that time has come.
Okay, Tojo, you can come up here when they're through. Now, just wait until they're done, and then we'll go talk to you.
You understand? You're not the regular.
You know what I'd actually like to watch on here that I watched on Twitch a lot was just like Frontline. Remember that that PBS show, Frontline and Nature and Nova? Like, we watched a ton of documentaries off of those, but you can't do it here on YouTube.
With any man in the big fat top belly, he's the one called it, and you went on top. You call yourself a champion? Huh? You call yourself a champion? You know it's going to go. Hey, I'm telling you, I tell you now, my boys is, when they wrestle you this time, my boys is not only going to hurt you. We're going to crucify you, we're going to break your two legs. You understand, Diamond?
Oh, wow.
Because the Japanese, we don't forget. You Americans, you're not the...
We Japanese don't forget. He just threatened to crucify Paul Diamond.
But you sleep, you understand? Only sleep and eat. But the Japanese, we don't sleep. We always awake. You understand?
They told you, this is the opportunity I've just been waiting for. You're the one that's all behind this. You're telling them what to do. Well, now you are here all by yourself running your mouth. Here I am, right here. You and me, one-on-one.
Hey, now watch it.
Boy, Tony Ninja grabs Jeff Jarrett, and Goto grabs Paul Diamond from behind, and Tojo swinging.
I don't trust Jeff Jarrett like Malays.
Boy, we need some help out here. Jeff Jarrett being held by the Ninja, and boy, Tony Yamamoto.
Yeah, Tojo's on like an epic promo run here. This managerial run is amazing, I think. Oh, if you were watching yesterday when we were watching the Marty Schiffbauer match and you wondered who took it down, it was a company called Thumb Media. Same people who took down the stream that had the Jamie Dundee thing. They must like claim all like independent wrestling stuff, or whoever owns all that shit contracted them to do it or something, but it's Thumb Media. They're a huge copyright troll on YouTube.
What you've done for me, I'll break those legs, yours and every one of your goons.
He's ripped, dude.
I'll be back, I promise you.
Paul Diamond, man, his back. Ooh, lacerated where Tojo beat him with that kendo stick in there. Well, that's typical of it. If you're going to get them, you better watch at all times, because you never know when they'll be there to jump you. Let's go to the ring, and we're about ready for our opening bout.
Hold on,
here.
hold on. You mean if you're going to try to attack an elderly man who walks with a cane, you might get retribution from his friends? What a surprise.
That we will have live in the studio. Coming out right now, Pat Tanaka and a brand new partner.
Tony Parks.
Tanaka has Tony Parks in his corner. Coming out again, Tojo Yamamoto.
Oh yeah, Diamond sucks on the mic, which is a shame because he looks amazing. He's actually not that bad of a in-ring guy, but his promos are just really lackluster. He just doesn't have much. He doesn't have any like sizzle at all, in my opinion. Even when they put him in the get up and put him with Leduc, like, it just didn't work for me. Like, the angle worked because of Leduc, but I just don't think he has much personality, at least not at this point.
This time the Ninja and Tarzan Goto, they are the official participants in this match. Tarzan Goto, of course, out of Tokyo, the Ninja out of the Far East. Pat Tanaka from Hawaii. Tony Parks from St. Louis, Missouri. This will be a one-fall, 10-minute time limit match.
Yeah, I saw what you did. You came out here and beat him and jumped off. Let's go over there and sit down, Kojo.
Tarzan Goto starting against Pat Tanaka. Tanaka, nice back kick. Goto hits the mat. Goto making the tag. The Ninja is much taller than Tarzan Goto. Much taller than Pat Tanaka. He hit him with a shoulder butt and really put him down on the mat hard. Wow, Tanaka.
Oh, I love it.
Did he put
What's up? It's me.
him down? Ninja reaching for the tag. He gets it.
Goto went after the eyes, but Tanaka ducked under. Here's the first tag on Tony Parks. Our first look at him, Dave.
Tony Parks backed into a corner. Tarzan Goto put to the midsection. Now a chop. Goto went into the ropes, but he ducked under. Hey, nice drop kick by Tony Parks. Another one, a good move, and Goto goes to the corner and makes the tag on his partner, the Ninja.
What do we know about Parks? I don't...
Yeah, I was kind of talking about that yesterday. I feel like a lot of Memphis is like, invention is the mother of necessity, where like they had what they had, and they didn't have the roster like they probably wanted. They didn't have the money that they wanted. They obviously didn't have the production value or like the venues probably like that they wanted, but like they made it all. Like I think they did the absolute most you could do with what they have. Like they far exceeded. I mean, this roster, like I would have never thought, like I would have been like, okay, I can watch it because it's pro wrestling, but like they get me invested over like jobbers, like literally like Tony Falk and Paul Diamond.
Where's he wrestle from?
He's out of St. Louis. He weighs in about 222. Don't know much about him other than that, except so far he's looking pretty doggone good.
Well, I'll tell you, caught with a good clothesline, got the Ninja there, and now the Ninja moves in. Look.
They're even somehow able to make Uncle Smelmer like tolerable.
Snatch that big Ninja up in the air and body slams him down. Tony Parks out of St. Louis. There's the tag on Goto. Goto drives Parks into the rope. Sunset flip, one, but he can't get any more than 1 3/4 out of that one.
Great move. He just couldn't hold him for the 3 count. There's that hard head by Tarzan Goto. Well, he likes to use that. It's effective. That's why he likes to use it.
Hey, going Pat Tanaka.
Tanaka fired into the turnbuckle. He comes out of there battling, though.
So Goto feels a chop and a clothesline from Tony Parks. Goto, however, returns. Ninja trying to climb in there.
Goto, that kendo stick nailed Tony Parks in the top of the head, and Tarzan Goto jumping up and down.
I didn't see that at all. So, oh, they got him a little chair out there. That's nice.
Down on it now. Goto, whipping chop. Tanaka going after the Ninja. Look out, Goto has passed a metal chair into the ring.
I mean, it would have been cool, but for a guy like Vince, who's just about bottom line, like, I think he would have been like, just kind of like how he wouldn't let ECW really be its own brand. They had to do shows that were tacked on to the end of SmackDown or whatever. I just think he's too cheap to do that. And to be honest, he hates this shit. He hates it. I don't even know that he likes wrestling. I mean, from what everybody says, he hardly ever even like watches it or whatever. Maybe he just likes running like having his own little fiefdom or whatever. But I don't. I think he pretty much hates the vast majority of wrestling.
Goto with the chair. The Ninja has Tanaka. Here comes Diamond. Diamond grabs.
Hey, now wait a minute.
Paul Diamond goes after the Ninja. Ninja and Goto and Tojo leaving the area. Paul Diamond holding that metal chair. They were going to break Tanaka.
Also, if he wouldn't have done it, like Joe Blanchard would have done it, or somebody would have done it. Like, he would have had to. I think power doesn't exist like somebody's going to take power, and if it's not Vince, it would have been Joe Blanchard was like already building to it. So I don't know. Like, it's tough to say. Like, maybe it could have survived for a while, but like once the internet became a thing, like I think that would kind of, I don't know, maybe even like national cable. I don't know.
Yeah.
I love the idea though. I mean, I love the idea of having like, it's just fun to like watch different types of wrestling. Like Memphis is so different than Mid-South, is so different than New York, is so different than AWA, is so different from Georgia Championship Wrestling. But I mean, is it sustainable? Maybe if America fragments into enough little regions, each one can have their own wrestling because we'll have like interstate tariffs on professional wrestling.
You bet.
Billy Corgan was the smartest guy. The NWA is gonna become the governing body again. What's up, Slow-Mo?
To believe Paul Diamond came in to help out just in the nick of time. Disqualification, 323. Tojo, Tarzan, Goto, and Ninja are going to win it by disqualification, but that's okay.
They had hearts tied up in there, and they were going to go after that bad leg, that game knee that Pat has, and we're going to break it right there. And Paul Diamond could sympathize and empathize with that one, brother. He came rolling out there
Eddie.
and broke that up. So the official winners, Tanaka and Tony Parks, by disqualification. Back in a moment.
No, I mean, I'm with you on the idea. I'd love trying to keep it alive for a while. But it's like, I don't know. I think part of it is our fault as fans. I think fans kind of, well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it wasn't us changing. It was more of just like, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like there is. How do you get the people? I guess it's like what Cornette always talks about. How do you get the people back who left? Like, what could they do now to bring those people back? Like, would they have stayed in that kind of a system? I don't know. That's a very big question. We need a kayfabe. Is there a kayfabe commentary or like a what if shoot interview where somebody from back in the day talks about what would have happened if Vince didn't go national, or if WrestleMania failed or whatever?
We're going to be back into the action right here in just one moment. Wednesday, Evansville Coliseum.
Do you think it's kind of like what we've been talking about with Jerry Springer and some of the other stuff where like it was so chaotic, it rose to popularity because of being like chaotic and goofy and fun, but then at a certain point, like the powers that be kind of smoothed all the edges and turned it into like a successful money printing machine, but like not like the same product in theory, but like focus grouped and committed to death so that like it's the most like palatable product to that audience. Does that make sense?
Son of a gun, neat night of action coming up, brother. And I mean, there's going to be some fierce things going, such as Paul Diamond and Tojo Yamamoto.
Well, luckily for you, Charles, if I win the lottery, I'm going to bring back Heroes of Wrestling. So we're going to find out if we go back to basics. I'm going to put Ric Flair in the ring and just tell him to grab an arm and hold it. What's up, King TL? You're late for work? Oh, no.
Will will be in a revenge match, and that's going to be one-on-one. Sheep herders against Jarrett and Travis. We'll talk about that in a minute.
What you say, Paul Diamond want to revenge match with me? What's the matter with Paul Diamond? Is he crazy? Paul Diamond, you Canadian, like I said, your leg is just like a toothpick. That's why your leg broke. And I heard from the doctor. The doctor told me, he said that your body's deteriorating from cancer. And then you're going to wrestle with me. I'm going to give you one chop and your bone going to be deteriorating.
Is he saying that he has inside information from former drug addict Paul Diamond's doctor that his body is deteriorating of cancer? Isn't that what happened to the Furby? I agree with you on WCW for the most part that they did that WCW 90s roster. Like, it's so unbelievable. It's just like the opposite of Memphis. They had everything and had no idea what to do with it.
다이아몬드 타나카 밑에 그 주제 해라게 기라도 봐요. 아키오 사토, 타나카 고토, 자파니즈 넘버원 박스티브, 도전 타나!
You'll be seeing that. Of course, Sato and Goto will be in action against Smothers and Tanaka. Also going to be an interesting tag match. It'll have Jonathan Boyd, the sheep herders, going against Jeff Jarrett and Billy Travis. Aggressive young team, Jonathan, I'll tell you that.
I'm starting to like these guys. He's been getting more and more into it. I think this guy'd be a great action figure in the back, the Bigfoot.
They're going to see how aggressive they are on this TV today, and they're also going to see them bleeding like the Yankee bloody pigs they are. Okay, Jeff Jarrett, you came out with bloody...
If Keemstar had got this guy for Lol Cow Aussie, the Lol Cow network wouldn't be, like, withering right now.
That stupid bloody Travis, and you tried to save your granddaddy, Eddie Marlin. I wasn't going to hurt him. I was having a conversation with him. But now that you've put your nose in our bloody business, we're going to show you how short your careers are going to be. Because I am going to take a foreign object into the ring. And you know what that foreign object is? It's my cousin, Bigfoot, and I'm going to turn him loose. I haven't wound him up yet, but when he gets wound up, he gets down, he gets dirty, and he gets mean, and he's got...
Remember when for some reason back in the... He's Australian, King TL. Or is he Australian or, I'm sorry, New Zealand? I don't want to offend anybody.
That hurt you.
Yeah, they'll also see that they weren't the only ones that were bleeding in there, Jonathan. All of that Wednesday night and much, much more. I'll tell you a guy who's been impressive. If nothing, he's impressive before he ever steps in the ring, and that's that Big Bubba, man, at the size he is. Let's take a look at some highlights of Big Bubba.
Big Bubba almost got the thumbnail, but he wouldn't turn to the camera the right way for me to get a good one.
In action. The big guy coming up here right now from Miami, Florida, Big Bubba. He tips him in at 407 pounds, and he is here with championship wrestling.
I tell you what, Big Bubba, that's the name, brother, and I want all those people out there to remember it. Let me tell you, 600-pound bench press, 25-inch arms. I'm here for a reason.
Look at that. Wow. Just heck. And look at this. The Big Bubba splash. 1, 2, 3.
For an opening. Trying for a double leg dive.
What do you know? It's me. Do you know what the deal is with these sheep herders? Like, does like one of the bushwhackers end up joining up with them back in the day, and like that's how they become known as the sheep herders?
Didn't work either. Look
different
at
team.
Count of 1, 2, 3.
What's this guy doing? He's just gonna stay outside the ring.
They told me when I came here these were the roughest, the toughest guys that there are in professional wrestling. Well, they haven't showed me nothing except a bunch of gutless pukes.
Both rush him at the same time? Is that the best way? No, he just sets.
Like, I get why why... Then again, I kind of don't get why Vince wouldn't use him like this, because he loved the big guys. I wouldn't say that Tugboat got a push, but he was like he just kind of got a push by proxy, because if you're Hogan's bestie, then that obviously means like you're going to get over, but it just seems like he was really underutilized, especially until he got to be in the Natural Disasters, and I think that kind of was like his peak in WWF, but I just think here he's so much more impressive.
With a double close.
Like, you couldn't book this into like a really strong like heel. Like I just don't. I think they dropped the ball on this guy.
Suspense in it. It's how long he's going to continue to abuse him. Straight down, he drops Murphy on top of Jameson. Sits down on both of them. 1, 2, 3.
And that's another thing I like that makes me like Memphis so much, is because I'm a big believer in like the Moneyball theory. And these like I think you have to have that kind of a mentality when you're looking at some of these territories like that don't have access to all the like top people. You have to find people who can do like something good. Like Paul Heyman used to say, like accentuate everything they do good and then just like hide what they can't do.
I don't care whether shoulders are bent or not. Count it. Save these guys any more abuse.
Now, one behind, one in front of him. Let's see if that works.
Oh, my God.
No way. Big Bubba's still in control.
Oh, my God.
Pick Big Bubba up. He didn't even move him off his feet. Big Bubba picks him up in the air.
Watch the lights. Watch the lights.
He drops him down on top of his partner. And now Big Bubba just kind of sits down on him. Shoulders down on one. Count of 2 and 3.
You look back at some of that and you just gotta shake your head. Incredible is the word.
You're menstruating.
A couple of incredible matches which I missed and was really sorry to. I had some dream matches in Memphis, Tennessee, and
that was a hell of a lariat. King TL, is that a Lull Angels thing or what?
One of them was a bull rope match between Jerry Lawler and Dirty Rhodes with Don Bass as the referee.
Special referee,
Don,
yeah. And in addition to that, there was a tag match, which we'll make comment on in just a moment. Let's take a look at that special match.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Big Bubba was later Tugboat and like Typhoon and all that shit. What was he in WCW? Does anybody remember?
Once again, Lawler busted open bad. Rowe caught him again.
Hey, Simply Sick. I'm glad we're getting to see some footage from that bull rope match.
Caught him again. Dirty Rhodes being vicious.
Now, here is a one-time partnership between Lawler and Big.
Do you remember when Dirty Rhodes got to pick? Oh, yeah, Shockmaster. Did he have another gimmick, though? Did he go there, like, later on, like in the 90s? I honestly can't remember him in WCW if he did. Remember when Dirty Rhodes was he the... Well, no, the other guy was the Shark, right? Earthquake was the Shark, I think. Did he have any other gimmicks, though, besides the Shockmaster? Remember when Dirty Rhodes, during the Dream matches, said that he made a big spectacle, how he didn't want any special rules, or he just wanted a regular match. And then at the very end, he said the only thing he wanted was his tag team partner to be the referee.
Big Bubba for the Southern Tag titles. There's Bubba in the corner. He's Lawler's partner. He had agreed he would not double-cross him. Well, you'll see what happens. He doesn't literally double-cross him, but take a look at all the things that happen. Boy, he really is trying hard to tag Lawler.
Going for a pile driver. Rowe got him. And Lawler pile drive down. He tries to tag again. Big Bubba with his hand out. He's not attacking him, but he's not going. Really pounded on Lawler. Don Bass giving the king everything he had. Lawler back on his feet. We've said a million times. We know how tough the king is. Look at Lawler go. Look at him.
Whoops, sorry. Yeah, John Tena was the shark. This is kind of nerdy. Joe Shabatoni might make fun of me for this, but I thought you guys might like to see this. Here's my Fred Ottman action figure collection. I got Tugboat. Oh my God, Typhoon. What a monster. And of course, I don't have his helmet. I don't know what happened to it. But there's the Shockmaster. Just him in a pair of jeans. So I think I have the full Fred Ottman, until they make a Big Bubba anyway. The full Fred Ottman collection.
Big Bubba Lee. What's going on here? I can't believe it.
And they did make a shark figure, but I never got one.
Yeah, he turned around and walked right out. And there the Southern titles had just been won by Lawler and Big Bubba. And when Rhodes and Bass jumped Jerry the King Lawler, Big Bubba turns around and walks out, and that partnership was all over with right there.
Lance, let me explain something to you. First of all, these people.
Here's the other thing I wanted for the thumbnail, but I couldn't get just the right shot for it.
People out here are so ignorant they didn't understand. When Jerry Lawler himself told them, we're not friends. I was in that match, that tag match, and I was taking, you seen me there trying to tag.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, let me explain something to you. I lived up to my end of the bargain, okay? I was in that match. Can you believe this guy? Snotty-nosed Jerry Lawler. Now he wants to back out and he wants to give the belts up.
Snotty-nosed Jerry Lawler.
What do you think he's going to do? Get in there when you turn around and walk away from it?
Shut, you don't know what you're talking about, first of all. Let me give you a fine example. Lance, I was driving down the road the other day. I needed to get a little gas in the car, okay? It's bad enough sitting here, okay, waiting for a main event match. It's bad enough trying to get a shot at a heavyweight title match. But worst of all is living in Tennessee. Can you believe it? With all these country pukes. Can you believe it? I'm driving down the road the other day and going to get a little gas in my car, right? So what happens, okay? I pull into the station. Right, while I'm getting gas in the car, up pulls this 63 Rambler, right? 4 doors, all of them a different color, primer, black smoke coming out.
What's the other belt here? He's the Southwest Heavyweight Champion, right? Maybe? What's the other one? Or is he the international champion? I don't know. I feel like belts just have, honestly, like they're just there to maybe make a match a little spicier. But in general, I really don't give a shit who has any titles in this. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like the belts just feel completely different here.
Out of the back, and let me tell you something. The car looked better than the people that got out of it, all right?
Oh, boy.
So I go inside to get a Coke. Let me tell you something. I go inside there. I stop dead in my tracks. Here I see the family that got out of the car. It's about 5 kids. The youngest one's got snot running down his nose onto his shirt. Let me tell you something. The mother's sitting over there. She must be everywhere, you know, maybe about 18 years old. The only teeth left in her head were like rotten black pegs, all right? And the father, his name's probably Billy Joe Bob or something like that. He's picking the wax out of his ear with this fork, all right?
How can a guy named Bubba call into question somebody else's name being like rednecky?
And on top of everything else, okay, this is typical Tennessee people, right? On top of everything else, sitting in the booth next to him, I see a brother, right? And he goes, hey, man, he says, I seen you on TV. You're Big Bubba. I said, that's right, brother. I says, what are you doing? He says, I'm eating a fortune cookie. And I said, really? And Lance Russell, you know what he had in front of him? He had a piece of cornbread with a food stamp in the middle of it.
Oh, my God.
Can you believe that? A food stamp.
Dude, this guy is money, man. I don't ever remember him being any good on the mic in WWE or if anything else. Like, this is a hell of a promo. The heat he's getting is like impressive.
Fortune cookie. Hey, but wait. Hey, best of all, let me tell you something. I met this a person this morning that these people be greatly interested in, okay? All right? This man is incredible, all right? And he made me such an offer. Okay, I just can't. I want to take and bring him out here. Hey, come out here, man. I want these people to meet you.
You're bringing out...
Come on here, brother. Hey, this is
Downtown Bruno. Harvey Whippleman.
Downtown Bruno, ladies Plus, I want you to meet this man. He's intelligent, good looking.
I've heard about downtown Bruno.
Baby, I am downtown Bruno. Hey, I want to tell you something. This man is so bad. This man is fine. They were going to use him. They were going to use this man for the U.S. Steel Building I-beams downtown Pittsburgh, baby. But I said, you'll make more money as a wrestler because this is my friend, see? And this is my first time here in Memphis, brother, for the CWA. And I tell you what, everybody in the South is going to see who the man is, me, and the man behind the man. And there's other men, brother. There's other men besides this man. He's going to get Jerry the Queen Lawler, and he's going to hurt him. He's going to be dissing on him something fierce, brother. And you want to see somebody even bigger than this man? Do you believe that there's somebody?
You didn't get the joke? Like his questionable sense of humor?
Well, yeah, I know that there are people bigger than, but...
I'm just, like, for me, honestly, a lot of the stuff with Ottman in Memphis has just been like, wow, this guy has a personality. Like, I don't ever remember him being memorable, really, in any way during his run in WWF until he got into Natural Disasters. And then I always saw him as just kind of like a B-tier Earthquake. You know what I mean? Like, I had no idea that he was like, he could be interesting on the mic and that he could get heat. He just seemed like kind of a Hogan barnacle.
Nobody that I think that you know. He's from downtown Pittsburgh, downtown Bruno.
Downtown Pittsburgh, downtown Bruno. You want to know somebody else from 4-2 Boulevard, baby? Downtown Pittsburgh, chilling a little bit. You want to see somebody big as this man?
Okay, fine.
No, this is Harvey Whippleman, remember Bertha Faye's manager? Remember the Bertha Faye song?
Bring him out.
Hey, Goliath, come on out, baby. Come on out, baby.
Who is this that you are bringing out?
This is the Mighty Goliath, baby. 414 pounds, 7 foot tall, walking, talking, roping, stomping, downtown graveyard destruction, baby. This man, I found this man headbutting a garbage dumpster on 4-2 Boulevard, downtown Pittsburgh, baby. And he made a bigger dent in the dumpster than the dumpster made in his head, baby. I can make some money if I make this man.
Okay, so for a second I thought that was just a repackaged Mr. Universe, but this is a new guy, right? I don't recognize him anyway.
To a professional, top-rated, talented professional wrestler. And now he's got the World Super Heavyweight Championship, brother. And we are the champions. Look, 1, 2, 3. I got so many belts here. Everybody in this audience can hold up their pants for a year, brother. We got belts, we got titles, and we won this from Abdullah the Butcher in San Juan, Puerto Rico, baby. And nobody can beat us, and there's nobody as big as this man, and nobody as big as this man. This is my dream team, baby, my brotherhood. See, I'm extending my brotherhood. I had a brotherhood on the streets of downtown Pittsburgh, see? Brotherhood. We had an escort service, see, for ladies. It came out in the evening. And I'm expanding the Brotherhood from downtown Pittsburgh all through the South. Professional wrestling right here.
So that's where it all came from, was from the Brotherhood in Pittsburgh.
The Brotherhood in Pittsburgh, baby, the downtown connection.
You got a couple of bookends there. There's no question about that.
Hey, what kind of nerve is it that these guys can come out during my time? My time.
Hey, you are introduced. People know who downtown Bruno is. They've had a look at the World Super Heavyweight Champion. They, of course...
I stand by the fact that not to glaze myself, but I believe that if I had lived in Memphis at this time, I could have at least had a brief run as a manager, because like Harvey Whippleman would turn into an okay manager, but he's pretty shaky here. And I mean, like, J.D. Costello was shaky in the beginning. We've seen a couple like guys that just fizzled out real quick. I feel like I could have definitely gotten a crack on Memphis TV.
No, Big Bubba, and if he's a friend of yours, I guess that tells us all about...
Oh, yeah, that means we all bad, baby.
Yeah.
Rock it.
That's right. Okay, well, you have got a tag match coming up here,
no problem.
in which Goliath and Big Bubba will be partners. Let's
get them Goliath, 1,000 pounds of twisted steel and a little bit of sex appeal. Oh, yeah, baby, get it right.
Oh, my God.
Okay, you saw him right there. There's no question. That is a big set of bookends right there with Big Bubba and Goliath. Dave, I do not for 1 second envy their opponents in there today.
No, nor do any of us, I don't think. Robert and Randy Bryant from Bartlett, Tennessee. They weigh in at a total of 474 pounds. Over on one side of the ring, and they are watching their opponents step through the ropes right now with downtown Bruno, their manager, first.
And like the lifestyle of like the... God damn it. What is going on here? What is going on here? Okay, sorry about that. But anyway, like the like driving, I know people complain about it, and I probably would have hated it if I had to do it, but like the idea of the traveling and like all the like shit talking in the cars, fucking with the fans, the rats, the drugs, it just seems like it'd be pretty epic time.
Goliath passing out now what is the World Super Heavyweight Championship belt. That's the biggest belt I ever saw, too.
Boy, I got to tell you, you have to be that big in order to wear that belt. That belt is unbelievable. Although, here is downtown Bruno bringing them all over.
Expert commentary, man. You want some expert commentary? You're going to listen to this guy Justin over here. You want some expert commentary?
Well, I think we can handle the commentary, but I'm sure that that's not going to dissuade you for a minute.
I would like to get some expert commentary, baby.
Did you really rent Bob Bryant a crane? What?
Okay.
I think I'd like to get some expert commentary.
Well, we'll see what he has to say.
That's right, brother. We'll see what I have to say.
Afraid there's not a whole lot we can do about it. Ready for the bell.
That's right. Ring that bell, baby. Look at the mighty Goliath, the man of steel.
Ring that bell, baby.
Look at him. Look at him. What do you think, Lancer? Huh? Tell me, brother.
Well, there's no question about it. It's the two biggest guys that I've ever seen together anywhere around.
Oh, yeah, baby. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right. Take it, brother. It don't hurt. Take it. That's it. This is a joke. This is ridiculous.
Oh,
this is
boy.
like, hey, this is like me taking on a 10-year-old. That's what this is. Look at this guy with the stars on his sight. Only stars in this guy's life is the stars he's seeing because he just took a heck of a beating, brother. A heck of a beating.
Thank you for watching your language. The Bryant brothers, Randy and Robert, who are battling against.
Man, it's rough. I mean, I still appreciate it because I like bad shit too, but man, he is really rough here. But you got to learn, right? You have to learn how to work on TV. You got to learn how to work the crowd, how to develop your promo skills. So at least he's out there doing it.
Two of the biggest guys you've ever seen. I thought that Bubba had to be one of the biggest mountains that I'd seen walking around at 407. Goliath
You'd like to know more about the what did he call it? The downtown connection?
is even bigger than Big Bubba.
It's hard to even find a skill to weigh these guys, brother. It's hard. You just can't go over 1,000 pounds when you estimate, and you'll be okay. Now you got Bubba.
What do you mean, what crowd? They were always packed in Memphis. You're crazy. Well, not always, but during this time, they were probably pretty packed all the time.
But taking over on the gig, brother. Bubba taking over on him. He's doing a good job. Doing a good job. This referee just ought to butt out of the match because this is none of his business what's going on. We don't go for authority downtown Pittsburgh, baby. And as far as I'm concerned, this ring is just like downtown Pittsburgh, Fort Duquesne Boulevard, baby. We rock and roll.
Shit about Pittsburgh.
Ooh,
Fuck
look at
Pittsburgh.
that drop kick from Big Bubba. It
That's what I'd be chanting every time this motherfucker came out to the ring was fuck Pittsburgh.
stuns me that a guy that big can lay it.
Well, yeah, but these aren't designed. This is. They didn't even charge for this, F Wood. This was just to get the TV tapings to promote like the arena shows. Like they were working in these towns every week. Like they'd go back to this. Like Evansville, I think was on Wednesdays back then. So like people went like week after week after week. This was just free to get, to build a commercial for the house shows.
A drop kick out there.
You ain't seen nothing yet, man.
Referee is Jerry Vickers, and
I mean, they're not working like the Pontiac Silverdome or anything, but like the territory was doing like money-wise, Memphis was a pretty reliable territory. Not to get paid, but to make money as the promoter.
Jerry is in the middle of all of this big action in there with Bubba and Goliath. Boy, I tell you, you won't run into a tag team anywhere in the world that's any bigger than this team.
Well, let me tell you something, Lancer. Everybody says, yeah, but David beat Goliath in the Bible. Yeah, but David needed a foreign object.
I hear you. Oh, and look at Goliath go up with it.
Is he saying that David, like, he fucked over Goliath? Was that not allowed in the rules? What's up, Kobe fan? Schools would have yeah. Well, Bill Watts used to have him at I want to say it was like some boys' home or boys' club or something. A ton of the TV tapings anyway.
A drop kick.
Hey, good job, brother. Good
Can
job.
you believe that both Bubba and Goliath, with impressive drop kicks, guys that run over 400.
The founder of Smoky Mountain Wrestling, Cornette and Rick Rubin, and I think Tim Horner had some kind of weird stake or something, and that's why Cornette kept him around. Maybe he told Cornette or something, or he thought he had the idea originally, but him and Cornette had like a big disagreement over that.
100 pounds in the air.
That's my downtown connection, baby. That's the brotherhood. That's the brotherhood. That's right. Oh, yeah. Beat him, baby. Beat him. Beat him.
Oh, he
Beat him.
dropped that
Beat him
big
good.
Bubba leg on him. Down he goes for a counter.
Yeah, Rick Rubin was one of the co-founders of Smoky Mountain Wrestling. He was the money mark, the financier.
1, count of 2.
That's right. Play with him for a while.
Picked him up at the count
What's up, by Grace? I am saved.
of 2. And now
Play with him, Lance.
here's the tag on Goliath. One side of the ring to the other. And here he goes. Oh. Right down on top of him, and
I'll
that's
be
going to
back.
be it.
I'll be back.
Well,
Yeah, the music guy. He was a big he's a big wrestling fan.
they are a couple of big guys, and they come out with a victory in there. But, you know, I really don't think they're the biggest two guys that I've ever seen. Has Goliath ever seen anybody wrestling for that?
I guess Rick Rubin wanted Cornette to get Ric Flair, but Cornette knew that Flair wouldn't want to work all those pissant shows, so they were going to pay him like some crazy amount of money for the time just to be the champion and then appear on like the, you know, not the build-up shows, but like the blow-off shows. He'd come in and defend the title, and like that was all he was going to do. But for whatever reason, that fell through.
Title any bigger than he is?
Never, brother.
Well,
Never. There's nobody
stick
bigger than
around. I got a gentleman I'd like for him to meet named Giant Hillbilly. I think
Giant
he might be.
Uh-oh.
Giant Hillbilly.
You had winners right there, and I don't think there was too much doubt as the Bryant brothers really had not too much of a chance against a couple of mountains and buildings like that. We're going to take time out, and we're going to be back. We appreciate you
Like Gorilla used to say about King Kong Bundy, a walking condominium with legs.
being here downtown, Bruno. We'll see you a little later on in the week, and right now we'll take time out and be back.
Well, when it comes to newcomer Goliath, I think it's what the French would call lousy.
Okay, 60 quick seconds, my friend, to tell you that the action coming up Wednesday is not the only action. Those are on Thursday, November the 20th. That's next Thursday night. Mount Washington, Kentucky at the Bullitt East High School, sponsored by the Athletic Boosters. Tickets on sale at the school. There's going to be a battle royal, among other things. Whale of a night. That's next Thursday, Mount Washington.
I literally only saw WWF except for what I read in the magazines, and then the video store had like a couple really big events. Like they had some Starcades, I think, on VHS, and they had the event that had Blacktop Bully against Dustin Rhodes in the back of the truck match or whatever that thing was. I remember they had that one because I rented that one like a shit ton.
Washington Bullitt East High School. Also on Thursday, December the 11th, Fern Creek, Kentucky at the Fern Creek High School. Talking about that a little bit later on. Now, let's take a look at the entire card. Coming up Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum. Opening up, Boy Tony's going to be in there against one of
Are you guys pumped? Boy Tony's back.
Excitement Incorporated, the bigger one. John Paul will be his single opponent. Sato and Goto will have as their opponents, a formidable team. Also, Pat Tanaka and Tracy Smothers. Then I can't wait for this one. Paul Diamond is going to be in a single with Tojo Yamamoto. An exciting new tag
What? Just a straight up match? Wow.
team. The Rock and Roll RPMs will be going against the Animals.
Hold on. Who are the Rock and Roll RPMs?
And then the Sheepherders against Jarrett and Travis. All of that Wednesday night.
That would have been, dude, would you have not been hyped for that if you were in Evansville? Like, I would have definitely went to that show.
You sit out here, and we don't need any...
I'd have been right there in the front row to remind Billy Travis what an absolute creep he was for having that weird relationship with Frank Morrell.
help doing the interview.
Well, you're going to get some, brother. You're going to get some.
I want to bring him out here right now, Jerry the King Lawler.
Oh, come on.
I tell you what you better do. You better put the mic down and shut up before you get hurt.
I'm not threatened by you or this gate.
Uh-oh, here we go.
guest commentator who elected that he would stay here. And
this is kind of an interesting shirt. Is that a Jerry Lawler shirt? That's an interesting graphic to choose. He's definitely got the Rebel Alliance goatee going in like full regalia at this point.
Help out with the interview. I told him to get out of here. Downtown Bruno. That's Goliath's brain trust in there.
Downtown Bruno, huh?
Yeah.
That's right, let me give you a little word of advice, Bruno. If you know what's good for you, brother, while I'm standing out here doing my interview, you better get your little rear end somewhere else downtown. I told you.
That's what someone needs to say to somebody when they come on like a YouTube panel, like a YouTube discussion panel. Someone should say that they need that person that like while they're speaking, they should just leave.
Hey. You're just jealous because you can't grow a mustache, Jack.
Tommy Lane.
That's brilliant.
I don't know. They're new to me. I feel like maybe I've heard them maybe mentioned in a shoot interview, but I don't know anything about them.
Come over here a little bit later. You're just jealous, brother.
Clash of Champions 12.
Get up and leave while you can still get up and leave.
I got guts, brother.
Yeah, it was either at the video store or that was one that like a friend had taped and made me a copy of. But I watched that Blacktop Bully Dustin Rhodes match. And then I was really dismayed as an adult because it's considered like a terrible match and like pure wrestle crap. But like I always thought that was a fantastic match.
You know, looking at you, you remind me of another sniveling little wormy wimp manager that we had in this area by the name of Jimmy Hart.
Oh.
And if you're not careful,
I thought he was going to be Smirch J.D. Costello.
Same thing that happened to Jimmy Hart will happen to you, bro. Let me tell you something. Jimmy Hart is a geek. Jimmy Hart is from the South, baby. And if you're from the South, you can't be much,
baby.
The
South,
I'm
baby.
from downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, up and down 4 Duquesne Boulevard, Jack. The 6 blocks between the 3 blocks, baby. I am the man. I am the king stud, Jack. And you couldn't compare yourself to me on a rainstorm on Holy Holiday, Jack. Oh, is that right? That's right. Well, come on, let me see those nice little downtown clothes. Let me tell you something. Hey. I guarantee you I will. Understand? You understand what I'm saying?
Hey. Okay. Hey, come on now. We got enough of this. Will you get your
No, he put his hands on me.
Come on, both of you guys.
Hands on me.
Look out.
Oh my gosh. Whoa.
Hurt him. Hey.
All right.
What? You touch me again?
Yeah, you're going to get out of here and you get your 2 big gorillas out of here. Oh, hey. You want to see Big? Take a look at Big.
Oh shit.
You're talking about Big now.
Hey, you want to talk about big? Here's an 89-year-old man.
I'll tell you something, Bubba. I'm not through with you, brother. I'm just starting with you.
Good Lord, he is huge,
and I'll
though.
take care of you. I can guarantee you.
This is Ben Thorpe and Grace and Lalo.
Goliath, you looking for somebody bigger than you, brother? Well, here he is, right here. He's got somebody bigger than you, boy. You understand that?
Yeah,
Fatter, maybe. That's about it. Fatter.
Yeah.
What are we gonna name it?
you never saw anybody you said is bigger than him. Well, take a look at him right there, partner, because you're seeing it right then and there.
Maybe.
I'd be like, hey, Hillbilly, why don't you go out in the parking lot and sell some more of those fake-ass watches, motherfucker? You think they'd get me? I'd probably get in trouble if I cursed on the air.
He is strong, but
Well, there you go. I'd be on Memphis TV one time, and I'd say something offensive, and then I'd have to leave.
breath ain't everything, brother.
Okay. If you guys can get out of here, we would appreciate it. Thank you for finally. Yeah, I'm afraid you will.
If I only had one weekend in Memphis, how many rats do you think conceivably a person could go through in Memphis if you were like a brand new manager on the scene?
Downtown Bruno and his charges.
Oh,
Let's see if we
shit.
can get some action in the ring.
Okay, I'm actually pretty excited for this. I feel like this has been built for a while, and I almost thought that like we weren't going to get it, but I'm happy we're going to get to see it. Yeah, Uncle Elmer, or as J.D. Costello always called him, Uncle Smelmer. Uncle Smelmer, Plowboy Frazier, Giant Hillbilly, all the above. 25 to 50 rats in a weekend. I mean, I think it would be worth the money to travel there. If you could bang, just say on average, you could run through 35 rats in the weekend, do 2 shows, then I say something offensive at the TV taping and get canceled. That's a pretty, I mean, that's a pretty good legacy in the biz. Boy Tony.
Boy Tony. Tracy Smothers coming up. Single match. Tracy.
Look at Boy Tony.
Back out all too soon is downtown Bruno. And he's having a...
Well, keep in mind that I would be applying 1980s ethics. So I would lie to these women, tell them that, you know, Lawler had I was going to be managing Lawler by the end of the year, that there were big plans, that I'd even heard from Vince in New York. They were thinking about bringing me up there. So, I mean, I would be really bringing out every weapon at my disposal to maximize rat mileage while I had that window.
Conversation with Boy Tony. Doesn't he look lovely today?
Okay, so Boy Town connection. Downtown Bruno is going to start pimping out Boy Tony.
Some kind of a little deal just consummated between downtown Bruno and Boy Tony. I think what he was telling him was, let me sit out here in the chair with you and show you what I can do for you. Boy Tony, I saw him shaking his hand, so while he's peeling out of his outer garments. Tracy Smothers, Boy Tony.
Should be a good match. One fall, 10-minute time limit. Boy Tony out of St. Louis, Missouri originally. And
I'd be like, listen, I've been talking to somebody. You might know him, the King, you know, Mr. Lawler. Well, I call him Jerry. You know, we have it like that. You know, I just call him Jerry. But he told me that he's thinking about bringing a couple rats up to the next level, but he's kind of into like a, you know, group thing. So and I know you probably don't have any friends that would be interested in doing that, but you know, I told him I'd ask around and, you know, let him know how it turned out. If you, if you wanted me to pass the word up to him, you know, if you want to invite a couple friends over.
Tracy Smothers out of Springfield, Tennessee. Boy Tony has put on some weight. He's in at about 236, outweighing Tracy by 8 pounds.
Oh my God.
Boy Tony started dancing around the ring. Tracy Smothers just waiting for him. Tracy fired him right back into the rope. Downtown Bruno down here at ringside explaining to the referee, said, hey, he pulled his hair. There's no way he could have
What's up,
thrown him
Michael
back in the
McCafferty?
ropes like that without it, referee. So Tony immediately picked up the complaint.
If there's one thing that Michael McCafferty and I can agree on, Grace Thorpe should be in prison.
Boy Tony down behind Tracy Smothers. Tracy reverses on him. And Boy Tony heads for the rope. Leans outside. 45 seconds gone in this win.
Who's which guy? In the ring? Tracy Smothers and Boy Tony.
Tracy Smothers reversing Boy Tony again, and there's some hair pulling, referee, but it came from the one who was complaining earlier about having his hair pulled, Boy Tony. Tony yanked a handful of Tracy Smothers' hair. Approval, I might add, by downtown Bruno over in the corner of Boy Tony. Look at that, nice move by Tracy.
Oh, I'm just a guy I just like to watch shit while I wake and bake, so I just stream it.
Smothers. He puts Tony down on the mat, bars the left arm.
Yep. Lock her up.
Oh, boy, Tony, right fist.
Can you imagine Grace in jail wearing that, like, uniform?
To the midsection, a couple of them. While he had Tracy back.
Fighting with other women in prison, tearing each other's clothes off, sweating all over each other.
Back in the corner, Tracy reverses him into the turnbuckle. Nice backdrop. A drop kick follows up, and boy, Tony is out of the ring, down on the floor. Conference time with downtown Bruno. The crowd.
Oh my God! Look at this.
Expressing their opinion of boy Tony and Bruno. Referee counts now at 7, 8, 9. Boy Tony gets back in the ring just in time to avoid being counted out. He comes in with right fist flying, grabs Tracy Smothers. Look out, into the turnbuckle. 2 minutes, 45 seconds gone. Boy Tony against Tracy Smothers. Tracy, good move as he hung onto the ropes and got Tony with a foot.
Got him with a foot.
Oh. The backdrop again works for Tracy. And a drop.
It's Tony Falk. He was in Memphis throughout '86. This is I just started at the beginning of 1986, so this is my first time seeing him. But he had a gimmick where he kept losing. But remember when Chris Jericho kept losing in WCW and he would blame it on like David Penzer and he tore his suit off, and like it was kind of that kind of thing. Tony Falk was just slowly losing his mind, and he actually went from being like kind of a shit jobber to being like a really entertaining heel that just never won. And then for some reason, he just vanished one day. And then the next thing you knew, there was like videos of him teaching people how to shave their armpits and how to wash their bodies. And then he came back as this like Boy George type character.
Kick, and boy Tony hits the mat. Tracy quickly after him. Oh, the referee knocked down. Boy Tony was going to throw him into the ropes, and he hit the referee. Tracy body slam. He rolls boy Tony down to the mat. Downtown Bruno jumps in there. Planted a boot on top of Tracy Smothers' head. And now here's boy Tony with a cover. And the referee starts the count at 2 and 3.
Dick the Bruiser.
You saw it. Downtown.
That's going way back. Dick the Bruiser.
Bruno interfering, but not seen by the referee. Boy Tony gets himself a victory. There's
unbelievable.
A handshake. Congratulations from downtown Bruno. As he and Boy Tony have teamed to take the victory.
Hey, I did stream it. We watched it. We watched every segment of it.
3 minutes, 28 seconds to time.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that they teamed to do it, because that's exactly what it was. The referee having an argument with downtown Bruno. Got a feeling we're looking at a...
I feel like I would have a really good plan on how to speed run the Rats in Memphis now that we've talked it out a little bit. I feel like I would know my strategy going in.
A little shriveled up pain in the side right here in this Bruno. Tracy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because Tony Falk, the unhinged jobber, I think is a more entertaining gimmick than this. But this is way more over, and he never won a match as Tony Falk. But he had a really good couple of interview back and forth with Tracy Smothers as Boy Tony. But I don't really care for the Boy Tony character, but it's at least Tony Falk's around.
Smothers knows that it was not a fair one. We've got more action.
Yeah, that's true. Tony Falk died at a Boy George concert.
We'll be seeing Jonathan Boyd and the Sheepherders and much more in just a moment.
When you say Cowboy Bob, are you talking about like the old Cowboy Bob, or are you talking about Cowboy Bob Orton? Because we watched a wrestling show yesterday where people chanted some very vulgar things at Cowboy Bob Orton Jr. At Ace Cowboy Bob Orton Jr.
That Rube can only mean that Jonathan Boyd and the Sheepherders are back here
It's
with...
going to be the bloody best news America has, because we are back. You know what USA stands for, don't you? Useless, stupid Americans, because
Yes.
they got to be stupid to get in there with
How
us.
dare you.
The greatest bloody team in the world is the bloody Sheepherders, and he's my cousin Bigfoot. Isn't he lovely? Isn't he the most lovely thing?
Let me interrupt you one
This
minute.
is our bloody interview.
Well, I'm going to take a minute of it. You know, I had to suspend.
Yeah, I really like UFC too. I tend to like the older stuff. I love Pride. I could watch Pride. Like, I think Pride transcends being sports. Like, I could watch it like I watch wrestling. Like, I could watch those over and over again.
In dirty roads because he didn't repay that. He give Lawler his money back.
It's
I'm
not
giving you-
Lawler's bloody money.
Well, I'm giving you the last chance. You can either pay the money back or you and your partner will be gone before you get started.
Well, let me bloody tell you something, Eddie Marlin.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. As far
Finally, somebody's going to give this motherfucker his comeuppance, man. Eddie Marlin is a thorn in the side of the fans of CWA with his ridiculous authoritarian governance of this promotion.
as I'm concerned, you're not getting a dime back. That belongs to us, and I'll tell you nothing.
Isn't this a shame that it took New Zealanders to come in and say, look at how fucked up this Eddie Marlin guy is? Why couldn't an American have pointed it out?
Not a bloody thing, Eddie Marlin. My grandfather just happens to be Lord Jonathan Boyd, and he could buy this station and fire your hands off.
All right, Jonathan.
Come on.
Oh, they're sodomizing him with the flag.
Lance Russell, I just want to tell Jonathan Boyd one thing. You will pay the money back because as long as you wrestle here, you won't get a penny of money until it's paid back.
Boy, thank you guys
Oh,
for
shut
coming
up.
out here, man.
Shut up, Eddie.
Check his knee out. He got hit.
Eddie Marlin got exactly what he deserved. He's had this coming for a long time now. He needs to resign immediately. It's ridiculous.
Well, so much. That'll be typical of the kind of things that you'll be seeing out of Jonathan Boyd. Let's go to the ring now, David, and we're ready for the action.
Sheepherders climb into the ring. Here come their opponents. A couple of young guys out of Mississippi, Jerry Garmen and Benny Traylor. And Jonathan Boyd and the other sheepherder, Bigfoot. Well, they jump them even
I am a big fan of Garmin and Trailer. I stick with them.
before the bell's out. Now, referee Jerry Vickers says ring the bell.
Oh, they got on their Billy Jack Haynes attire this time.
All four of them in there. Jonathan Boyd with Jerry Garmen. He throws him through the ropes down onto the floor. Bigfoot has thrown Benny Traylor out on the other side of the ring. Now Traylor back in. Jonathan.
I don't really care if it's realistic or scripted or if it's real or fake or whatever. Like, as long as it's, like, entertaining. Like, as long as it's not boring or, like, you know, as long as it's good shit.
Boyd in. Both the sheepherders with Benny Traylor. Jerry Garmen is down on the floor, outside the ring.
Big drop kick from Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Jerry Garmen was slammed into that ring post, and Jerry is still laying down on the floor over here. Boyd covers 1, 2, 3. He hooked the leg and got a 1, 2, 3. They got rid of Jerry Garmen in a hurry by slamming him into the ring post, and that takes care of that. In short order, Boyd and Bigfoot go away the winners with the sheepherders. The time?
43 seconds, all the time it took him.
More
Holy
action.
shit.
Travis and Jarrett in action in just a minute. Okay, some more of that big action coming up here in just one more.
Dude, is anybody else happy to see Eddie Marlin get put in his place a little bit after he's been fucking bungling everything?
And brother, we're going to be back into it, because let me tell you, there's a lot going on. I want to tell you about Wednesday night again, in case you missed it before. An outstanding night of action. You're going to be seeing...
Ever since Dundee slapped Lance Russell, I feel like management has had the upper hand on the wrestlers, and they need to even the scales.
One match in there that I know you don't want to miss. Paul Diamond. He's got a lot to remember about Tojo Yama.
They weren't all squash matches on here. Sorry, this is a really dry weed. But a lot of them were, or they're like super squash matches, like the ones Big Bubba and Joe LeDuc are in. But then you'll have like some pretty decent length, usually like tag matches toward the end of the show.
Yamamoto, he will be in a single match with Tojo, Paul.
I'll take him anywhere I can get him, Lance.
Oh, boy.
1-on-1, 2-on-1.
Did you notice that this guy's wearing a t-shirt with a fucking diamond on it? I can't with this guy.
3-on-1, I don't care what it is. I just want those Japs.
Paul, oh my God, I just want those Japs. Wow. Paul Diamond is gonna, if he ever sees this, is gonna think that I have like the worst opinion of him. But really, I just like to heel on somebody, and I just thought it was funny that they just kept hammering home that he was a former drug addict for some reason. But I really don't mind Paul Diamond, but I like to heel on him.
I can remember real well 6 weeks ago I was in the ring.
Don't do like your predator military guy gimmick and come after me, Paul.
Somebody jumped off the top rope and busted my leg. Sure, it wasn't you, Tojo, but you were the one behind it. You were the man pulling the strings. You were telling him what to do. Well, now, brother, it's 1-on-1, just you and I.
Paul Diamond trying to conduct a RICO case.
And I would suggest one thing. You better not bring that stick out to ringside, because I felt the wrath of the stick on television this past week. And
the wrath of the stick.
And let me tell you, if I ever get a hold of it, your back is going to be so blistered.
Listen, if I ever get a hold of the stick, your back is going to be so blistered.
You won't be able to walk for 2 weeks.
Woo!
Paul, good luck to you, and we'll be looking forward to that Wednesday night. I'll tell you another one we want to see is when the Sheepherders, Jonathan Boyd and Bigfoot, meet up with Jeff Jarrett and Billy Travis.
Jarrett and
the
Cody
folks are going to be
Rhodes.
seeing exactly what took place on television. I've never seen anything like it.
Minutes, Lance. That's one of the bloodiest battles ever to be seen on TV. And Mr. Boyd, you called it a business conversation you were having with Eddie. I don't call that much business. You had him on his back, and when you got somebody on your back, in America, we fight 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, not 2 against 1. When you had him down, me and Billy came out to his aid, and then during our match, you come out there.
How do you think that would go over? Like, how did Sarah the Tomato say it? During a first encounter, if when you like took your dick out, if you were like tried to work like Wrath of the Stick into your intro to the big reveal.
Hey, brother, if you want to fight, I'll see you in Evansville. It's going to be a 2-on-2, and don't bring the ring, bring a bathtub, because it's going to be a bloodbath.
Hey, listen, man, you come down there, don't bring a bathtub, man. It's going to be a bloodbath. Okay.
That's a promise.
You know, Lance, what the people are...
That's a promise. It's gonna be a bring a bathtub because it's gonna be a bloodbath. That's a promise.
About to see right now on TV in just a few minutes. We're gonna finish it tonight in Evansville. Remember,
man, Cody Rhodes is pissed.
Boyd, you guys started it. Now you got to live with it. Wednesday night in Evansville.
Billy Travis, Jeff Jarrett going against the Sheepherders right there in Evansville on Wednesday night. The whole card is sensational. Be there.
Be there.
One more. Yeah, here we go.
I think we are about ready to do it.
This is a very accurate statement. Jeff Jarrett has never had a hairstyle that works for him. 100% agree. He has a lot of like iconic looks. My favorite is, I don't know what era it was, but he had a super tight like little spike haircut, and then he wore like these really strange, like, I don't know if they were glasses or sunglasses or what they were. But it made him look like, remember that old basketball player, Kurt Rambis? So I always thought he looked like a guy who took tennis like really seriously.
Billy Travis, Jeff Jarrett, if I can get a hold of the belt. Going against Rough and Ready in our expiration of time match. And Jeff and Billy back out in the ring, and they are... What is that?
I've got a bloody thing to say here.
What do you think? Will Rough and Ready get it or no?
You know what? You Yanks can be bought because I just bought their opponents. And
man, this guy is coming in just straight up dropping truth bombs. He's shattering the American dream right in front of our eyes. and Lance Russell and Dave Brown do nothing.
They're in there putting their bloody clothes on. Hey, you're Jarrett's Brett, right? And you cost us some money. Eddie Marlin's gonna take our money off us. Now you're gonna wrestle us here on TV, and it'll probably be the last bloody match you ever bloody have.
Hell yeah.
Jonathan Boyd, Bigfoot coming out. Hey, I guess we're off and running right away. I'll say one thing, Davey, it's going to make a whale of a match.
Boy, it sure is. I have doubts that the sheep herders will be able to wrap this one up in 43 seconds like they did the last one. Billy Travis has just thrown Bigfoot out of the ring.
Hopefully we don't get taken down, but if I do, I'll just skip to the next one, and hopefully it'll just resume the stream.
Ring. It's Jeff Jarrett and Jonathan Boyd.
Anytime it's Jarrett at the end of the stream or at the end of the episode, I always get nervous about the copyright.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Look out. Jeff Jarrett just waylaid Jonathan Boyd with a chair. Boyd is down. Jarrett goes after him. Billy Travis working on Bigfoot over there. And the sheep herders find it out. It's not going to be as easy as they thought. As Jarrett and Travis get around, learned in a hurry.
I'm just trying to break it up a little bit, just in case.
Jonathan Boyd bleeding profusely as Travis is slammed into
Security
the
doing
ring post.
nothing, by the way.
Stop it. It never really got started except the action. Oh, everybody's busted up, man. I mean to tell you.
Hey, bro.
Oh, watch it.
Watch it.
Oh, look out.
Jonathan Boyd runs Billy Travis.
Damn.
Yeah, you tell them. I understand the match has stopped. Jonathan Boyd, Billy Travis on the desk. Ooh. Jeff Jarrett pulls Bigfoot over, slams him into the desk. Jeff, blood pouring out of his eye. Holy mackerel, he just whaled Bigfoot with that chair right in the face. Billy Travis, Jonathan Boyd.
Oh, man, that would be so awesome.
Boyd over that desk and down. Jarrett takes a shot in the back. Travis and Bigfoot going at it.
Juice, no shit, man. This is fantastic.
The brawl is on. Jonathan Boyd came out here. They were not scheduled to go against them. Rough and ready were the scheduled opponents. They just came out and took over and started at it, and believe me,
you're in a tanning booth or a tanning bed right now.
They ran into a whale of a lot more than they thought was coming on.
My God, look at the floor. Oh, man, it looks like Hostile.
Billy Travis, Jeff Jarrett against Jonathan Boyd and Bigfoot, the sheep herders.
Holy shit.
Bigfoot, another of Boyd's cousins. Here comes Tanaka.
Well, and this is just one of many international feuds currently happening. Don't forget Paul Diamond versus the Japanese contingent.
Got Jerry Lawler, Jim Jameson, Benny Trailer, Sato, or rather Goto, Rough and Ready, who were originally scheduled, are out here. Trying to get them separated. They're pulling Boyd back away, and Travis breaks loose, goes over, starts nailing Boyd. Jeff Jarrett gets loose. And a brawl goes on between the sheep herders, Jarrett and Travis.
What's up, Michael Myers? Girl in the white. God, listen to the crowd. Look at Dino. He looks like Dino Bravo.
They finally have got him separated back. Jarrett and Travis trying to pull away. Travis gets away, but he's held again.
Uncle Elmer's like, hey, anybody want to buy a watch?
Oh. And the brawl is stopped. The match is over, and it's...
Is this after they found out about AIDS? I don't know. 86.
messy out here. All four of them had their heads just...
Oh, man. Whoa.
Oh, look out. Well,
oh, my God. Look at that
separated, but the sheep herders came rolling back
Oh, my gosh.
Battling all over the place.
Oh.
In the ring, Billy Travis and Jonathan Boyd. There goes Bigfoot. The referee.
I was going to say he's probably trying to keep the blood off of that nice shirt, is why he's just standing completely still, smiling and doing nothing.
Officially stopped the match. Look at that ring full of people now.
Boy, Tony in the ring. Blood track everywhere.
Just the sheep herders. With Jarrett and Travis, with all those guys around, finally again, they're holding back Bigfoot and Boyd.
Jeez. Travis broke loose and got to Bigfoot. They got Boyd out of the ring now.
Okay, we're going to have to take a break, and we'll come back, and if the action's still
Rough
going
and
on,
ready.
we'll have it all for you. Be back in a moment.
Now wait a second here. If Rough and Ready were expecting, oh, they bought him off. Never mind. That's my bad. That was weed brain. I was gonna say, why aren't they prepared for the match? But then we knew that because they were Americans, they could be bought, and so the sheep herders bought them off to not come down to the ring. My bad. Good Lord, why?
What
Wow.
a mess, man.
Look at the blood all over the table. It's on like where they're at. It's at all over the top of the desk, the front of the desk. Oh man,
Brutal. You can tell the kind of intensity of the hatred that is generated by the sheep herders. It's just automatic. That Jonathan Boyd, if nothing else, he's a tough son of a gun, but he sure makes folks mad.
You know, the worst part of it, I have the
this is why Tito Santana always built a fence around the pussy.
distinct feeling that we have not by any means seen the end of that battle.
Only the beginning, as they say. Okay, we got to get out of here. Son of a gun, we've used it all up. We hope maybe you'll be back with us again next week. Till that time, for Dave Brown, Lance Russell saying bye-bye, everyone.
Man, what a brawl. I don't know what's going on here. Is this like a Slender Man thing? Is this the ring? I kind of like it. I'm going to let it play out. Just another second. Okay, so this is the show immediately following November 22nd, 1986, CWA Championship Wrestling in Memphis, as it would be seen if you were watching in Evansville, Indiana.
Oh, and another big week. Every week is an exciting week, David. By golly, this week is a particularly exciting one. After last week, I don't know. We had that big brawl all over the studio, one of the bloodiest battles I've ever seen. But this week, what a sensational card.
You're right. Well, to begin with this week, we have a handicap tag team match. I'm not sure I've ever seen one of these on television before, but we're going to have it today. Big Bubba and Goliath will be on one side, going against four guys on the other side.
What?
And those guys can have any two in there at one time.
Oh,
in addition to that, we've got an expiration of time match that will not quit today. Dennis Hall and Dolly Parker will be teaming.
Oh, shit. Dolly Parker's coming out. Woo! Okay, so have you ever seen a match like this before? So it's a tag team handicap match. Big Bubba and Goliath against two other teams. And the four guys can have 2 against 1 at any given time. That's a really odd approach, but it'll be interesting.
Up with Boy Tony to go against, listen to this, the King and Hillbilly Elmer. That should be an entertaining match, to say the least, coming up.
Hold on. Wake up, babe. New name for that guy just dropped. What did he call him? Uncle Hillbilly? Hillbilly. What did he say? Elmer Hillbilly? I gotta know now. Hold on.
Elmer. That should be an entertaining match.
Hillbilly Elmer.
To say the least, coming up for expiration of time. But the big one of the day, international tag titles will be on the line, so technically all the others are going to be standby matches. There will be a special 30-minute time limit for this.
I remember Dennis Parker now.
Championship match coming up.
Sir, you'll be seeing an excellent team of Jeff Jarrett and Paul Diamond defending their titles against the former champions Sato and Goto. Hey, I'll tell you something else we've got unique, and I'm looking forward to that too. Kenny D and the Killer will be back, and today the Killer will unmask right here on Championship Wrestling. We'll be seeing it. With all of that lined up, we better get on with it. We'll take time out and be back in just a moment.
I'm smoking a strain called Cross of Titans, and it's pretty spectacular.
We're going to bring out right now three gentlemen that have really been making some noise and all sorts.
Oh, he'll definitely be selling watches in the back. Oh, the Dennis Parker, like how you have to say the WCW.
Two of them are holders of the international tag titles,
oh,
and
man,
the other
look at
two.
this. This is a pretty sharp attire. This is a nice suit. It's got a tie that's got a little splash of color. This is maybe my favorite, besides the shit brown suit, my favorite Lance Russell look.
Who have been hot and heavy after the Southern tag belts. I'm talking about Jeff Jarrett, Billy Travis, and Paul Diamond.
Did I watch? No, I didn't watch it. But I heard I heard who the entrants were, and I listened to Jim Cornette review it.
Last week we had, and Dave and I were talking about on the opening, one of the bloodiest battles I've ever seen that you and Billy are involved in with the Sheepherders. Then all of a sudden, in the
former drug addict Paul Diamond is he's back in this Predator outfit. This guy, I don't even. Literally now he's wearing. Isn't there something about when they put you in the powder blue tights that's like the kiss of death? He's full Dino Bravo now.
Southern Tag Tournament, you guys come up against them again, and I got to tell you, I think there are a lot of people who agree with me. I think you should have won the titles.
Me and Billy aren't out here to brag, but I believe me and Billy should have the belts out here today, but we don't. And that's how things happened, but it was a tough tournament. But we were out there to win the belts in that tournament, but there's also something out there we were after, and I think we gained it, and that's respect. Me and Billy gained respect from the Sheepherders. Last week, they didn't think we'd make it out of that bloody mess, but we did, and we met them in the tournament, and we're here today.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Billy. Jonathan Boyd's always talking about the pretty wrestlers and all that, and look at my face and how bad. I know it's not a happy one, but I got to tell you, boy, you've got your battle scars today.
You know, Lance, Jonathan Boyd, everybody knows Jonathan Boyd's reputation. You know, he's been all over the country, and he hurts a lot of young guys. Well, let me tell you something, Boyd.
Yeah, I really liked the first Royal Rumble, too. I remember, like, as a kid, I was like, when it was down to Hacksaw and One Man Gang, I was like, there's literally no possible way. How's he going to get the One Man Gang out? And like they actually did it where it made sense, and it was like, oh my god, I thought Hacksaw was an idiot. This was actually like a really smart way to get him out. So I thought it was booked really well too. I wouldn't have picked Hacksaw to win it, but
we are here, Jeff and I and Paul's here, and we're here to fight you. We want respect, and we want it from the fans, and we want it from you.
I know you have the
XP is still refusing to replace the phone.
Sympathy about the Sheepherders, but really, Paul, your eyes are kind of directed on the guys that put you out of action.
Oh, boy.
With that broken leg, and I'm talking about Sato, Goto, and Tojo.
That's true, Lance. You know, the reason for this match today is just, in my mind, I mean, I'm happy that we won these belts, and I'm proud to be the International Tag Team Champion, or one half of it anyway. But in my mind, I just can't justify trading a championship belt for my health and for my leg. I still want them in there, and I want to cripple them and send them back to Japan.
Well, you and Jeff have got a title match on television. We appreciate you defending it here on TV, and we're looking forward to it. Good luck to you in all the endeavors out there, guys. You're going to see them in action right in the ring as we've got the internet.
Yeah, that timing came up really interesting. Like they were just like running completely parallel as we were watching like him come up is when he started to like, we literally, I think saw his first, for sure we saw his first TV match, but I think we might have even seen like his first like match in front of a crowd.
National tag titles on the line today.
Lies. We went out there and we beat 50 American teams. 50 of them. You understand that? In that tournament, we beat 50 American teams and we beat you, just like we beat you on TV last week. You were laying in a pool of Yankee blood. We're the champion and you're the bloody criers. That's all you Yanks do. All you do is just cry and cry and cry.
Yes.
I was watching the monitor. They're out here telling everybody that they won these. We won these. We're the bloody champions, and you're not. If you ever won another match,
I'd be going bananas.
Because we'll give you a match. Win.
Right now, anytime. Right now.
I'm not going to give you a match right now. You know why? Because last week we had to pay this TV station $1,400 for wrecking it with your buddies. And we're not going to pay any money today. Your grandmother has already taken your heel back. Don't worry about my head. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they're not worried about it. Please don't tear the microphone.
You, Paul, you say you're the champion. You just an imitation champion. You never win the belt. You had the help of the big fat Eddie Money Promoter. He cheated out. There's conspiracy.
Hey, they're giving you...
We are the champion. We are the champion. I tell you what, we're going to show you that we're gonna be the champion. You're not going to be the champion a long time. You understand? You come on, show.
Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, you guys, hey, let's break it up here. We got a match. Bat Yamamoto starts out swinging that kendo stick. Hits Jeff. What is Jeff doing? He has left the ring and left Paul Diamond here. That is unlike him, to say the very least. What's
going on here?
Oh, I see.
Oh, boy, here comes Dino Bravo again. I don't know what happened there. There was a cut in the material. Getting stoned and watching old school wrestling? Always. Well, not always, but... Oh, there's a chat tax for XP for his recent behavior.
It's in their corner, huh?
That's the way Yamamoto's going to start it. Let's go get Billy Travis. Have him in the corner.
Didn't XP say that he's done with Grace? That like he's done what he needed to do or whatever?
There's Tojo complaining now that they've got somebody in the corner. He opened right up with Jeff over there and slammed Jeff in the back with that kendo stick.
I'll wait till
we
Jeff's
may have
on
another
screen.
battle on the floor here between Billy Travis and Tojo Yamamoto. The clock is running, and right away they're into action. Sato over the top. Look at that backdrop. A beauty.
Jeff Jarrett wasting no time taking charge. Here comes Paul Diamond after the tag.
Boy, and I could tell from the conversation with Paul just a moment ago, he's more interested in busting some heads than he is the belts in there. They want the belts.
This could be the chase version of Paul Diamond. They could do like the regular Paul Diamond, and then they could do like the Rambo Psycho or Psychotic Break variant as like the chase.
But Diamond has got a lot of settling up to do. Goto raked him across the eyes. Diamond slamming back. Man, oh man, the belts, remember, are at stake. Special one fall, 30-minute time limit, as Dave said, for television. Double elbow after the
cover
tag.
Jeff up.
Jeff Jarrett gets a count of 1, and that's all.
Hard one to hold down for the count of 3. Tarzan Goto using the head. Now backing Jerry into the turnbuckles. Look at the reversal by Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett, boy, I tell you what. He and Diamond look good together as a tag team. He and Billy Travis look good together as a tag team, too. Look at that knee lift. Powerful one by Diamond. The 2 count was just falling. Goto able to kick out of it at that point. Boy.
Jarrett doubled him over with that shot to the midsection, and Diamond lifted him up with that knee. What nice teamwork.
Brian Pillman.
Referee Jerry Calhoun that time got the count to 2, but that was it.
Man, oh man, are they trading some licks in there. Goto with Diamond's head slammed into the foot of Akio Sato. But Paul Diamond, who is quite a physical specimen, he really got up high with a drop kick.
Yeah, somebody asked me in a comment on a video, I can't remember which one, but on one video, asked whatever happened to Ava, and then kind of referenced her as a, quote, muscle mommy.
Sato, though, kicks his way out.
Sato back in the corner of Jeff Jarrett and Paul Diamond. Oh, how about that from Jeff Jarrett? There's a cover, but Tarzan Goto in from outside to break it up. Now Sato really working on Jeff. Are he poking in the eye, I think, maybe?
Yeah. Ripped him with a right. Tags Goto.
Oh, slammed him into the head of Goto. Incredible.
That head.
Goto with a headbutt again. Jeff Jarrett down on the mat. But not out of it. We're coming up on the 4-minute mark in this match. Remember, the special time limit is 30 minutes for this championship match. Jeff Jarrett moved out of the way, gets the tag on Paul Diamond, who comes in after Akio Sato.
All 4 of them in there now, Dave. Backdrop on Sato. Jeff is in with Goto, whips him in. Another backdrop on Goto. Diamond likewise. This time it's a clothesline. We've got all 4 wrestlers in there.
Jeff Jarrett working on Tarzan Goto. The 2 legal ones in the ring. Paul Diamond and Akio Sato. Jarrett and Diamond running together in the middle of the ring. Diamond back to work on Akio Sato. Jeff Jarrett slams Tarzan Goto into the turnbuckle. There's a cover by Paul Diamond. Gojo's starting to go in there. Look out. Billy Travis grabbed him. The sheep herders in to grab Billy Travis. And
yeah, I like MJF, but I don't always like how he's booked, but I think he's really good on the mic and good in the ring. He's a great heel. I just don't understand the way he's used in AEW sometimes, but you know, that could just be me being a boomer.
Tojo Yamamoto in the ring throws salt or some kind of powder in Paul Diamond's eyes. There's a cover, 2, 3, and Akio Sato gets the 3 count. Referee did not see all that stuff going on with Tojo over here at Billy Travis and the sheep herders. The Japanese team awarded the belt. They've regained the titles here from Jeff Jarrett and Paul Diamond. You saw exactly how they did it. The time 5:09.
Yamamoto was about to get him disqualified by jumping up in the ring, and Travis got him, but the sheep herders got him from behind, and...
Tojo! This is the last straw! The one that broke the camel back! First the leg, then the candlestick!
Let's go!
And now this! When I got my hands on you, you're history, brother!
Yeah! Tojo Yamamoto did the one thing that Joe LeDuc could never do. He made a man of Paul Diamond.
Paul has suffered from, again, the Japanese treachery that caught him.
I know, it's incredible.
Paul Diamond, victim of Japanese treachery.
And after all of the battle that they had to get the belts and then have to lose them in a fashion like that. So we're going to take time out. We'll be back in a moment. Back to the wrestling action here in just one moment in the ring. By golly, I'll tell you, looking over the Wednesday card, 6 outstanding matches coming up in Evansville's Coliseum. We'll tell you the entire card a little bit later on. I do want to tell you, though, there is going to be a tar and feather match. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh,
Tojo Yamamoto is going to be involved with Paul Diamond. Of course, Sato and Goto will be defending their title.
Can you imagine? Oh, my. I envy these Evansville people every show. Tojo Yamamoto against former drug addict, recently turned man, Paul Diamond, in a tar and feather match. Oh, my God.
And the great Kabuki will be in here to go against Pat Tanaka. Tojo, it's going to be a busy night in Evansville.
You think Paul Diamond can beat me and town feather me? He's stupid, the son of a gun. What I forgot, Paul Diamond is just picking up now. I'm going to beat Paul Diamond. I'm going to town feather him, and he's going to be looking like about 6 weeks of this small little chick with on no feather. You understand?
You know,
and also I'm bringing in Mr. Kabuki for destroy that Pat Tanaka. So-called how he's a Hawaiian boy. He's a colored people.
Tojo Yamamoto talking about the battle between the great Kabuki. There's no question about it.
What?
In Evansville.
You think Paul Diamond can beat me and town feather me? He's stupid, the son of a gun. What I forgot, Paul Diamond is just picking up now. I'm going to beat Paul Diamond. I'm going to town feather him, and he's going to be looking like about 6 weeks of this small little chick with on no feather. You understand?
You know,
and also I'm bringing in Mr. Kabuki for destroy that Pat Tanaka. So-called how he's a Hawaiian boy. He's a colored people.
Tojo Yamamoto talking.
He's saying that Pat Tanaka is a colored person? Is what he's trying to say?
About the battle between the great Kabuki. There's no question about it. World-class wrestler, and he will be in there. Pat Tanaka is going to give him quite a surprise. Now, in addition to that, there's going to be some other matches. One will be a super heavyweight championship match. That's for wrestlers over 300 pounds, and it will feature Goliath going against Hillbilly Elmer. And, of course, Goliath will have downtown Bruno. Then Jerry the King Lawler will be going against Big Bubba.
Well, I'll tell you something. All my life on the streets of downtown Pittsburgh, brother, I grew up with absolutely nothing. Now I got a champion here, and there ain't no way that big, fat, slob pig farmer's going to take that belt. Now we got this man here. This is the baddest dude in professional wrestling, baby. We're talking about honorary citizen of downtown Pittsburgh. And there is no way that Jerry Lawler's going to defeat this man. No way Jerry Lawler's going to get me in the ring, and no way Jerry Lawler's going to leave.
I think Tojo he's a coward person. So he said he's a Hawaiian person, he's a coward person. Okay.
That building with the title.
If he wins, he gets 5 minutes with you alone with Jerry Lawler.
Wait a minute, Lance. Let me tell you something downtown, Bruno. You're going to be just as safe as in your mother's arms because I'm going to beat Jerry Lawler right there.
Wednesday
wow,
night in
that'd
Evansville.
be a good match. Yes. Oh my God. Okay, so I finally get to see the rock and roll RPMs, and are you ready for this? David Razor. Oh, hell yeah.
Is the rock and roll RPM. Mike Davis and Tommy Lane. We're ready for the introductions. Our first look at them in action here. We've heard a lot about them.
Oh, look at David Razor.
10-minute time limit match coming up. Keith Eric out of Memphis, Tennessee. David Razor out of Phoenix, Arizona going against him here today. And as soon as we get a referee in there between them, I don't think we want to turn them loose without a referee here. We are going to be ready to go.
Oh, my gosh, these guys are
You
great.
take over the refereeing up there,
All
Dave.
right, I think I'll just wait.
Eddie, can we get a referee out here for this match?
They're just going to keep throwing these blowjob tag teams out one after another, I think, till something sticks.
There we go. I think we're ready.
Rock and roll RPM waiting right there. Referee will get them sorted out here and signals for the bell to be sounded.
Jerry Vickers, the referee, and starting out as Tommy Lane. He is the shorter, but the stockier of the two. And he's going against Keith Eric. Keith Eric and David Razor. We have never seen Razor here before. Eric taking a shot or two from Tommy Lane. There's a tag on Mike Davis. Mike and Tommy, the Rock and Roll RPM.
How are you going to have a name like David Razor and then have like the most generic Lawler ripoff outfit? Like, come on, dude.
Nice stand and drop kick. Beauty. Wrestle out of Atlanta, Georgia. They have been around a lot of places. And we have heard a lot about...
They won a very prestigious tag team tournament in Rio de Janeiro just before they got here.
This team. They're a rough team also.
Well, they are. Yeah, they're not, they don't use a lot of finesse, but they have got some power. That drop kick, they just powered him down to the mat. They didn't care if it looked pretty or not. They just nailed him.
Dave, don't be fooled by the feminine colors on their pants. These two are all man inside that squared circle.
Same thing there with the upper arm.
Mike Davis drops again. Count of one. He didn't get it. Eric kicked his way out of it. Keith Eric needs to get over there and tag David Razor and give him his first shot of action here on Championship Wrestling.
Yes.
Tommy Lane takes over. And the Rock and Roll RPMs have been...
I was thinking Garmin and Trailer had the Billy Jack Haynes outfit, but it's this guy.
Controlled it since the opening go. That was not long ago, but they have certainly been in control. Keith Eric kicks out again.
At the 2 count.
Yes, sir. Tag right back to Mike Davis. Double elbow. There's a tag on David Razor. Razor comes through. Boy, and he is met with a big elbow by Mike Davis. Tag on Tommy Lane. Off the rope, in the air, backdrop. They just kind of overwhelmed him with a little 2-on-1 move. And Tommy Lane, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, man, that was like pretty rough. That was real rough. And then the referee could have at least covered it quick, and instead he was like, he got caught lacking pretty bad there too. Can we get a blowjob tag team in Memphis that doesn't fuck it up?
Rock and Roll RPMs, David.
Minute 58 seconds was the time on it. Quite frankly, it was all Rock and Roll RPMs. Mike Davis and Tommy Lane during the match. And they wrap it up in a little under 2 minutes.
Yes, sir, they did in their first appearance. Mike, congratulations. Tommy, you didn't take long to make your first win here on Championship Wrestling. You guys wrestle out of Atlanta, and we've heard about you from a lot of places around the country.
You know, Lance, we've been all over the country. We've been all over the world. But where it's happening is right here. And rock and roll is here to stay. The RPMs are coming in here, and we're going to do some damage, Daddy, I guarantee you.
Well, I have heard, Tommy, that you guys, while you're both fine, outstanding wrestlers, you can get down and get rough and tough with any of them if they want to get that way.
That's it. You know, if you have to do it, you have to do it. And rock and roll ain't scared to. There's a lot of good tag teams around here. Listen, hey, rock and roll! Yes, you hear them, baby. This is what it's all about.
You saw that we had right here today...
What did he say? What it's about is what it's about, or something like that. Do you remember when they used to do those on the old UFCs? They do the little intro videos because these were just random people that you'd never heard of. And like there was that guy Harold Howard, I think was his name. And they asked him for like his mantra or whatever, and he was like, "Well, where I'm from, they have a saying: if you're coming on, well, come on." And that was like his whole like personality segment.
An example of how rough it can get. Sato and Goto regain. They're the Japanese team that regained the international titles right here on television.
You know, Sato and Goto are no strangers to us in Tokyo, Japan. Sato and Goto, right there in a tag team tournament for $50,000. You pulled the same thing on the rock and roll, and we vowed then and there, no matter.
Did the rock and roll really get brought into Japan?
No matter where we went, if we ever saw you again, we're going to get that $50,000 back if we have to take it out of your hides.
Well, of course, they use the salt and everything else, and they're not above it, but they've got the titles, and they are now the champ.
Oh, shit, man.
Hey, come on.
Oh, man, look at this.
Hey, will you guys knock it off now? Nobody asked you to come out.
Oh, hell. Oh, my God.
What?
Jesus Christ.
They hit it to the ring.
Oh, man, this is amazing.
Sato Goto in there with Mike Davis and Tommy Lane, the rock and roll RPM.
Now we're talking.
And I think we're seeing a little of that rough and tumble tactics that they're capable of, Dave, because they are giving Sato and Goto everything they want and a little bit more.
Sato and Goto maybe should have thought twice before they came in here against this team. Boy, they are really, there goes Sato out of the ring. Goto, he's out of the ring. Tommy Lane got hit out. Standing in the ring, it's rock and roll RPMs with the Japanese team outside. Now Goto back up on the apron.
Tojo Yamamoto's thinking maybe this is not the time to have this kind of confrontation. So Sato and Goto are being very careful about climbing back in that ring with a rock and roll RPM.
The rock and roll RPMs.
And his Japanese champions don't look so high and mighty today.
Boy, they were right.
Triple H, if you ever watch this, it's time to put the rock and roll RPMs into the Hall of Fame. Clearly.
Out of the ring, no doubt about it.
Yep, there's no question about that. I will say that.
That's it right there. If it's $50,000 on their hide, every time we see them, Sato and Goto, you will be RPM.
Okay, there's the rock and roll RPMs, and I think we're going to enjoy seeing them around as they look like they can provide lots of action in the counter fighting the same style as some of these teams around here, David.
Just what we need, maybe.
We got plenty of action yet to go. Hey, we got that we got that handicap tag match. I'll get it right here in just a minute. It's coming up a little bit later. We'll take time out now and be back to it. To tell you about some of the action coming around the territory Thursday, December the 11th in Fern Creek, Kentucky at the high school. The sponsors is the Fern Creek Marching Tiger Pride. Advance tickets on sale at the high school office. That's December.
Sorry, I had to switch strains and get a drink. Studio wrestling, to me, I mean, I never got to experience it as a fan, but I love the idea of it. Like, I'm a like asshole fan, so I would definitely love like having this kind of like regulars that are really invested into the story and stuff would just be like a really amazing atmosphere. Same people pretty much week after week.
December the 11th of Thursday in Fern Creek. Thursday, December the 18th, Cloverport. Make your plans right now because Championship Wrestling is coming to the Sports Center, sponsored by...
Like, you would like start to develop like a little rapport with some of the wrestlers and stuff like that. Get into like your little fan performer routines.
By the junior class and athletic department. All that action coming up. You get out and see it when it gets there. Wednesday, Evansville Coliseum, 6 matches. Listen to every one of these bouts. Tar and Feather match with Tojo Yamamoto against Paul Diamond. Sato and Goto defend against the Rock and Roll RPMs. The international tag titles. The Great Kabuki and Pat Tanaka. Super World Heavyweight Championship, Goliath and Hellbilly Elmer will tangle. Southern Tag Team with the Sheepherders against Billy Travis and Jeff Jarrett. Southern title, Jerry Lawler and Big Bubba, and if the King wins, he gets 5 minutes with Downtown Bruno. Okay, we're going to be back in the ring with action coming up here in just a moment, but coming out now, without a question of a doubt, 2 of the biggest...
Sorry, I sneezed like 10 times.
Wrestlers we have ever seen with one of the littlest managers that we've ever seen, Big Bubba, the international heavyweight champion to say the least, and he's got the international heavyweight champion to say the least, and he's got a bout coming up with the Southern heavyweight title. It's going to be on the line.
I got another belt to add to my trophy collection. Can you believe that? Hey, but can you believe the audacity of this Jerry Lawler, okay? Can you believe how cocky he is? to make a stipulation in the Southern Heavyweight Belt match. Can you believe that?
Well, it's just simply the fact that he's got a, in the short acquaintance they've had, it's not been pleasant. He's got a little score to settle, and he's figuring on getting through you. Then he gets 5 minutes
Well,
with
first
Bruno.
of all, let me make things straight. Bruno, you got nothing to worry about, buddy, because I can beat Jerry Lawler 7 days a week, twice on Sunday, anytime, any place. Okay? First of all, I'm going to take Jerry Lawler, take him to the ring, and pin his shoulders 1, 2,
Yeah, I was pretty sure she did, but like listening to it back, she definitely did.
3 in the center of the ring, in front of all of his collared-eating, neck-bone-sucking hillbilly friends.
Wow.
Can you believe that? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to embarrass him and show him that the king is actually a queen, because this is where it's at, brother. I'm going to be walking away with the belt. And before you can say anything, we know about the stipulation in the rule book up here that says that you can only have one belt.
That's right.
But let me tell you something. Me and Big Downtown Bruno, we've been talking. First of all, Jerry Lawler probably paid somebody to put that rule in the book because he's afraid to lose his belt. But me and Big Downtown Bruno, we talked to the best lawyer in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh
We're
boy,
going to take care of him.
Pittsburgh, what
Really,
a
that
dump.
matters.
I'll tell you something, brother. First of all, let me make 1 point clear, baby. It doesn't really matter if there's stipulations, contracts, whatever. You know, because there's no way that the Queen's going to beat this man. You know what I'm saying? This man is, what, 400 and some pounds of walking, talking, roping, stomping downtown destruction. I want to make 1 point clear. I made my friend here an honorary citizen of downtown Pittsburgh. Let's make that clear, okay? There's no way at all that Lawler's going to take this man. It's impossible. Lawler's just an alley cat, coat wearing, crown wearing, strap pulling, undercover hillbilly. Okay, now we got that out of the way. Let me say this. I am not the least bit afraid to get in the ring with Jerry Lawler anyhow. Wait. Not the least bit afraid. I'm the freak of nature or whatever. This man should lose, which absolutely he will not. And I do have to get in the ring with Jerry Lawler, which I won't, as I said. I tell you something. I got a letter the other day from one of the women I used to represent down.
Yeah, that's true. Bruno getting all the mic time.
Downtown Pittsburgh, you understand? See, and since I quit representing her as her agent, let's say, she said she went with a guy named Velvet, see? And she wrote me a letter that this guy named Velvet would beat her. So she went, and her new agent was a guy named Leroy Jones, see? And she was upset because Leroy Jones would beat her. I said, well, what do you want me to do? I'm not coming back downtown. I'm having a good time here in the South, see? She says, well, she wants Jerry Lawler to be her new agent because he don't beat anybody, okay? Now that we made that point clear.
Very funny.
Now that, wait.
Man, that took a long time to get there, but it was kind of worth it.
Now we got a big fat guy named Hillbilly Elmer. Hillbilly, you know, he got a belly like Cocoa Head Mountain. Yes, I was in Honolulu, baby. This man here, the mighty 414-pound Goliath, baby, from downtown Pittsburgh, Fort Duquesne Boulevard, not 42 like the rednecks say. Fort Duquesne Boulevard. This man here is going to get in the ring with that hillbilly Elmer, and he's going to show him some whooping, man. Sure, this man is 460 pounds, but he's 460 pounds of fat. I'd like to know what we're going to name it. You know what I'm saying? I would really like to know what we're going to name it. That's my point, and that's pretty much all I have to say because, hey, these men speak for themselves. My Twisted Steel and Sex Appeal speaks for itself, and this man's going to be the new Southern Heavyweight Champion, baby. Oh, yeah.
One thing you failed to mention is this will be the first time Goliath has ever faced anybody
Yeah, he was struggling definitely with the delivery.
who is bigger than he is.
Fatter than he is. What does bigger mean? This man has the belt. This hillbilly Elmer don't have the belt. And, hey, wait a minute, wait. They could use guys like this in South Africa, brother. We're going to go in there and turn him inside out and make a white man out of him.
It's time for the tag handicap match. Big Bubba and Goliath going against 4 guys right here. Let's go to the ring and the action, David.
All right, it is going to be 4 against 2, a handicap tag team match. Referee Jerry Vickers in the ring right now. And the way it is, the team of Jerry Garmen, Benny Trader, Jim Jameson, and David Johnson, they can have any 2 men in the ring at one time. Any 2 of the 4 can be in there at one time. Across the way.
Okay. Okay. All right. Oh my God, what's going on? All right, I'm back in the green. I'm going to chance it here.
Jerry Vickers center signals for it. And Garmen and Trailer are starting in against Bubba.
Good. Nice. That's unbelievable, huh?
I am amazed every time I see this man in the ring. He is so huge, so powerful.
Are the Memphis Mafia onto the Outlaw streams? No, I just have shit internet. Well, I have decent internet, but I have a shit computer.
Just easily picking up both Garmin and Trailer and just slamming them right square in the middle of the ring.
Boy, it's just hard to believe. Now, let me tell you, these guys are no peanuts. They are compared to him, but, man, he whips in there, crotches them, flips them up in the air just like they were nothing. Look at that. This is Big Bubba. Into the ropes.
Oh, shit.
Benny from behind. Jerry caught over there in the turnbuckles. Bubba just flips him off. Downtown doesn't seem to be too worried about the action that's taking place in there, and with good reason up to this point. Coming off the turnbuckles.
Boy, that
Bubba
didn't
just
work,
catching. No,
Jerry
he was going to try to press him.
Yeah, did not work at all. Didn't get anywhere with that.
Crashes those heads together, and they need a tag over there.
Can you imagine being one of these guys and asking for the tag?
Both of them need to get out and let David Johnson and Jim Jameson make it through.
Wow.
Can you believe a guy at 407 pounds can get up in the air and drop kick two men like that? Well, here comes David. Here comes Jim Jameson in. And their task is no easier because they have a jowl-slapping big guy themselves in Goliath. Jameson almost driven through that mat. Good. Nice.
Oh, my God.
Look at this. Up in the air with a chokehold. Jameson swings the right and it has no effect whatsoever. Jim hits the floor. And Bruno down here. All right, you better get back away, buddy, because you're not that big. God. You may have a couple of big friends. Somebody can get up and slap you sidewind. And Goliath down on top. 1, 2.
Picked him up at the 2 count.
Yeah.
Here's Big Bubba coming back. Goliath tagged him while he was over near the corner. Ooh, he dropped David on his head.
Boy, he almost poked his head right through the bottom of that ring. Count of 2, 3. Thank goodness he took the count right there. He didn't try to pick him up. Over the top rope comes athletic.
It wasn't bad.
Down
I
Bruno.
thought it was a fun little match.
Well, I guess if you're that little, you got to have a couple of friends that big. As irritating as Bruno is, he hops out of the ring and heads back with these 2 huge bookends. Garmin, Trailer, Jameson, and Johnson checking to see if they've got all limbs together here. Man, oh man. What was the time on that?
Time on it was 2:34. Big Bubba and Goliath. Another awesome display from those two.
Yeah, to say the very least. Timeout, and we're going to... No, we're not going to take timeout right now, are we? No. Okay. Let me get up and make a move here, if I may.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you what. Okay, now we got them.
And we got cameras running everywhere here, man.
Everywhere.
I really like most of the jobbers in Memphis. Some of the mid-card guys are, like, not the best, but I feel like the undercard guys always work really hard.
Well, I gotta tell you.
God, look at this mess.
We've got ourselves some trouble with a couple of guys as big as Bubba and Goliath are, and then have a little manager who just
go ahead and call him exactly what he is, Lance.
No, I can't.
He is a little slimy worm. That's exactly what this little wimp is. He's worming his way around here, and he thinks he's going to worm his way into the middle of all the things that's going on down here in the South, brother. But let me tell you something. If you got any brains in that head of yours, you better get your scrawny little butt back up to Pittsburgh just as quick as you can get there, boy, because you're going to get hurt down here. I can guarantee you that.
Now, you can talk about the South, you can talk about the rednecks, you can talk about anything you want to. But after I get my hands on you, 5 minutes with me, brother, and you won't be doing any talking at all. Because I'll put this fist so far down your stinking little throat, brother, that you won't be able to talk for a long, long time.
That's
now,
right,
it's true,
bro.
Lance, that this Big Bubba, a big blubber as I call him, is big.
Big blubber.
He's big and he thinks he's bad, and he can be had, I can tell you that, because if you saw that piece of film a little earlier, I knocked him right down on his fat back, and I'll do it again. And if you think for 1 minute that you're going to get that Southern heavyweight title around your waist, you got another thing coming. I know that's what you're thinking. I know that's what you came here for. You want the Southern strap, but you're not going to get it. And as I said before, and I'm going to say it again, I don't care what I have to do to hang on to that belt, Big Bubba. I don't care if I have to reach way down in the bottom of that big bag of tricks that I got, brother, and come out with something pretty mean and something pretty nasty and something pretty hot and something pretty heavy. I'm going to do whatever it takes to hang on to that Southern title. And as for you, you little worm, Bruno, after I beat Big Blubber, I'm going to have you in that ring, and in 5 minutes, I'm going to show you just how much damage I can do to a little worm like you.
Holy shit.
Hey, you got one going for the super heavyweight title bout.
I don't know if he's Max Payne or not, to be honest. I don't know too much about Max Payne, let alone this guy, whoever that guy was.
Hillbilly Elmer, and this is going against this Goliath. You're the first guy that's bigger than he is that he's ever
I'll tell you
faced.
what, I've heard them out here running their mouths and doing everything, but I'll tell you what, Lance, I'm not worried about it a bit in the world. That belt is mine, and I'm going to take it, and I'm going to keep it. Hey, Big, what's his name?
Goliath.
Goliath failed, you know. You heard that in the Bible? Well, he failed. He gonna fall again.
Okay, we're going to look forward to it and seeing all that action when it comes up. Time out. We'll be back in a moment.
Words of wisdom from Uncle Smelmer.
In the ring right now, Tony Parks and David Haskins, and coming this way.
Before I get in the ring with my bloody cousin and beat their Yankee brains in, I'd like to congratulate the Jets on winning their titles today. When we beat those 50 teams in the tournaments for these belts, they took us out and partied us. And since we beat their brains in, we're going to take the Jets out and party them. Now, Jeff Jarrett, the brat, right? Jeff Jarrett, the brat, and Billy Travis, they say that we cheated when we won these. Well, let me tell you something. You know what happened here last week? We put the Yankee blood all over this bloody studio. Cost us $1,400, but that's all right, because we're going to get it back. Now I'm going to show you what they're going to look like when we get you in the ring. Jeff Jarrett and Billy Travis, this is what you're going to look like when we get you in the ring. I'm going to take these belts that you love so much, and I'm going to go bang, 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 and I'm going to bash your bloody heads in with them. You understand that? I'm going to bash your heads in so their Yankee blood is going to be all over the place. And you know what they're going to look like then? They're going to look like this.
All right, Jonathan.
Like that, just like they're going to look.
Boy, I tell you, I think the guy is worse now than the last time that he was here. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
Jonathan Boyd and Bigfoot, the sheep herders, stepping in there against Tony Parks and David Haskins. That's Tony Parks against Jonathan Boyd. Boy, well, you heard him and saw him out here. I don't know. Boyd, the sheep herder.
Boyd slamming Tony Parks with that head of his, catches him with a big elbow. Referee Jerry Vickers, tag on Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
He got some marvelous cousins, doesn't he?
Oh, he does.
You look back at some of his cousins. Crazy Luke Williams.
And Rip Morgan, even worse, perhaps.
Did he say this guy has a crazy cousin, Luke Williams? That's the guy, right, from the Bushwhackers, the cousin Luke?
Bigfoot with a big elbow puts Parks down on the deck hard in the air.
Maybe we'll watch that sometime. Maybe we'll eventually get to 94, 95.
There's a big power slam from Bigfoot. Drops down with a heavy leg right across the chest. Jonathan, hand
stand out, takes the tag. Boy, oh boy, this Parks has not had a prayer.
No, it has not been his day as Jonathan Boyd stepped in there with blood in his eye, literally, and went after him. David Haskins in there battling him. Haskins outweighs Tony Parks by a few pounds, and he is really going after Jonathan Boyd here.
Not having a lot of success at getting him off his feet.
No, he isn't. He really gave it his best shot, and he did not get him off his feet. Now look out. Boyd whips him into the ropes.
Head to the midsection, tag on Bigfoot. Whoa, David takes a drop kick right smack in the face and in the body as Bigfoot got one of them right up there and kicked his head loose. There's the battering ram, the Boyd battering ram. 1, 2.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but like I guess maybe the sheep herders were around and then like Luke joined and then eventually Butch cycled in, but like that's what I was thinking is they used to be called the sheep herders. Because I was kind of surprised whenever they said the sheep herders were coming in and then it was like 2 guys I didn't know.
2, 3.
Yeah, 2:03 the time on it, and there's a celebration by the sheep herders.
Well, Jonathan said after they beat them up, they were going to take the Japs
That's
out.
what champions look like. The sheep herders.
I hope not. We'll take time out, and we're going to be back with more action in just a moment.
Oh, wow. That was even the finisher, right? The battering ram?
All right, some more action, brother, and it's going to be Wednesday night. 6 matches, yeah, and I'm telling you what, it is going to be something else. I mean, every one of them are dynamite matches, starting from the very first. I'm loving this. Tar and feather match, Paul Diamond and Tojo Yamamoto. I know you're going to do the number on him.
I'll tell you what, I feel like a lottery winner, like I won $1 million. Tojo, you got to get in that ring and face me one-on-one. You know, he's had something to do with breaking my leg. He beat the tar out of me with that stick. Finally cost me the international tag team belts. Well, I've had enough. The anger that's built up inside me, I feel like Mount St. Helens, ready to erupt. Well, I'm going to erupt all over you, Tojo. And then when it's all over, brother, further humiliation. Tar and feathers all over your body right there in Evansville.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to put tar and feathers all over your body, and then I'm going to erupt all over you like Mount St. Helens.
Wednesday night is going to happen. Southern tag team's going to be on the line. Sheep herders, Jeff Jarrett, Billy Travis. Tough match,
That's
Jeff.
right, Lance. You've seen our matches with the sheep herders, and there's not much wrestling in it. That's right, it's a fight. You people in Evansville are going to see a fight, but there's nothing me and Billy like better than to walk out with them belts, Lance, and I think we can do it in Evansville.
Good luck to you in there. I think you can, too, as a matter of fact. 5 minutes with downtown Bruno. Big card that they sent to the king if you beat Big Bubba.
Lance, you're right. It's sort of like a Christmas card is what I thought it was, because that will be just like a Christmas present to get my hands on that stinking, sniveling little worm, downtown Bruno. You're right. You got the right nickname, because if I get 5 minutes with you, brother, they'll catch you downtown Evansville, because they'll catch you speeding. I'll hit you so hard. And let me tell you something, Big Blubber. You bring that little worm down to the ring and you let him do everything he can, everything within his power to try to help you win that Southern title, because it ain't going to happen. You see, Lance, I said, it's like Christmas to me already. It's almost Thanksgiving, but we're going to confuse everybody. It's going to be like the 4th of July Wednesday night in Evansville, Indiana, because Big Blubber, I'm going to light you up like a Roman candle, Lance. I guarantee you.
Hell yeah.
That's Wednesday night. You got to be there start to finish.
Wow. Amazing. Oh my God. We are truly blessed. Holy shit. Hillbilly Elmer and Jerry Lawler versus Boy Tony and the Dennis Hall, accompanied by Dolly Parker.
Bed and I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come to life.
Yeah. What a trio that is, David.
Shower and the blood starts pumping.
Boy Tony, Dennis
on the job.
Hall with Miss Dolly Parker in our main event expiration of time match. I want to say right here and now that we just received word not shown up at the studio as yet. So scratch that, sports fans. We've got action in the ring that I'm interested in. Ought to be a good one, David.
Yes, indeed. Boy, Tony has been throwing little bars of soap out in the crowd. The crowd's been throwing them right back at him.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, over here with Dolly Parker and Dennis Hall. Across the way, here's Hillbilly Elmer.
So you think that was real? That, like, he was supposed to show up and he didn't? This, who's under the mask as the killer, the snowman?
You got two girls up there in the ring.
That's Hillbilly Elmer with his comments about the situation, and his partner, the King, Jerry Lawler.
So the guy that's with him here, that's with Boyd here, is just some local guy that they gimmicked up to be with him. Like maybe Luke had other commitments or something.
Just about set to get this one underway. Expiration of time match, 1 fall or 20, depending on the amount of time. I can almost assure you we don't have time for 20 today, but we do have time for 1 or more. And let's see who's going to be starting. It looks like the King will be starting for his team, and Dennis Hall will be starting over here on this side. So Jerry Lawler against Dennis Hall in the corners. It's Hillbilly Elmer and Boy Tony. Referee Jerry Calhoun explaining the rules. Dennis Hall back onto the ropes. Well, reverses the King onto the ropes.
I mean, I'm sure the King is, you know, rightfully so, confident, but I think it's short-sighted to count out someone with the experience level of, you know, the Dennis Hall.
Dennis being very aggressive today, moving straight in on Lawler.
Then Lawler came after him, and boy, he backed off quick.
Moved straight back.
Yes, he did. Straight ahead, straight back.
Side headlock, he gets him over to the floor, and Lawler ducks, and Dennis Hall nails Boy Tony.
How not to win friends and influence people. Hit your partner with a fist is not a good way to do it.
Like they don't have enough trouble with the King and the giant Hillbilly. He's got to hit his own partner. And Miss Dolly pats him on the foot and says, "That's okay."
Yeah, it'll be okay.
Oh, okay.
That is.
It's wrong for a woman to comfort her man. Come on, Lance Russell.
Oh, he's working on the left arm. The King popped him with the right fist. Yeah, Dennis Hall was pulling the tights. Lawler said, hey, that's what he's doing. The referee checked, and Lawler used the opportunity to let him have it with a right fist.
Now we got a lot of discussion going on about using fists in there. Top wrist lock. Tag on Boy Tony.
All right, here we go.
Tony comes in from behind, slips Lawler into a standing side headlock. King and Hillbilly Elmer, they've been together on numerous occasions in the past. They make quite a successful tag team.
Oh, look out. Hillbilly Elmer was set to knock Boy Tony off his feet. Tony stopped. He was thinking how smart he was when he ran into the right hand of the King. Now here's Hillbilly Elmer.
Whoa. Hillbilly Elmer's doing that thing that we learned about in Ladies' Right to Survive, where you grab the chin and the hair and then flip them downward.
Dennis Hall comes rolling in there and goes rolling out. A big leg by Hillbilly Elmer. Boy Tony rolling on the mat there. 3 3 minutes gone in this one. First fall action, expiration of time match. Boy, Tony halfway knocked over to the corner and halfway rolls over there on his own. He makes the tag on Dennis Hall. Dennis Hall says, I'll take him. Oh. Elmer fires Dennis Hall across the rope. Makes the tag on Jerry Lawler. Lawler has Dennis Hall on the mat. He pops him with that right hand time and time again. Dennis wants his hand raised. He said, hey, he hit me with a fist. Disqualify him. Give me the match right here. Let's call it off. Referee says, nope. Back into action.
Expiration main event. Winding its way down time-wise. Not certainly in the action as Boy Tony reaches over the top rope and really blasts Lawler with a solid right hand.
Dennis Hall takes him over to the corner, and Lawler is hit by Boy Tony from outside. Dennis choking Lawler. Now the referee backs him off there for choking. From outside, Boy Tony grabbed him. He got Lawler over in their corner. That is not a good place for anybody to be. Dennis Hall sliding the shoe off the side of Lawler's head. Dennis hanging onto a face lock. Lawler breaks out of that. There, look out. The strap comes down, and Lawler goes after.
I mean, it's so ridiculous. This is not only like that I'm so invested in this. It's almost 40 years old. But like it's Jerry Lawler against two absolute bottom rung jobbers in this promotion, and yet I'm still like invested in the match. Like I think that's a testament to Memphis, or like I would say, or drugs.
Boy Tony, then back to Dennis Hall. Look out behind Jerry. Boy Tony in here. Here comes Elmer. He puts Boy Tony back over in the corner.
Oh, look at here, Dave.
Oh, Dolly Parker swings with her purse. Hits Dennis Hall. There's the cover. Count as 1, 2, and 3.
It's going to be a 1, 2, 3, and Lawler and Hillbilly.
Dolly Parker walked right past her man getting pinned, and now she's attacking the ref.
The Elmer end up with the victory. Now watch. Oh! Whoa! Lawler steps in right after Miss Dolly had slammed the referee, and now Dennis Hall grabs Lawler from behind, and Dolly is slapping him good. He bangs Dennis. Whoa!
Whenever I hear that term applied, like a JYD knockoff or whatever, I always viewed it not that the person themselves was a knockoff, but that like the promoter, that's how they were seen by the promoter. Does that make sense? Or what they wanted them to be, instead of just booking them like to their strengths. He wanted to replace the dog.
She got out of the ring, but Lawler had all he was going to have. He was going to bust her a good one. The hands of the King and Hillbilly Elmer are raised in victory in that one. Dennis over on the floor being helped out by Miss Dolly. Boy Tony was conveniently absent out of that last little skirmish in there. So, the winners, Jerry the King Lawler and Hillbilly Elmer in how much time?
The time on it was 5:23.
5:23.
We'll take time out, and we will be back in just a moment. We're right down close to bye-bye time. We promised a lot coming into today's program, and I think we had an awful lot on today's program.
We had it. Well, we started with the International Tag Title match in here. The former champion.
Well, folks, we're coming up on bye-bye time.
Champion Sato and Goto in, and they took the belts away with the help of Tojo Yamamoto and the Sheep Herders, who also got involved in that. So the Japanese team again with the International Tag Titles. New team coming in here, the Rock and Roll RPMs, defeat their opponents today rather easily. And then Sato and Goto come out here challenging them, and they said, well, okay, let's just step right in the ring. And by golly, the Rock and Roll RPMs run them out of the ring.
I'm here to tell you they flat did, but those guys have had apparently some problems in the past.
Yeah, they mentioned
over
Tokyo.
in Japan.
Yeah, so that's very interesting there. Rock and Roll RPMs.
Looking forward to seeing that.
Big Bubba and Goliath won the handicap tag match. And then, of course, in the main event just completed, Jerry the King Lawler, Hillbilly Omer getting the win there.
Just doggone good action today, but by golly, it doesn't end today. It'll continue next week.
Oh. Okay, we're going straight into the following episode, the immediately following episode, November 29th, 1986, CWA Championship Wrestling in Memphis with, as seen if you lived in, or you were watching in Evansville, Indiana. Good to hear, ATF Media. Sorry you ran out of Tanner.
Hello again, everybody. Lance Russell and Dave Brown right along ringside. We're ready to go with another big one. You know, Davey, it occurs to me that as all of us, you and I even sometimes look for different matches, and boy, we've got one today that I am really looking forward to, and that's that Tanaka Kabuki. Go ahead.
Well, that should be very good. Yeah, great Kabuki in here. He's out of the Far East. Pat Tanaka from Hawaii should be a terrific single match coming up a little bit later on today.
Could be a great moment for Tanaka, too, because of the reputation Kabuki's got all over the world. That's
absolutely right. Before we get to that match, we got the Sheep Herders coming in here. Jonathan Boyd and Bigfoot. Also, 8-man tag team action. Jeff Jarrett, Billy Travis, Tracy, Smothers, Paul Diamond, all involved in that one. Then Big Bubba and Goliath will be in here again as a tag team this week. Rock and Roll RPMs, Big Lou Winston, more coming up today.
Downtown Bruno will be here. Sato and Goto.
Oh, sorry, you ran out of time in the tanning bed, or you just reached your limit.
And of course, Tojo Yamamoto. Oh, he was really darling. He lost a tar and feather match. I happened to see that. Oh, we won't get into that right now. We're going to take time out. We're going to be back with our opening bout for you coming up in just a moment. And by golly, Davey, we're ready to get it. We almost got it off before we got the words out.
You're right. Standing over, well, technically on the left of your screen, but they're all over it right now. Those are the Sheep Herders. Jonathan Boyd complaining already. Jonathan Boyd and Bigfoot with the flag of New Zealand. They're out of New Zealand at 486 pounds. Going against a couple of young guys out of Mississippi.
I'd be yelling, burn that flag.
Garmen, Benny Traylor, they'll weigh in at a total of 423. Bell sounds, and here we go. Jonathan Boyd jumping Benny Traylor right off
across that ring. Boom. Yeah. Like that. Before the bell really even got sounded officially.
Rock and Roll RPMs.
Big upper R by Boyd.
I think in WWF, I think they called him George Wells, maybe. But I remember that match. It kind of interesting. It feels like from just raw memory that like he gets most of the match, but then just like Jake hits like the DDT. That's what it seems like to me. Like it was kind of one-sided and then just like out of nowhere. But I remember as a kid, I didn't know who the hell that guy was, and I don't ever remember seeing him again.
Boy, he used part of a Boyd expression. Boy, he is bloody tough. There's no two ways about that.
And he's got to be upset today. They step into the ring without the Southern Championship belts, the Southern Tag belt. Boyd's never in a real good mood, and he's got to be worse today. Big power slam by Bigfoot. Sits down with the lower leg across the throat. Jerry Garmen over in the corner, hand outstretched, but Benny Traylor is unable to make a move over there.
Benny down center of the ring, and Bigfoot uses it, slams him in the back with it, and there is a tag right on Jonathan Boyd. And the tough New Zealander back in there.
Boy, Jerry Garmen got the tag just as he stepped through the ropes. He was nailed, and nailed hard by Jonathan Boyd.
You know what recent match I did watch, like modern wrestling match, was, I don't know how old it was. I think it could have been really old, but for some reason it just came up in my algorithm, so I thought it was new. But it was like Nick Aldis against Trevor Murdoch, and then at the end, like Ric Flair came out.
Boy, have you noticed that mural that Boyd is
like
having?
Billy Corgan got involved.
Tattooed on his back. Good. Nice. Woo. Into the rope. Fired across the ring. Down. Bigfoot.
Bigfoot got him with a drop kick. Not an especially good one, but as big as Bigfoot is, it was
Not
good
an
enough.
especially good one.
Look out, battering ram. Down to the mat he goes. Cover. Count is 1, 2, and 3.
That's it.
And the Sheepherders in 1:43 have themselves a victory here on the opening match of championship wrestling. Jonathan Boyd and Bigfoot get the win.
Well, I told Jonathan Boyd we'd talk to him after the match, and we are good as our word on it. The team of Jonathan Boyd and Bigfoot.
Well, I am really disgusted with you Yanks. You know that?
What now, Jonathan? That's nothing new.
Okay. We'll be champions in 37 countries. We have never, ever lost a match.
No, I haven't seen that, Joe.
In the center of that ring. Never. We might have got disqualified a lot of times, Lance Russell.
Yes, you
but now we understand what this is all about here. This is all about Eddie Marlin, Jerry Jarrett, Jeff Jarrett, Billy Travis, and Billy Travis's best friend in the whole wide world. Because we've seen them riding together, we know that he was Billy Travis's partner in here. See, we do some investigating work too. We're just not two pretty faces in professional wrestling. We know what went on in that match. Frank Morrell, you're Billy Travis's partner. So what do? You go out there and you set that whole thing up. Now, don't you tell me that was not set up.
Jonathan, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the championship match? Are you talking
what I'm talking about?
Oh, boy.
We go out there in a match thinking that we're going to get a fair shake. Just on our reputation alone, champions in 37 countries. You honestly think Jeff Jarrett
Here we go.
and Billy Travis can beat us?
You're upset about losing the Southern.
No, I'm not upset about that. I'm upset for the fact that the promoter happens to be Eddie Marlin, Jerry Jarrett, and Jeff Jarrett is being protected by them. Frank Morrell went out there with all intentions of us losing. If we had one shoulder down, which that's all he had.
Oh, shit. Frank Morrell was the referee? I didn't notice that. I must be really high.
That's the only reason.
Yeah, here comes this asshole.
Oh, here it is. Here it comes.
He's making excuses, Eddie. Making excuses.
Y'all made a mistake on the match, and you lost the match, and you lost your belts, and you're out here crying about it.
Eddie Marlin, do you see me crying? Did you see what happened to those two in the ring there? You've seen me destroy more people in professional wrestling than any other man in the world. The Sheepherders are the greatest people in the world. New Zealand's the greatest race, not USA, not useless, stupid Americans. You trying to stand here and tell me that you were not protecting your grandson? He's not under your wing. Let me have a look at your wing, Eddie Marlin. See this blonde there under it right now?
I'm not protecting my grandson. He got in the ring, him and his partner, and they won the belts. Now, let me tell you something. They got the belt. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, they got the belt.
When he got it, let me tell you, when he got in the wrestling business, he got in it because he loved the business and he wanted to be in it. The first time he was in this ring right here and he got hurt, the first thing come to my mind, fire the guys that did it.
Yeah.
But his dad and Jerry Lawler talked me out of it. Said if Jeff Jarrett's going to prove himself, he's got to do it in the ring. And they was right, and he's proved himself.
Hey, what did I tell you when I said I'd come back here? I said, we will be the champions in a week. Were we not the champions in a week? We went out and beat 50 teams in a row to win those belts. And
50.
you're standing here right now saying that you did not protect your grandson, that you're not protecting him?
No, I didn't.
Hey, are you the promoter?
I'm the promoter.
Okay, is Jerry Jarrett, does he own stock in this business?
Yeah, the Bushwhackers are one of my least favorite tag teams. This guy's just an absolute nut.
Okay, is Jeff Jarrett your grandson? Tell the people, turn around and tell them.
Never made any my grandson, and I'm proud of
Frank Morrell, Travis's partner, ex-partner?
sure.
Is it Travis's best friend?
I imagine.
Do Jeff Jarrett and Travis ride to the matches with Frank Morrell? Sometimes, my bloody eye, I see him all the time because I watch what's going on.
Well, that has nothing to
You've
do
been
with that.
protecting.
You made a mistake in the ring, and they won the
my
belt.
eye.
Now,
They
let
won
me
the
tell you
belt.
something. You're talking about protection. Any grandfather in the world would hate to see his grandson get hurt. I do. But he got in the ring, and he won the belt. And that's what it is.
Not with the belts. And I'm
He's
going to
got
tell
the
you
belt.
something, Eddie Marlin. I'm going to tell you something to your face. You can fire us if you want to, because you are the boss. You can do that. You've already proved by taking money off us that rightfully belong to ours and give it to the king. You gave it to Jerry bloody Lawler, our money. Since we've come here, you've taken our money off us. We've proved that we're the champions, but you've taken our money off us. You made us pay for all the damage done to the studio when we beat Jeff Jarrett's brains in and Billy Travis's brains in. We paid $1,400. So now you've taken...
Kind of a small touch, but something that definitely, to me anyway, like, if I just let my mind view this as like a complete fan, like the security guy who hardly ever moves, like to the point that I have pointed out many times how he's just stood there during the brawls, has moved all the way over, like right next to what's going on and made sure that like he's in camera frame.
$5,000 off us, $1,400 off us, then you put Frank Morrell in as the referee, knowing that he's going to help them all night long.
Come on,
and that's
Jonathan,
exactly what
we
he
got
did.
other matches.
I've got nothing to say. Now, look, you said you'd give me my say on TV,
Well, I didn't know
and I'm going to have
all
it.
day.
I'm accusing you. I'm accusing Jerry Jarrett. I'm accusing Frank Morrell, and I'm accusing Billy Travis and Jeff Jarrett as a conspiracy to just undermine us and take the belts off us. Now, we're going to return title match. I know they didn't have to put the belts up for 1 month, but I'm going to tell you something. We're not only going to destroy them this time, but I'm going to get great pleasure. And you're going to promise me that you won't fire me. I'm going to get great pleasure out of making your bloody grandson's face look like this, that pretty little boy. But if you're not protecting them, if you are honestly not protecting them, right here in front of millions of people on TV, I want you to say that you're not protecting your grandson. Say it.
I'm not protecting my grandson.
Then you won't mind a stipulation in the match, will you? It's a title match, a return title match. Now, the stipulation's this. We know we're going to win. See, we know. We've got confidence. I know what pain is. All you got to do is have a look at my back, and you'll see what pain is. That's what pain is, and I love it. But I know they don't love it, and it's the stipulation that I want.
Yeah.
I want the loser. The loser.
Yeah, I hate Eddie Marlin as a character. Like, as an authority figure, I hate Eddie Marlin.
Of the four to leave this area for 1 year. And I'm going to take... Hey, wait a minute. You've been making all the stipulations. You took our money. You took the belts off him and handed them to your grandson. Now, listen. We'll go out there and destroy Billy Travis, and then we'll break his leg or break his arm or something. And that's a promise. That's a promise I'm going to make to everyone. But we will pin your grandson. You understand this? He will be the target. We will pin him right in the center of the ring. The stipulation is
the one who loses the ball leaves the area for 1 year.
No, sir.
It'll make him into a man, not a little sissy being protected by his family and the referee.
All he's doing is a tag title match.
See? Hey, what I tell you, Jake? Didn't I tell you? I called up Luke and Butch. I called up Rip, and I says, hey, this kid has been protected by the promoters, the referees, and
he's not being protected.
Look, I think, look, what's the use of me standing here?
This is ridiculous.
No problem, Dick.
This is gone.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
God.
Understand?
I want you to listen up, Jonathan Boyd. You're out here ranting and raving, calling me and Billy Travis punks, embarrassing my grandfather, saying you're all tough. This is how tough you are. Hey, who's got the belt?
Question first. Is your grandfather and your father and Frank Morrell protecting you?
No, they sure aren't. Hey, you saw. We've got the belt. We've proven to you how tough we are, and yeah, we'll take your challenge.
Wait a minute. Wait just a second.
Wait, what I hear?
We've proven how tough you are. We've got the belt. We'll take your challenge, Jonathan Boyd.
I got to get up here so I can hear this.
Wait just a minute. Billy, you was going to lose the Leave Town match, and you said you'd never do it again.
I didn't like Jack Tunney either, the kayfabe WWF president. I always wanted something bad to happen to him.
Yep.
Like get jumped by a wrestler or something.
No, take your challenge. Take your challenge.
There you do it. Now stop him from taking the stipulation. Did you hear that? You heard him say it. He has accepted the stipulation. Is that right?
He's a man. He can take care of it.
Okay. Now this is it, Lance Russell. You raise your right hand. And swear that stipulation is going to be in effect. The one that loses the ball leaves the area for 1 year.
His word is good.
Okay. And my body words, but you will destroy him.
Well, the show's about over, Dave.
Oh, my Lord. Look at this match.
Jonathan Boyd going on forever.
So, Jeff Jarrett, Billy Joe Travis, Tracy Smothers, and former drug addict Paul Diamond against Roberson. Remember him? The guy that had that really cool gimmick for like 2 weeks where he just kept giving up on his tag team partners. Hall. The Dennis Hall, right? Boy Tony, and then I don't know who James is.
Meanwhile, we're just about set to go.
Oh no, like I want to see Eddie Marlin, like and Jack Tunney. I just dislike them, like, you know what I mean? Like I enjoy them as performers, but I enjoy hating them. Does that make sense?
With an 8-man tag team match coming up here. Referee Jerry Calhoun says ring the bell. We'll introduce them as we go along. It's Boy Tony in here against Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett into the ropes. Boy Tony out of St. Louis. Jeff Jarrett out of Nashville, Tennessee. Boy Tony over the corner gets the tag on Dennis Hall. Dennis Hall, Las Vegas, Nevada. He has Miss Dolly Parker over in his corner. That's Billy Travis in there with Jeff after the tag. Jeff.
I had to see Eddie Marlin like fall off. I had to see how terrible he was as a bureaucrat, as a matchmaker. At first, I thought I was, I gave him too much leeway, and he really took advantage of that.
Steps out. Billy Travis out of Lexington, Kentucky. Also in the corner of Jeff and Billy Travis, Paul Diamond. Coming in right now, Tracy Smothers. Oh, a little hair pulling there as he drove Tracy into the turnbuckle. Lucky flip out of the corner. Good drop kick by Tracy Smothers. Tag is made. Paul Diamond coming in now. Paul and Tracy send Dennis Hall to the rope. Put him up in the air, drop him to the mat. Paul Diamond with a cover. Count is one. One's all he can get. Dennis Hall able to kick out of it. He's over to the corner. Dennis Hall and Boy Tony teamed up today with the Headhunters team. The Headhunters, Keith Robertson and Mike James. That is Keith Robertson in there right now. He backs Paul into the rope.
What's his ass say?
Robertson to the corner, makes the tag, and Boy Tony will be coming back in.
Why don't you try selling, Paul?
Diamond tags Tracy Smothers. Off the middle rope.
Oh!
Boy Tony looking for a tag, and he gets it. Mike James of the Headhunters.
I think that's an unfortunate byproduct of the Memphis ring, is that, like, if you do any kind of tag team move, you're pretty much over in the other team's corner by the time it's over.
Drop kick by Jeff Jarrett. Here's a cover. Might be it. 1, 2. He got it. 2 minutes, 16 seconds of action. The win to Jeff Jarrett, Billy Travis, Tracy Smothers, and Paul Diamond. We'll be back in just a moment.
Dino Bravo. Man. He got up for that.
Okay, back into the action in the ring in just one moment. Brother, I'll tell you, looking at the card for Evansville, it is something else. 5 matches, every one of them so solid, you're going to love it Wednesday night at the Coliseum.
5 matches.
Tojo Yamamoto will be hotly involved because his ninja will have the mask up against Pat Tanaka's hair, Sato and Goto defending the title, and Paul Diamond will be going against your hand-picked Avenger, the great Kabuki.
Wednesday night is going to be the Japanese holiday night because I brought Mr. Kabuki for Mr. Paul Diamond because Paul Diamond, you humiliate me. You're going to get the works. And next ninja match is on against Pat Tanaka. Pat Tanaka, there's no way my boy going to lose the match. Your hair is going to be bald-headed just like Matt, but only thing you're going to look all right. Also, my international tag team champion will be on the line too, and my boy is going to be retain the champion. Banzai!
Well, Tojo Yamamoto speeding off because he's got a lot of things on his mind for Wednesday night. Tell you something.
I think he was just out of things to say and, like, didn't know how to wrap the interview off, so he just threw a bonsai out there.
Somebody else that has something on their mind is Downtown Bruno,
boy, who's this?
because he will be involved. Don't forget the main event is going to be a Southern tag with a loser of the fall to leave town. Sheepherders against Jarrett and Travis. We'll have more on that a little later. Downtown Bruno has got Big Bubba in
Well, you
there.
know what I got on my mind? I got Jerry the Queen Lawler on my mind. There's a man that's so low, he has to look up to see down. He can play handball off a curb. This man thinks he's fun running around Evansville burning downtown Bruno. Well, let me tell you something, Jerry Lawler. Maybe it's going to be you next time burning. I'm a little sick and tired of him. He thinks he's a legend. He thinks he's a hero. He thinks he's an idol. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm the idol smasher, the iconoclast, and this is my hammer, baby.
Hey, I want to ask you about that mask.
Don't worry about the mask, Lance Russell. The only thing is there's not going to be any convenient disqualification this time. The fact is it's 2 out of 3 falls. And Lawler, there's no hope for you, brother, because I'm going to take care of you right there.
Don't forget, it is 2 out of 3 falls. That means you're going to have to be in condition to be able to go the dirt. I know Lawler can. I've seen him do it before. All of that Wednesday night. We've got more we'll be talking about.
Why the mask?
Big Bubba, Goliath with Downtown Bruno in their corner. Stepping up across the way, it's Robert Bryant and his partner.
I haven't seen Ron Sexton in forever. We haven't seen the Beach Twins in forever. I think we did see one Beach Twin, Van Horn, was on in a singles, or he teamed with somebody else. But there's a lot of people we haven't seen in forever. I miss Buddy Landell, Bill Dundee.
Keith Eric. Brian and Eric weigh in at 443, 881 the total weight on the other side. Referee says, let's get it underway. So here we go.
Not to put Robert and Keith down, David, but I'm not feeling this as the great.
What is going on here with Lance Russell? He's like, well, I hate to shit on these guys right out of the gate, but
This match of the year, I can tell you. When you look at Goliath and Bubba, you just don't know where to go get any competition for it.
Well, that's true. You've got maybe the biggest tag team in professional wrestling right there. Big Bubba and Goliath. You put downtown Bruno in their corner, you've got another element over there. Oh, could be a long day for Robert Bryant and Keith Eric.
The only tag team I can remember bigger than these two guys was Benny and Billy Hill, the twins,
right?
When they were around, and they were not the specimens that like Bubba and Goliath was.
That's true.
Now we're going to get something done.
Keith Eric in there against Big Bubba. Boy, Big Bubba rushed him.
Did you see Eric hit the ropes, the slingshot? Bubba standing there, bam, he hit him. It looked like it didn't even touch him.
Keith Eric picked up in the air now by Big Bubba. Bubba slams him right in the middle of the ring. Bruno pacing the floor. You can see him float through your picture from time to time. Bubba with that big arm.
Oh, did you notice the angle on that? His shoulder, like, I bet that hurt. Remember when Jerry Lawler's wife, the cat, took her tits out on pay-per-view?
2, 3. Minute 32. They probably didn't have to take that long to do it. A minute 32 seconds. Big Bubba and Goliath get the victory over Robert Bryant and Keith Eric. Now the referee and his partner Robert Bryant attending to Keith as Big Bubba and Goliath leave downtown Bruno, exits over the top rope.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you, he's a pistol at Bruno. I mean, something else. Here comes the new World Super Heavyweight Champion, Hillbilly Elmer. Congratulations, big guy. What a great win that was. Really stunned him.
Ain't that the prettiest thing you've ever seen in your life? I tell you what, I've got to defend this thing. So, Goliath, you're going to get another change. But I'm speechless. I love this belt.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy. What were they thinking, putting Uncle Elmer out there by himself? I figured I'd give you another change.
And this is the prettiest belt I've ever seen in my life, and I'm going to keep it.
Well, you got a return match coming up with Goliath, but son of a gun, you proved to him. He didn't think he could do it. You proved to him you could beat him in the first one.
I'm going to beat him again, because I'm going to keep this belt. I'll tell you what, Eddie Marlin told me that he has had it. Calls. Everybody wants a change at this belt.
Change.
Well, just come on down here and get a change to this belt anytime. I'm ready. It don't matter to me. Anytime. But I ain't going to lose it. I'm going to keep it.
All right, Hillbilly Elmer, the new World Super Heavyweight. That belt in particular, don't call if you're not over 300 pounds, because that's what that belt is. It's for wrestlers over 300 pounds. That's right. Yeah, you qualify. And then some, Hillbilly Elmer. So the new World Super Heavyweight Champion will be having to defend it, and there's going to be a lot of big guys that will be ringing his door. You can bet.
I'll be right back.
On that. First, he's got a return match coming up with Goliath, and we'll be seeing how that one comes out. Okay, I guess right now are going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Card. I'll get to it in just a second for Wednesday night. But first, I want to say Thursday, December the 11th at Fern Creek, Kentucky, at the Fern Creek High School All-Star card there of Championship Wrestling. And on the 18th, Cloversport. Look out. Action is coming your way at the Sports Center. We'll have more on that later on. Now, Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum. 5 matches, and every one of them a dandy. Hair versus the Mask, the Ninja, going against Pat Tanaka with the Ninja's mask against Tanaka's hair. International Tag Team titles, it'll be Sato and Goto against the Rock and Roll RPMs. And then a bounty match. Tojo Yamamoto goes out and gets for his Avenger, the Great Kabuki, to go against Paul Diamond. It's not going to be as easy as he thinks. Return Southern title match. It'll be 2 out of 3 falls with Big Bubba and Jerry the King Lawler getting it on. And then a Southern tag title with the loser of the fall to leave town, the Sheepherders, against the champions Jarrett and Travis. You got to be there Wednesday.
We, in fact, are going to be back in the ring in just a moment. Before we get to it, though, want to bring them out here and have a little conversation. Brand new team, and we love to see their action. We're talking about Mike Davis, Tommy Lane, the Rock and Roll RPM. Tommy, well, I'll tell you one thing. The folks that have seen you, and I know you're new in the area, they have loved the Rock and Roll RPM. You guys got a lot of speed. You're not afraid to fight. That's
exactly right. Like, there's something I want to clear up a little bit first. There's a lot of teams around that have called themselves Rock and Roll. You got Ricky Morton, you got Robert.
I had to take a piss break, but I'm coming back for the Rock and Roll RPMs. Look at these vests. Wow.
Gibson. Oh, yeah. But, the RPMs were around a little bit longer than they are.
They look like they're wearing that paper that people put in, like, decorative gift bags.
But that's fine. Ricky and Robert, that's fine.
You guys were called the Rock and Roll before Rick and Robert?
That's right? Exactly right. But, that's fine with us. Ricky and Robert, two great wrestlers.
Can you imagine if they made an Uncle Elmer and then made a Chase figure of him wearing like one of his polo shirts and slacks?
And we wish them the best. But we just want people to know we were around a lot longer than they were.
Well, that's something that I did not know, as a matter of fact, Mike. And it's interesting to hear that kind of information in there. Well, there's been a lot of teams that have been kind of in the rock and roll.
Something just seemed off to anybody else about this episode. Like Lance seems like a beat behind. Something just seems kind of off kilter here.
Vein, one that the folks remember here, and we really enjoyed them. The fabulous ones, Stan and Steve. There have been several others that we're seeing right now, and so you guys were the first rock and roll.
Well, that's exactly right. You got Stan Lane and Steve Kern. The Fabs, they're two great ones too. But rock and roll is here to stay, and the RPMs are the only way. When you haven't lived, you've been RPM.
Okay, well, Mike Davis.
I'm not a fan of his, but I feel like I'm a fan of like Giants in general. So I feel like Memphis usually gets the best out of him because he just comes in and dances and does a leg drop and that's about it. Which I think he's effective in that. Like I don't mind when he tag teams with Lawler, but singles, and I hate it when he's with that other hillbilly guy. I hate that guy too. Cousin Luke, Cousin Elmer. What's that guy's cousin? Was it Cousin Luke? Or no? I can't remember.
Tommy Lane, I know that Sato and Goto you've had some past trouble with, and you plan to take care of it whenever you can, right?
Sato and Goto, you two little greasy-headed, slant-eyed fools with that little bald-headed midget. Anytime that the RPMs can get a hold of you.
Wow, dude. This guy is bringing out the heat. Holy shit.
Mike Davis and Tommy Lane are more than willing.
You ready, Sato Goto? I promise you're going down.
Okay.
Strawberry sativa, that sounds good. Sour strawberry sativa sounds even better.
Hey, we got your opponents in the ring.
Do you guys remember when Tom Pritchard was in the Heavenly Bodies and he would do the promos? He was always constantly like, literally almost constantly like fluffing his hair, like moving it around and some shit while the other people were talking.
We'll see him in action again. The Rock and Roll RPM. Mike Davis, Tommy Lane, Davey.
Rock and Roll RPM's in there right now against Jim Jameson and Mike Murphy. This is going to be a match, one fall, 10-minute time limit. Jameson and Murphy weighing in at 4:35. Rock and Roll RPM's at 4:54. Starting out, it's Mike Davis against Jim Jameson. Jameson off the rope.
Hey, what's up, JF?
Oops. Whoa, Mike Davis. Put him down to the mat, over to the corner. Tag on Tommy Lane. They double him up with the upper arm as Jameson was coming off the ropes. He's in the air, he's body slammed, and Tommy Lane picks him up over to the corner. Rock and Roll tagging out quickly in this one. And again, they double up on him, this time with the boots to the midsection.
Smoking medical and drinking Bud Light? Hell yeah.
Jameson. Ooh, suplex.
Oh, is that a bushwhacker coming out? Whoa!
Rock and roll RPMs making the tag. That's Tommy Lane with a headlock.
He's just trying to he was just trying to get a rub off of the Japanese contingent. He knows he can't step up to Goto and Sato.
Jameson to the corner. A tag is made. Mike Murphy will be coming in. Murphy and Jameson both out of Memphis, Tennessee. Rock and roll RPMs out of Atlanta, Georgia. Mike Davis putting the heat on Mike Murphy's left arm. Jim Jameson shouting encouragement to his partner from the corner, saying, hang in there, don't give it up. Rock and roll makes the tag. Tommy Lane sits down on that upper arm. Look at these guys tag.
At this show, not very many. I mean, I'm not for sure. I don't even know how, like, is this the end of the crowd? It might be. I mean, it's just it's in a pretty small studio.
Where their reputation preceded them into the territory.
Oh, god damn it. Oh boy, hang on. Jeez. Oh my gosh. That's like my worst nightmare on this shit.
Jim Jameson shouting encouragement to his partner from the corner, saying, hang in there, don't give it.
Okay, sorry. Absolutely amazing racism.
Up.
Yeah, like, I don't think there's that many people there, but I think however many they can have there, I think it was pretty much always filled up. But, I mean, it was free since it's a studio show.
Rock and roll makes the tag. Tommy Lane sits down on that upper arm. Look at these guys tag. Where their reputation preceded them into the territory. Murphy gets the tag. He was over near the corner, and Jameson right there waiting. Backbreaker, double one across the knees. Count is 1, 2, and this one's over. Rock and roll.
It was definitely better than it was last time, but I don't know. It's still, I'm not really feeling it.
All RPMs have themselves a victory. 2 minutes, 9 seconds the time on it. 2:09.
Well, the pause button ordinarily is where the like skip back thing is if you're watching a playlist, and that always throws me off.
9, and Mike Davis and Tommy Lane walk away the winners.
Well, we found out something new that they predated Rick and Robert. I
didn't know that.
Sticks in my mind a little bit. Okay, let's take time out.
Do you think that's Lance's way of saying that, like, it's bullshit that the Rock and Roll Express was around first?
We, in fact, are going to be back. We've got the great Kabuki and Tanaka match coming up. Looking forward to that and much more.
This is a crowd.
All of the bravado by Tojo prior to it. He came out on the short end of the tar and feather match. I don't guess we have any tape of that, do we?
What, you going to be belligerent?
No, hey, come on, Tojo. Now watch the stick.
I heard what you talk. I heard what you said about me. I'm no dummy. You understand?
I didn't say you were a dummy. I just said you lost the match. That's all.
Hey. Don't you talk to me like that. You understand?
We'll end this interview in a hurry.
Now, you see, I brought back Mr. Kabuki for one favor. The Oriental, we all help each other. You understand? About Kabuki, for one favor, I want him to destroy.
I think it depends on the fans. I think if you compare this crowd to, like, a lot of, like, more recent crowds, like, the crowds might be louder during the cued moments of like, here's where you participate, where you mirror back what I say, or that like you sing along, or you do a scripted crowd interaction moment. I don't think the crowds are really that hot ordinarily. Like, these people get absolutely bent out of shape over like jobber matches. Like, I think just that the atmosphere of it would be crazy for a fan.
Paul Diamond humiliated me, you understand? And I was so embarrassed that he humiliated me right in front of my boys
Jedi
and everything
Rich.
all across. But now I brought back Mr.
Oh man, who would have ever thought Jedi Rich was back in the CWA?
Kabuki, and Mr. Kabuki is going to do the job. And I tell you what, he's going to do the job where we're going to eliminate Paul Diamond, and Paul Diamond will never wrestle again. We'll stop his whole career. That's Mr. Kabuki from Far East. You understand?
If you watch Healthy Family Force and you haven't for a little while, you should check it out. Things are really going interesting over there, to say the least.
We know his reputation, Tojo. We know.
Well, he's proven. I don't have to tell you. The record, everything shows that Mr. Kabuki. You understand? He's the greatest wrestler in the world, in the country today. You understand?
I hear you.
And now I get my another ninja. He's going against Pat Tanaka. The hair and the match on the line. But I tell you
Coming up in the future,
yeah, but I tell you what, my boy, train hard and everything, is not like Pat Tanaka. Pat Tanaka.
I act like a Memphis fan, but I was usually at shows that had like, you know, under 100 people at them, so I just came off like an asshole.
Not take the pain like Ninja. I tell you what, we're gonna see Pat Tanaka get his hair shaved just like me, but Pat Tanaka is gonna be more ugly than me. You understand? I'm good looking compared to Pat Tanaka. You understand?
I hear you, Tojo. Yeah, okay. Well, you got, seems to be enough problems to take care of, and he may lose his ache.
Yeah,
Tojo,
exactly.
That's it. I'm not going to talk to him. I don't want to.
Exactly. Run your mouth, Lance Russell. That bullshit.
I don't have to stand there and get beat around.
Well, Randy, when I win the lottery and we bring back Heroes of Wrestling, we're gonna have we'll run weekly spot shows.
Well, coming up here, one fall, 10-minute time limit match. Pat Tanaka just rolled into the ring, and he goes after the great Kabuki. Kabuki over here in the corner.
Well, I'll tell you, the reputation of Kabuki didn't stop Tanaka or slow him down.
He came right after him, yeah.
I guess if they're weekly, they're not spot shows, but I would want to run them at the quality of spot shows, like Boyd level.
Kabuki hit by a chop. Kabuki
ought
out
to
of
be something.
Yeah, it should be. Out of the Far East, the great Kabuki. Out of Hawaii, Pat Tanaka. There, look at Tanaka. Let him go by. Wow.
That sidekick got him. Oh, look at that. There's that mysterious green mist that Kabuki is world famous for creating. Tanaka down on the mat.
What happened to Ava? I don't know. We were talking about it earlier. She came on Hormaxer's stream with that guy. That's the last thing I know of that she did, but I've seen her pop up in chat and like come up on people's panels maybe, but very rarely. But honestly, I figured it was just my algorithm because like I don't even get notifications when Grace goes live, or like the people I get notifications for are Savvy Guy and Tony Yo Man. Like anything they put up, I get one, but like I don't get notifications for most of the, like Ruby, I don't get notified for. Jimmy Wang Yang would have been a perfect member to this stable. Why would a cowboy from Texas be a good person in a Japanese stable?
Wow, he is really.
So Ava's just like, she's just living her life, like she's just living life, like, yeah.
Really worked over Pat Tanaka here.
Well, good for her if that's what she's doing. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a positive thing.
Not easy to do. You are not looking at an inexperienced wrestler in Pat Tanaka.
Tanaka is an excellent martial arts expert himself.
Yeah, I would have Savvy Guy be the champ, but I don't know. I might have to build him up a little bit. We might have to get milk the last ounce of wrestling out of Raven and get one last Raven run. Or is he dead now? If he's dead, obviously we have to find somebody else.
Tanaka whipped into the ropes.
Dude, if I was running a promotion and Paul Diamond even wanted to come in and do anything, I would put Paul Diamond on every show just by default.
Kabuki got him with a foot. I don't know what you'd call that. It's kind of like a back kick, but not.
I'd have him come out and interrupt me during a promo and like smack a joint out of my mouth and tell me that I need to get my life together.
Exactly. Kabuki with Pat Tanaka on the mat. He's working some pressure points on his neck there. And Pat is just not able to do much. Struggling to get to his feet. Can't do it so far.
Tanaka back up now, but the pressure points stay on, and he starts swinging back.
He did break out with that chop.
This guy's hair hangs all down in his face. I don't see how he sees who he's wrestling. Boy, it doesn't bother him, though. He is something. Ooh. Buried one that time in the midsection of Pat Tanaka. Standing. Bam. Right down on the deck goes Tanaka.
Of course, for the entertainment value. I mean, I've had a lot of fun with Paul Diamond, so I wouldn't mind. I'd put the guy over.
That's a choke, and the referee is counting him on it.
Although judging by like, I didn't actually watch the Hannibal interview, but it looked like he's still in pretty good shape, so it like might not be an optional thing. He might just come in and try to shoot on me.
He got the 4-5 count would have been disqualification.
I'm gonna have to train with somebody to get ready if I win the lottery to make sure that if Paul Diamond shoots on me in the ring that I can hold my own.
Kabuki.
Karate Vicky.
Tanaka got him in the midsection. Pat trying to battle back here. He can show a few kicks of his own.
Look at this.
Tanaka presses him down.
Is Dave Brown still alive?
To the mat.
Tanaka goes to the rope.
Up on the middle rope. Here he comes.
He fired the spray right in Tanaka's eyes as he was coming off the rope. Pat was on the second rope. And a disqualification on Kabuki. Tanaka's going to win it. But he had it sprayed.
Is Shawn Michaels really the best person if you want to train? Shouldn't I train with like Dan Severn or Ken Shamrock or something?
Right in his eyes. Ask Austin Idol about that. He can tell you.
No, you know who could be my inspirational teacher through the vignettes and everything? Ruby Spacek.
Something about Kabuki. Yamamoto holding Kabuki back.
We'd be jogging down to Dunkin' Donuts and have all the crowd behind us. We'd all be hitting vapes.
As Tanaka is being led out of there, but Pat
dumping
is
pills out
the winner of that match.
Yes, he is. The time on it, 3 minutes, 19 seconds.
Yamamoto pulling the hair of Kabuki to get him away from Tanaka and get him out of it. And the winner, Pat Tanaka, by disqualification. More action back in a moment.
Talked about it, but brother, I'll tell you, the more I look at it, the greater it is. 5 matches in Evansville Wednesday night at the Coliseum.
There's absolutely no way that Dirty Rhodes is still alive, but if he was, I certainly would train with him. A Dutch maybe could coach me over Zoom.
him in every one of them dynamite main event matches. For instance, the Ninja is going to have his mask up, and Pat Tanaka is going to be putting his hair up for this match. Now, this is a return.
Oh, man, look at this outfit by Hawaiian Pat Tanaka.
Match, but you had to put your hair up to get it.
Yeah, that's because Tojo, he always cheats and he always...
No, Ruby's not the Miss Elizabeth. She's the hard-nosed, streetwise person who's gonna she's gonna teach me how to fight, and then she's also gonna teach me how to keep a positive mindset, but also be open, be mostly sober, but also to some light drug use and alcohol use. I think it'll all come together.
Finds a way, to get me beat. But I tell you what, Ninja.
I think we all know who the Miss Elizabeth is in the story.
He's going to be in your corner again, but he better pull out more than salt to beat me this time, because I'm not losing my hair. Not to you or anybody else. You better count on it.
Now, let me tell you what, this is one classy young man who Wednesday night is going to be fighting not only for his life, but his hair, too. Ninja's mask at stake in that one. And in addition to that, a bounty match.
Could I cut a promo? Yeah, I do it all the time on people in real life. They just don't know it. They don't know it's a promo. Would I drug test Paul Diamond? Absolutely not. In fact, I would make a big show of it. Like when he first came in, I'd be like, you know what, Paul, we're not going to test you because even I admit you're former drug addict Paul Diamond. But then after he started to piss me off as a worker or whatever, or I started to turn heel, then I would fabricate drug test results. And that would enter into a whole thing. And then Paul Diamond would have to wrestle me for ownership of the testing lab.
Paul Diamond, great Kabuki. Oh, you want to see that one. Southern tag match with the loser of the fall to leave town, and a Southern heavyweight title match with Big Bubba against the King.
I don't want to train with David Schultz. That's scary. That would be too much.
And in this one, it's going to be 2 out of 3 falls, so you know there will be plenty of action. The King's got something to say.
Let me say a couple words right now to you, big blubber. You want to stand out here and you want to tell everybody that this match was your idea, that you wanted a 2 out of 3 fall match with me? What a joke. You're going to try to tell me and all of the fans here that you want 2 chances, not only 2, but possibly 3 chances to get some more. What happened to you last week?
Are they doing a game where they say chance? I don't understand that. You think Grace is more of a Sherry? Personality-wise, definitely.
Well, we don't believe you, brother. Tell you what I'm going to do, though. I like this match. I love a 2 out of 3 fall match because I'm going to show you, after you run your mouth and after that little downtown Bruno has run his mouth about how big and how bad you are, I'm going to show you what it feels like to beat you 2 straight. And then you won't be able to come out here and talk about how big and how bad and how tough you are and call me the queen. 2 straight, you're going down, and I'm also going to show everybody why you're wearing that mask.
Uh-oh.
Action, my friend. I'm talking about big 2 out of 3 fall Southern heavyweight title. Don't forget the big Southern tag title Wednesday night, Evansville.
Wow. Man, Evansville rules.
Okay, we got action coming up here in just a moment.
I really like this. Do you think he consulted to see if he was almost the exact same color as the backdrop?
We'll be seeing Sato and Goto in the ring. Paul Diamond coming out. Pat Tanaka was supposed to be out with Paul, but obviously Pat with that stuff sprayed up in his eyes.
Need I say more? The guy is extremely dangerous. He's put a lot of people out of wrestling, and I got him. I guess so.
Eventually, I think I would turn on Ruby, though, in the storyline, and we would have a match like Bill Alfonso and Francine had. I think that could be pretty epic.
Joe just will never stop at anything.
He brought him in for one purpose, and he already told everybody what that is. You humiliated him with that tar and feather match. He brings Kabuki in. He's planning on putting it on you, Paul.
Absolutely. There's no secret.
Sherry's personality, Elizabeth's face, and Ariana Grande's box.
Why Kabuki's here. A bounty match. What it's come down to, Lance, is just like laws of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. He's trying to put me out of wrestling. Well, Kabuki, I've been on a shelf for 6 weeks, brother, and I didn't like it. And I don't intend to go back. Remember it. Survival of the fittest. And I will survive, brother.
Okay, good luck to you, Paul. It is not an easy task to be going in there against the likes of the great Kabuki when that match comes up. Okay, we're ready for Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto, the international.
Paul, if you're out there, buddy, just hang in there. As soon as I come into some cash, I'm bringing you into the territory, brother.
Tag champs and action in the ring.
Coming up with an expiration of time match, John Paul. Tony Parks will be going against the Japanese team. John Paul out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here he comes leading the way, and right behind him with a blue jacket on today, Tony Parks from St. Louis, Missouri. They'll weigh in at a total of 458. From Japan at about the same weight, right around 450. It's Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto. They again have the international tag team belts around their waist. Tojo Yamamoto with kendo stick in hand in their corner. Waiting for a signal from referee Jerry Calhoun, and this one will be underway.
I don't remember who said it, but somebody back when they were going through like a bad breakup, or I don't remember what happened, but they were asking like an ex about Ariana Grande, and the guy said that she had $1 million face and $1 billion pussy.
Expiration of time, might be one fall, might be several. We'll try to have some wrestling action for you as long as time permits. It's going to be Tarzan Goto starting again. John Paul. Goto, the one with a hard head. And there it is. John Paul, Tony Parks have to be considered the underdogs in this match. Both of them fine wrestlers. This Japanese team, as we said, now the holders again of the international tag titles. Gives you an idea of the level of competition John Paul, Tony Parks are going against. Goto throwing Tony Parks through the ropes, and Tojo with that kendo stick. And then a shot or two. Akio Sato slamming his head into a chair out here on the court. Tojo whacks him with a stick across the back. Tag made, and here is Akio Sato in. Tony Parks battling back. Picks Sato up in the air, and body slams him.
Tony.
Over to the corner, makes the tag on John Paul.
You know who I would book to be like, because I would want to be the terrible guy who, since he runs the promotion, he's got to put himself into the storylines. I would book as my bodyguard Robert Bronzy. He's that guy that looks exactly like Charles Bronson. And I just have him stand behind me in the gray suit, like at all times.
John Paul with a headlock on Akio Sato. John Paul takes a shot at Tarzan Goto since he was in the neighborhood. Grabs Sato again in a side headlock. John Paul with things pretty well in hand right now. Sato fires him into the rope. Caught him with a boot. Here's Goto in after the tag. Drop kick by John Paul. Tarzan Goto hits the mat as a cover. One. 1-1 is all he gets. Goto, a tough customer to pin, let me tell you. Over the back. John Paul picking him up by the hair. Referee warns him about that. There's the tag, and Tony Parks comes back in. Goto with a backbreaker, dropped him right across his knee. Over to the corner, and Akio Sato will be coming in. Tarzan Goto did not go for a cover. I don't know if he could have gotten the count of 3 or not, but there's one way to kind of wear your opponent down. That's a big chokehold that Akio Sato just grabbed Tony Parks right around the throat. There he is again. Referee's telling him, break it.
Damn.
There again, the choke, Akio Sato. using it liberally here against Tony Parks. Here's John Paul in now. John Paul against Tarzan Goto. Back in the corner. John Paul grabs Goto, fires him into the turnbuckles across the way, follows up with a couple of right hands, and Goto being bounced around the corner by John Paul. Goto.
I just tell Goto, this guy's making a fool out of you.
Tony Parks, meanwhile, going at each other down on the floor. And the Japanese team uses the opportunity to double team John Paul.
Oh, look out.
Sato off the top rope. Referee didn't see that. He was trying to get Tojo back around. There's a count of 2 and 3. This fall is over in 3 minutes, 53 seconds. The win goes to Sato, Goto, and Tojo Yamamoto.
Okay, we're going to take time out. We'll check our time and be back in just a moment. Second ball of action.
Oh, second. Is this an expiration of time?
Came in there, but John Paul was the one who lost the first ball, so he'll be starting the second ball, and that's okay with John Paul. Goto immediately right over on top of him.
Yes.
Double teaming was the reason for the first ball being lost to Sato and Goto.
Not only that, it was
Yeah, I always like it when the announcer has like an alternate phrase for when even he knows, for like it's obvious there's not going to be a kick out.
Joe Yamamoto with his diversionary tactics. He had Tony.
For me as a kid, if I heard "Good Night Irene" from Gorilla, I knew like, okay, it's a wrap.
Parks, and he was threatening him down on the floor here, and that had the referee's attention.
John Paul, who has not been in professional wrestling all that long, but he certainly has a whale of a lot more experience with Tony Parks, going against a couple of international savvy pro wrestlers in Sato and Goto, so it's tough enough as it is. You don't need Yamamoto spreading misery around to make it any worse.
Look out.
Tag on Sato.
Oh my
God. Just vicious.
Was he just fish hooking his nose? What was going on there?
It was after Tony Parks.
Goto is the battering ram that knocks the door down, and then Sato is so adept at mopping up. We used to talk about, you remember Bobby Eaton, we used to talk about what a finisher Bobby Eaton was. Sato was in the same style. He gets you hurt, brother.
Oh, same. I love Gorilla Monsoon. Have you ever listened to that AI podcast about Gorilla Monsoon where he Gorilla Monsoon interviews different people?
And he will finish you.
Goto. Boy, they're really going after Tony Parks. They want to wrap this ball up quick. They're already one fall up. All the Japanese team need do is avoid a loss in this ball, and they've got themselves a match. They can take it to the time limit, or they can win it. And they still have themselves a victory. There's a count of 2, but that's all Tarzan Goto can get. Tony Parks is able to break out of it.
Yamamoto trying to distract the referee again, poking him with that kendo stick, calling attention to something in the audience over there. Sato!
They kept Tony out of the corner. Tony moving toward the tag on his partner.
What do they call this, a learning experience?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Gorilla and Bobby are probably my favorite pair, and I especially love them on Primetime Wrestling.
That's what they call it to make you feel better, but I'm not sure that's going to work in this case. Tony Parks really being thrown around the ring and battered. Tony ducked out of the way that time. Good move. He's over to the corner, and there he got the tag. Here's John Paul.
John Paul.
John from Minneapolis.
House of Fire.
Goto with a good solid right hand.
Oh,
Repeatedly puts him down on the mat. Tony Parks comes in with an elbow across the way on Sato. Glad to see the young man showing some fire like that. Double diamond.
There they go, the Japanese team out
Sorry if it dropped out for a second. My internet dropped real quick.
of here. Oh, look out. Akio Sato throwing a chair in the ring, but this time Paul Diamond says, I got it. Come on in here.
Fine. Love to have you.
Yeah. Bonsai, they're yelling down here on the floor. Gojo threatening Paul Diamond, will get you, he says.
We'll get you, Oh, wow. What a finale. Okay, so we are now in the last month of 1986, which is crazy. This is December 6th, 1986, CWA Championship Wrestling from Memphis, as it would be seen if you were watching in Evansville, Indiana.
Crowd we got today. Hello again, everybody. This is Lance Russell with Dave Brown, and we're ready to go with another big day on Championship Wrestling. Good morning, David.
Good morning. I tell you what, we're going to start off today with a handicap match. We will have Big Bubba and Goliath with downtown Bruno.
Dave Brown looking good here. He's he looks like he's pretty with it.
In their corner in a handicap match. This is going to be another one of those 4-against-2 tag team matches, and that's just the opening match of the day. Later on, Sato and Goto will be in here with Gojo in their corner. They will have interesting pairing I'll tell you about a little bit later on. Then the Rock and Roll RPMs will be here. Mike Davis and Tommy Lane. It'll be Jerry Lawler, Jeff Jarrett, and Billy Travis to go against in a six-man match, the team of Boy Tony and the Memphis Vice. That should be a very good main event.
Want to mention one other match, too, because
that's like an 80s super team, Boy Tony and the Memphis Vice.
Live right here today on Championship Wrestling, the Great Kabuki will be in action, and we'll be seeing that. Better take time out right now, because we got too much to mess around. We'll be back in just a moment.
You know what else we haven't heard about is the Killer or Snowman. What's going on with that now?
Our handicap tag match coming up here in just a moment. That's where you have 2 guys against 4. Sounds like it's uneven, doesn't it? Well, it will be, but only for the 4 guys, because it'll be Big Bubba and Goliath. Oh, we have a new masked man in here.
Hey, you know what this mask's all about? All these people knows what this mask is all about. You better shut your mouth, Lance Russell, or make you collect on your insurance.
Calm the guy down. Before we get underway, I would like to have everybody take a look at a match that took place in the Mid-South Coliseum in Memphis, Tennessee. Just take a look. Jerry Lawler against Big Bubba, hair against hair.
Damn, that would have been a great finish, especially back then. If we could have watched that full Spider Boudreaux versus Marty Schiffbauer match, that happens, but for real. Like he just gets hit with it so hard and so right on that it just busts the guy's head busts through the chair like that.
14:01 is Jerry Lawler after the bout was restarted. Marlon and Bruno arguing. The referee holds up the hand. The winner, 14:01, is Jerry Lawler.
Oh, shit.
Lawler pointing at Bruno.
shave a guy's head. Wow. Good
Big
work.
Bubba didn't have a chance to turn around. He's just now waking up from that chair, putting his lights out. There is a mad, bald-headed Big Bubba.
Well, I mean, when it happened to Paul Diamond, he was like so emasculated that it pretty much like broke his psyche. Hopefully Big Bubba can fare better. How much do I think he got? At least a couple hundo, right? At least a few hund.
You know that? Who edited this film? Who edited the film? Where's the rest of it? You were there. You seen me beat Lawler. 1, 2, 3. Did I
That was
not?
AI.
In the middle of the ring.
Yeah, he showed we're down, but there was more to it than that.
What more
He
does
was involved in
You
it.
need
Don't
to shut up. Oh, come on. Give me a break. You know I beat him.
In what way was I involved? In what way was I involved? This man, Jerry Lawler, was never defeated in a hair versus hair match in his entire career. This man walks into the Mid-South Coliseum. 1, 2, 3. Puts Jerry Lawler down by himself in the middle of the ring. Eddie Moreland came walking out, put his big nose in our business. He had no business, no right walking to that ring. I didn't see anybody stopping the match when Lawler beamed this guy with a chair. I didn't see anybody stopping that. But hey, whenever I'm up there blowing Lawler's nose, all of a sudden Eddie Moreland comes out and busts in. I don't like it. That's right. The poor guy fell over his face.
Yeah, how about what that rag?
Eddie Moreland comes out there. I got Jerry Lawler sitting in the chair. I'm ready to cut his hair, and they stopped me because of Eddie Moreland. He stuck his big nose where it didn't belong.
Because he got involved.
Oh, come on, give me a break.
Hey, give you a break on the
Hey, you
thing.
see the
He
film?
said
You see what
restart the match. And
Because
then
he won the match? Yeah, it shows the film there. Him beating me. But I don't see nothing else on the thing. Well, let me tell you something, Lance Russell. By the time I finish here, I'm going to pull the hair out of the top of Jerry Lawler's head.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, like with JD Costello, I think he just kind of hit a make or break point, and like it's interesting to see who takes the pressure and makes something amazing and who like crumbles under it. But yeah, I mean, I think he's definitely getting better. He's less nervous, his cadence is better. He's going from, just like JD Costello did, he's going from playing a character like he wanted to be on TV to like being a little bit more like grounded, I guess.
You may have your opportunity, but by now you're the one wearing the mask.
By the time we're done, Jerry Lawler's going to be a ball.
That's downtown Bruno. He was Harvey Whippleman in the WWF.
Ball-headed geek.
I hear what downtown Bruno and Big Bubba have to say. You got a handicap tag match coming up in there. And there he is with mask and all.
Big Bubba, Goliath, and downtown Bruno climbing into the ring right now. Across the way, there are 4 guys who are going to be going against them in this handicap tag team match. Yep. Robert Bryant, Ed Maddox, Jim Jameson, and Mike Murphy.
Now, how do you think Grace would feel about a handicap match 2-on-1? Do you think she'd be down for that?
They're all out of Memphis except Robert Bryant, who's out of suburban Bartlett, Tennessee. Total weight 892 pounds, and they're going against a couple of guys who, with just the 2 of them, weigh almost that much, 821. Starting, it's going to be Goliath.
Oh my God.
Now, the way this works, Goliath or Big Bubba can be in there, and they will be going against 2 men, no matter which one of them is in there. Jim Jameson just ran into a clothesline. That's Robert Bryant. Slam.
That was Robert Bryant. Yeah.
Goliath, this huge 414-pounder. I picked up Bryant. Power slams him down to the mat. Tag.
I think people like Harvey Whippleman and JD Costello that play kind of like a loudmouth, but like a kind of a chicken shit heel manager. You need a big guy because those guys are really able to generate like a shit ton of heat. So I feel like you'd be less likely to get fucked with if you had like a monster with you. Because like Cornette would still got attacked by the crowd because even though like Stan Lane and Bobby Eaton could hold their own, like they weren't monsters from the exterior.
And here comes Big Bubba. Listen, I got to tell you, after the haircut, Big Bubba is going to be mad at anybody he sees.
Look at that. He just handled him like he was nothing.
Oh, my God.
Those guys up, slams them down, just one right after the other. Now, you're not talking about little men. If you were standing beside either Ed Maddox
this is outrageous.
or Mike Murphy,
Dude,
you'd find out what I'm talking about. And Bubba just
dude just got body slams over. That's saying something.
tosses him around, but no problem. Here comes Goliath slamming with that big forearm.
Maddox head into the top turnbuckle, and Goliath didn't even go back after him. He went after Mike Murphy through the rope.
Maddox out on the floor.
Power slam on Mike Murphy. Goliath backs up to the ropes. Here he comes.
I'm not a fan. I wouldn't book Xena.
Flashes him. Look at that. Won't go for the cover. There's no doubt he could have gotten a 3 count out of that. He just leaves Murphy laying there. Here comes Big Bubba.
Way up in the air, slams down. He's just a mere 407. And poor Mike Murphy, absolutely demolished in the center of the ring.
You know who I'd bring in to be the authority figure? Jewel Rancid.
Downtown Bruno holding the ropes for those two big galoots. Good night. Major, absolutely structure when you're talking about Big Bubba and Goliath. The winners in what time, Dave?
1 minute, 34 seconds, and they could have done it quicker.
Oh, boy, you got that right. We'll take time out. We still got a bunch to go. Back in just a moment. Evansville, Wednesday night. Good night. I was looking that card over, and I'll tell you one thing. You're going to see it coming up in the next segment, and you will not believe.
Tessa Blanchard, though, is entertaining. I've tried to watch Xena, and to the same extent, Darius. Like, I can't get into their content. I don't really get it.
The New Zealand Death Box match that's coming in there with Jeff Jarrett and Jonathan Boyd. We'll just keep quiet about that right now. You stay tuned and look at that next segment. I'll tell you something else you're not going to believe either. When they get down to that, who's going to throw the towel in? Yeah, that's the way the match is going to end. Jerry Lawler, Big Bubba going. Downtown Bruno will be over there in one corner, and Eddie Marlin will be in Jerry Lawler's corner.
Oh, boy, Eddie Marlin.
Continues until one of the men in the corner throws the towel in. It won't end.
Oh, yeah, pandemonium, baby. Pandemonium, Evansville. You got Eddie Marlin. That's Jerry Lawler's buddy. That's his pal. He's in his hip pocket, baby. And as soon as Lawler starts bleeding and laying there like a geek, then he's going to throw that towel in. There's going to be nothing left of the king. And this is going to be the new king, baby, right here. And I want to tell you something. There is no way Lawler's going to win, because this, Big Bubba, this is a superstar. This is the man. Look at this, man. Solid as a rock, baby.
It's not done here. He's going to have to do it in the ring.
Isn't it interesting how that's like a recurring thing in wrestling, is that you get somebody who loses a hair versus hair match, but they can't accept it. So they try to hide it, like wearing hats, or like, remember Angle had the wrestling headpiece with the hair piece attached, or like the mask or whatever. And then you build toward, I mean, all you're doing is like taking a wig off somebody, but like to the crowd, they just like that, they eat that shit up.
Russell, everybody out there knows why I'm wearing this mask here, especially one Eddie Marlin and one Jerry the King Lawler. Well, it's good to see that you have to buy respect. But anyway, let me tell you something. Since Eddie Marlin respects Jerry Lawler so much and is so worried about him, it shouldn't take long when I start inflicting pain on his body for him to throw that towel in the center of the ring.
Yeah, baby. If you haven't been in one of these matches, you may be begging him to throw that towel in there.
Goddamn, I want this Mattel figure of Fred Ottman in the Gold's Gym with the cheesy mask and the Fila hat on.
Go back to vending peanuts on the corner.
Only reason I got that towel so he can take a shower after the match. Get Lawler's blood off his body.
Yeah, baby. Well, it's going to go until one of you throws the towel in. Big Goliath, baby. Plenty of other action. I'll give you the whole card coming up in just a moment. Those two matches alone worth the price of admission. Wednesday night in Evansville, you got to be there. we've got action coming up with Sato and Goto going against Garmen and Trailer. And before we get to it, we want to have the opportunity to talk.
I do have like such a deeper appreciation for some of these guys just after watching this year of Memphis wrestling. Like seeing Lawler work week to week and seeing Bill Dundee work week to week. And then like I said, Tarzan Goto, I only knew him from like some hardcore matches, so seeing him wrestle, it's pretty Dutch, probably Dutch more than anybody. Like I feel like I appreciate him a lot more than I used to.
To Jonathan Boyd. Jonathan Boyd right now is kind of minus one of his teammates. That's
oh boy,
right.
Here we go.
Let's get Jonathan.
What do they got
in
here?
Sam Hill are you bringing out here? What do you got, Jonathan?
What I've got here.
Hey, first let me ask you this. You got any more cousins? Seems you're minus a cousin.
You know what? You're really bloody smart, aren't you? You see what happened there. Once again, you bloody Yanks got to us. But I'll tell you something, you stinking bloody Yanks. I'm outsmarting you. And to your question, yes, I got cousins all over the bloody world, and they're just like Rip Morgan. They're like Bigfoot, and you know what Luke's like. But hey, I might have underestimated this bloody Jeff Jarrett. I told you people I would send him away, and I didn't do it. And I'm out here eating my bloody words, and I don't like it, because generally my words are a staple diet. But I might be wrong. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Maybe Jeff Jarrett is a man, and maybe he's not. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Hey, Joe Shabatoni, if you were in the front row and there's nothing between you and the ring except maybe like a little piece of string, just a little divider, how hard would you heckle Jonathan Boyd?
He has signed a New Zealand death box match where
he's probably out, Joe Shabatoni. It's been a pretty long time. I think it's been at least a couple months.
Now put this box in the center of the ring, and the winner is the one that can beat the living daylights out the other one, put him in the death box, and shut it. You understand that? Now, he has agreed to the match, but I have the contract here, and there's no bloody name on it yet. I just want him to be a man and come out here right now, because I know he's back there laying somewhere, and come out and sign this New Zealand death box match. Just so I'll know that he's going to turn up and do it, and that Eddie Marlin and his daddy and King Lawler will not talk him out of it, will not protect him. I don't care. I want to see it in writing, because this is the worst type of match there ever is. You don't bloody realize. If you're a man, Jeff Jarrett, come out here and sign this, but maybe you're not a man. Has Eddie Marlin told you not to do it? I think he bloody has. You know what?
Oh boy.
All the time. We're the greatest wrestlers in the world, and I'm the greatest. Well, look what we got here. Look what we got here.
I've agreed to the match.
You've agreed to the match.
I've backed down from many of your challenges. How about
Do you see your name here?
Of your challenges?
Do you see your name here?
No, I'll sign it.
You sign it?
Yeah. Hey, you explain one more time about this match.
All right. This is as simple as this.
I mean, there are people. I do love to troll. And when I say troll, I mean like actual trolling, not like trolling is now on the internet, but like there are some guys who had an aura, like if you saw them live, that like I was just always like, nah, I'm not gonna fuck with this guy.
We get in, put this in the center of the ring, we get in there, and we beat one another after death. If you're a man, you can do it to me, but I know you can't.
The winner of the match is the one who gets the other one in the box.
In the box and shuts that lid.
Why do you
Rats
have to
are
use
going
a coffin?
nuts.
This is some New Zealand thing that I never heard of before in my life.
It's going to be a coffin to him, but it's a New Zealand death box to me.
New Zealand death box match.
Is his name on it?
Ooh, the death
His name
box.
is on it.
Now, Eddie Marlin or his daddy can't get him out this, can he?
Savvy guy, can you work that into one of your presentations? The death box.
He's not. He already agreed to the match, Jonathan.
And I'm not going to.
Did you read this? Hey, come back here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
I'm not backing down. I've read it.
You read it?
Oh.
You read all the conditions? Has he read all the conditions?
He signed the thing. Jonathan, will you quit wasting our time here and going on?
Who's in there?
Maybe you're a man and maybe you're not. But this is what we're going to do because you know what?
Who's in the box?
You're not going to be in there alone. You're going to be in there.
Oh. Amazing. Oh, man. Oh, this is fantastic. Listen to the crowd. They're acting like there's been like a shooting or something. Holy shit.
Thing out of here, Eddie. That's not going to take place.
Man, if your high is like performing or like, you know, acting or whatever, you know, and you get a crowd response like that, it's got to just be like like a triple heroin high.
Signed it.
He's crazy.
He signed it.
You did not say anything about a snake being in the
signed it.
You said it was a...
You should read what I write. It's in writing. You don't read the fine print.
Jonathan, you're crazy. Will you get you and your snake out of here? You didn't say the thing, was it not?
Eddie Marlin, you can't protect your bloody grandson now. Because that is not a boa. That's a Burmese python, and it bites. It bites.
Hey, Jonathan, get your damn
Get
snake
your
out of
ass
here.
in
And just
there,
go.
Eddie. You see what I mean? Eddie Marlin has lost all, like, literally, there is no semblance of control going on here at all. He's allowing people to bring coffins out into the arena, giant snakes. I mean, what's next? Oh, wow, what's happening here? Pro wrestling. Like, what's this box?
I am telling you. Man, Dave, I thought we'd seen them all. He is out of his mind.
Crowd's on it right out of the gate. Were there some people chanting for Tojo?
About ready to go with this next match here.
Man, I'm not.
Oh, at least they got the snake out of here, and Boyd too. Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto going against Jerry Garmen and Benny Traylor. That's Tarzan Goto in there now. And Benny Traylor. Tojo Yamamoto in the Japanese corner over here. Benny Traylor thrown out of the ring. Akio Sato grabs him down on the floor, rolls him back under the rope and into the ring, where Tarzan Goto goes back to work on it.
Like, I feel like we've seen this match multiple times now, but like, I don't even mind because I know it's gonna be at least solid with these two teams.
Oh man, this part is still right up in my ear.
Garmin and Traylor are really, really solid, I think. I feel like they always make the other teams look really good, like they sell really well. No, don't do that again.
Traylor makes the tag, and here comes Jerry Garmen. Garmen puts Akio Sato into the rope, down to the mat. Crowd yelling at Tojo Yamamoto. Akio Sato. He leaves him for Tarzan Goto.
I can't get my mind on this match. I'm thinking about it. I mean, that is absolutely diabolical. If anything ever gave you an incentive to fight when you got in a match like that, to know that if you get beat, you're going to get stuck down in that box with that snake.
Awesome. Lance Russell's like, this is a world-class match, folks, but I can't appreciate it because I can't stop thinking about what kind of a twisted mind would want to lock a man inside of a box with a snake.
And please, don't the snake lovers start hollering about it. I just don't
Yeah, by grace I am saved.
happen to have any kindly feelings to... I don't know him that well, let's put it that way, and don't want to get to, especially one that big. Oh, man, oh, man.
Benny Trailer rammed into the boot of Akio Sato. Now Sato through the ropes, climbs the ropes. He drops down right on his head. Benny Trailer in trouble.
Sato and Goto. Tojo Yamamoto's International Tag Team Championship crew. Tag on Goto. Ooh, boy, he speared him right in the middle of the breastbone.
Ooh, right in the breastbone.
Tag made. Sato comes back in.
Sato digging away. Now, you know, here's a guy who doesn't have to do that. Sato, there's no question, he is a top wrestler anywhere in the world. And resorts to that kind of stuff is just no excuse.
He's really choking him there for a minute.
What does he mean? Of course he doesn't have to. He wants to. He likes to hurt his opponents. What's wrong with Lance Russell?
Finally got that broken up.
Benny Trailer needs to get to that corner. Tojo over there swinging that kendo stick at Jerry Garmen until the referee runs around and tells him, go back and sit down.
Everybody in the ring. Jerry Garmen puts Goto into the rope, cuts his feet out from under him as he came off of there. Meanwhile, Sato and Benny Trailer going at it, and Sato getting the best of it.
F&W.
Sato. Oh. Dropped him on the back of his head. There's a cover. 1, 2. That's all. 3 minutes, 54 seconds to time. The Japanese team with Tojo Yamamoto in their corner getting the victory once again.
Sato and Goto as dominant as we figured they would be in there. We're going to take time out, get our heart restarted, and we'll be back here with more of championship wrestling action in just a moment. Hi, a quick 60 seconds. Did you see anything like that doggone snake that Jonathan Boyd and Jeff Jarrett are going to be battling around come that New Zealand Death Box match? Let me tell you first, Thursday, December the 11th, Fern Creek, Kentucky at the Fern Creek High School. It's going to be a dandy in there, sponsored by the Fern Creek Marching Tiger Pride. Also on Thursday, December the 18th, Cloversport, Kentucky at the Sports Center. Great championship wrestling action coming there. Thursday the 11th at Fern Creek, the 18th at Cloversport. Now, Wednesday night, are you ready for this? Opening, Boyd Tony and Goliath will be going against Tracy Smothers and John Paul. Tag elimination match. That means it could be tough on one person because when the other one's eliminated, they go it by themselves. Tanaka Diamond against Yamamoto and the Great Kabuki. Then title against title, Sato and Goto against Jarrett and Travis. Jerry Lawler against Big Bubba with Eddie Marlin in Jerry's corner and Bruno in the other. And then Jeff Jarrett and Jonathan Boyd in that New Zealand Death Box.
Wow, cool. Oh, here we go. Let's go.
In the ring right now, Pat Tanaka, Paul Diamond. Here comes the Great Kabuki with Tony Burton Tony Burton, the unmasked ninja.
Yeah, I think we ought to call him, he's got a partner, the great Kabuki. We ought to call him the great imposter. Yeah. Pat Tanaka, you know, said all along, he said, this guy is no martial arts wrestler. And Tanaka unmasked him, and there he is, Tony Burton. But with him, a guy with a reputation and a name.
Tony Burton, and it was the ninja? What?
Like you can't believe, the great Kabuki. Hey, I don't want any trouble. I don't want to sit down, buddy. Get out of here.
I feel like King TL would really like Tony Burton.
Will you just let us get this?
We're underway. Tojo over here at the table instead of at ringside where he should be here.
Just get out of here.
Fine, that's all right.
I want to tell you something, boy. You understand?
Get the stick away from me, will you?
Well, come here. I don't want to sit down by you. Come here.
Stick there. You got a match. You ought to be down there ringside looking after your team.
I'll tell you what. That no-good son of a gun thinking dying, you think he humiliated me. You understand? But no. Don't pray to me and everything, but he never humiliated me. He never gave me satisfaction. You understand? He never did hurt me. You understand? But I tell you what, that diamond, that no-good son of a gun, gonna get paid back all for this. You understand? Japanese, like I told you before, we don't forget. Japanese people don't forget.
I know something else, too. You got a match coming up in the future where you're going to be in there with
I don't care for that, but right now, I tell you what, Paul Diamond is going to get paid everything what he done for me. He did not humiliate me, but I tell you, he's going to get his payback time, the Japanese payback time. You understand?
Yeah, I hear you, Tojo. I also happened to see you when you, we've got a tape on you with that tar and feather all over you. You talk about not being humiliated. You look like an Oriental Big Bird the way Paul Diamond took care of him. Ooh, look at that Kabuki. And let me tell you, this Tanaka is as fast as there is. And Kabuki still nailed him.
Kabuki grabs him right around the throat, coming off the ropes there. Like he's got a sleeper on him. Pat Tanaka.
Kabuki putting the big sleeper on Pat Tanaka.
Tanaka not able to respond at all there. Up. Held a hand up. Kabuki still trying to put him to sleep, but he must have lost the pressure point there because Pat able to come back. He definitely lost it there. There's a kick by Kabuki. I thought this one was just about over here. It looked like he had a good sleeper hold on Pat Tanaka.
Boy, he caught him with a round kick and...
I mean, I appreciate Kabuki because he's hardly ever around whenever they do have brought him in, but like, there's really just not much. I mean, I feel like you would get tired of seeing him pretty quick.
Flattening him right on his back. Now Burton is holding him in the corner, and the referee breaks that up. Kabuki continues chopping away on Pat Tanaka. Once again, Dave, he's going in after that sleeper.
He almost had it a couple of minutes ago. Trying it again. Go, Pat, go, the crowd says. Tanaka breaks out of it. 3.5 minutes gone in this one. Been a battle.
You think this would have been like one of the earliest coffin matches? That seems like a really extreme gimmick even for the time.
All the way so far. Here's Tony Burton back in. Oh, vicious upper arm by Burton. Tanaka down for the count of 2, but he kicks out of it at the 2 count. Burton right back to work on it. There's a tag. Burton with a body slam on Tanaka. He leaves him there for the great Kabuki.
Kabuki resorts to grabbing the eyes as Tanaka was getting to him. Big chop. There goes Paul Diamond.
Diamond in with a right hand flying. Backs Kabuki onto the rope. Oh, what a flip he puts on him out here.
Paul Diamond's had enough.
Paul has got a lot of raw strength. A fine warrior, I'll tell you that. Now we got them all 4 in the ring. Kabuki.
Here we go.
Look out.
Oh, my God.
There's Goto. That's
What happened to Paul?
Sato and Goto.
It's going to be a disqualification. What's Yamamoto? Hey! Goto!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Get him when 2 other guys are holding him down there,
come on,
Goto.
ref.
You couldn't do it by yourself. You got to get 2 other guys to hold him. And they poured it all over and slapped the feathers to Paul Diamond while Pat Tanaka was being held by Goto and Burton. And Kabuki out with those... They took the opportunity and had the big men,
Dusty Rhodes and Ivan Koloff. Did Dusty, like, drag the coffin down to the ring like Django did?
men. Took 2 of them to hold him while Tojo did it to Paul Diamond.
Tojo, you had better find a good way to finish me off, brother. As long as there's a breath of air in this body, as long as this...
They're booking him with the Keemstar mindset of just continuing to humiliate him until he finally just gives up.
Heart keeps on beating. I'm gonna keep on coming and coming until I finish what you started weeks ago.
No, I can't blame him one bit. Good night. Feathers everywhere. All over Paul. It's got to be a disqualification. That's what he said, I'm sure.
Absolutely. So Diamond and Pat Tanaka are going to win it by DQ.
Okay, crazy day. Timeout. We'll be back in a moment.
Crazy day. Yeah, good.
Okay, we want to take the opportunity right now. First, before we bring the rock and roll RP.
I don't trust Kiss music, so give me just a second. I'm gonna block out any Kiss music.
Okay, well, we'll just kill a little time till it does get ready, because we'd like to just go ahead and run it right now if we can. We've got more action coming up we'll be seeing. Okay, let's take a look at it.
Didn't Paul Diamond feel differently about tarring and feathering people when he was tarring and feathering poor Tojo Yamamoto, an elderly man who can't even stand up without the help of his cane? That's going to stick. Here they are. I don't know how long they'll be here, but they'll definitely be massively over rat magnets. And don't forget, Lauren Boebert's mom was a known rat of Stan Lane. Just a few years later, and Kern would be Skinner. A big part of the business. We got to talk about them. Oh my God.
Yeah, boy. And while we're in that vein, let's bring in somebody right along the same line. We're talking about the rock and roll RPM. We get
Hey, wait a minute. Are we getting those guys, or did they just play them to give the rub to the rock and roll RPMs? Oh, wow. That's kind of cool.
Requests from time to time about Stan and Steve's videos.
Whoops.
Here comes the rock and roll RPM right now. They've got a match coming up with the Black Team that have just been in here a couple of...
I mean, top Rat Kings, you'd have to say, you'd have to put Bill Dundee way up there. Ricky Morton. Too Cold Scorpio. Virgil. Stan Lane. I mean, you hear stories about Stan Lane, like, literally being down for, like, any rat, regardless. Like, that's something. Tito Santana, you know, but he built the fence, so to me, that's kind of an asterisk next to any of his numbers.
3 weeks. And Russell, I want to know who you think you are, huh? You're out here showing up.
If you just came to the stream recently, earlier on, we were doing, like, the math behind if I could become a manager in Memphis and, like, lie to the rats, how many could I get through in a weekend before I was, like, fired?
Video of two geeks that ain't even around. We're the original rock and roll.
Yes, Raven. I forget about him because it's from a different era. The same, I don't know if it qualifies as rats, though, but, like, Punk back in the mid-2000s was, like, hooking up with a bunch of the chicks that were, like, on the circuit, but I don't know if they were rats. Some of them were workers.
And I want you and everybody else out here to do it.
Hey, wait a minute now. I didn't want to bring this up on television. I did a little calling around you guys, and I was kind of interested because not that I've seen them all, but I was interested when you said that Mike Davis and Tommy Lane were the original rock and roll.
That's exactly right.
I mean, we probably will never hear the real stories or anything because he's just a different kind of a dude, it seems like. But I bet you the all-time Rat King by far that we'll just never know about is probably John Cena, because he's pretty open that he loves the rats. And I remember he's done some interviews talking about it, but I don't think he's gone, like, in any kind of in-depth or anything.
I did a little...
But he did tell, I think, Howard Stern that he had 6 dudes in, like, or not 6 dudes, that he had 6 chicks, like, in like 6 rats in one night.
Calling around.
Who'd you call, Lance Russell?
I called a couple of the territories, and you were not in existence when the...
No, I think he had stepped away from wrestling by that point, right? And then I don't really think, like, wrestling fans really care what happens in the UFC.
Fabulous one.
Well, let me tell you something. talk to, but you're full of bull. These two idiots, the Fabs, got a magazine. They pull out, they see a picture of me and Tommy. They say, hey, we're nothing but a couple of geeks. Why don't we bleach our hair blonde? Why don't we grow some beards? And if it worked for them, it'll work for us. Who the devil are the Fabs anyway? We're the original. We're the only rock and roll.
Hey, He-Man.
You guys yes, it is a big deal. Because
I actually kind of like this guy just because he reminds me of like, kind of like how Dirty Rhodes hits like something, even though like Dusty's not around. I feel like this guy's kind of like a knockoff David Schultz energy, and I like that in a character, but it doesn't go very well with the gimmick. They should be like laid back or cool or like drugged out or something.
we don't like nobody saying we copied anybody because we don't know this.
I don't want to get out here and get in a big argument about that.
I think Jeff Jarrett, they said anyway on the show, was like 19, or that's what they sold him as or something. It was really young.
Why don't you stay off the telephone?
Stay off the phone.
I've been sitting back here, and I've been listening to what you said about the Fabs. Let me tell you something, guys.
Oh, thanks, Real Mad TV.
I was trained by the Fabulous Ones, and I know them well enough to know that they don't have to sit down and look at no magazine to copy you guys.
He knows when they got
exactly
started.
Right.
Oh, here we
I know when they got started. All these people know when they got started. Jackie Fargo started the Fabulous Ones.
Oh, Jackie Fargo.
And as far as wrestling ability goes, you guys don't hold a candle to them.
Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Big Shot, Tracy Smothers, Mr. Young Superstar. We got a message for the fans, and since you're such a good friend of them, why don't you take it to them?
Yeah.
Hey, come on! Eddie!
I'm here for it. The heel turn, well, somebody talked about it last episode, I think, but it definitely fits better if they're gonna, especially if they're gonna act the way they do.
Tracy Smothers being pummeled there by Rock and Roll RPM.
Hey, come on, let's get somebody
Tracy
out of here. They're
Smothers.
killing Tracy in a ring.
Man, listen to the crowd.
Jameson and Murphy, Randy Bryant.
There's a message for the fans, baby. We're the only ones. Rock and roll is here to stay, and the RPMs are here today. And you want to live. Bring your RPM.
You can holler all you want to. I know what I found out about you. Getting Tracy up in there, and oh man, what a crazy day we got going here today. We're going to take time out, Dave. I assume we're not going to have the match.
I guess that match won't occur, yeah.
Scratch that.
All right.
What about the Tennessee Stud? I mean, we all know like the stories about his endowment, but what about like his actual, like, was he stacking or not?
That's good enough as far as I'm concerned. We'll take time out. We'll be back. We've still got that big six-man tag match coming, and we'll be to that before long. Action! Evansville, Wednesday night. Brother, what a night that's going to be, too. I mean, we got some outstanding matches, including that title against title with Sato and Goto defending the international title against the Southern title with Jeff and Billy. You're going to be seeing a throw-in-the-towel match. And this is one of those little dandies where the guys outside have more to do with it, really, than the fellas on the inside in terms of the termination of the match. And there's that New Zealand death box match. Can you believe that with Boyd and Jerry? I want to get Jerry in here now and Eddie Marlin, too, because in this throw-in-the-towel thing, I may have exaggerated. But regardless of what's happening in there, it doesn't end until either Eddie Marlin or Downtown Bruno throws the towel in.
That's right, Lance. Wow. You know, I don't know if it's been explained up until now, but these guys are awfully upset over a match that was held in Memphis.
Look who it is, clout chaser, Eddie Marlin.
Tennessee. We both had our hair at stake in this match, and some of the things they say are true. He did pin me first, but as you know, and as Eddie Marlin knew, Eddie came down to ringside, and this downtown Bruno, when he was on the outside, and I didn't have anybody in my corner, Bruno put some cloth with some ether or some, I don't know what it was, but anyway, man, I was out for about 4 or 5 minutes, and that's when he got the 3 count. Well, Eddie Marlin came down, and like you said, even though there was no disqualification, that was no disqualification no matter what I did or no matter what Big Bubba did. But it didn't pertain to what somebody on the outside did, and that's why he restarted the match, and I was able to bust his brains out with that chair and get...
Run like... Did it disconnect? What's going on? My internet sucks today. Anyway, on how many feeds Memphis had, didn't they run a different place every night? But I think... Except for the whatever day they taped, maybe? Or did they tape and then run a show that night?
Evansville, Indiana. I'm going to show you why they call me the king, and I'm going to beat you so bad that little wimp Bruno is going to have to throw in the towel and call it quits for you Wednesday night.
Boy, Tony.
Six-man tag action. As if we haven't had any action. Oh, we still got plenty of it to go, so don't you dare go away, boy. Tony, dispensing soup. Boy, Tony teaming up with the Memphis Vice. Mean and nasty and so bad.
Yeah. Big Lou Winston and Jerry Bryant. There he is again. Yeah, boy, Tony throws that soap out into the crowd, and the crowd throws it right back at him. Here come their opponent. Boy, look at that team, will you? Billy Travis, there's Jeff Jarrett, and of course the King, Jerry Lawler, stepping up across the way. They go against Boy Tony and the Memphis Vice, Lou Winston and Jerry Bryant. 6-man tag team match goes to the expiration of time.
Boy Tony.
And I'm delighted to say we have got a little time for this match. A lot of times, due to some loud mouths, we get hammered down to time where we don't have much time, but we got a pretty good amount of time today. Everybody's unpeeling. Boy Tony finally takes him 5 minutes to get all of his.
Yeah, that's true. Good thing he doesn't take off his makeup. We'd be here for a week, huh?
Jerry Bryant will be starting on this side of the ring, Dave. And on the other side, Billy Travis. All right, what a dandy starting pair with Travis and Bryant. Expiration of time, 6-man tag match. Lawler, Jarrett, Travis against the Memphis Vice, Winston and Bryant. And their third man, Boy Tony.
Boy, Bryant really ran into a powerful drop kick put on him by Jeff Jarrett. Jeez, he got hit in the eye. He's over and makes the tag on Lou Winston. Lou Winston talks more than any professional wrestler in the world.
This guy, he ought to some way copyright shut up, because he says it like nobody I've ever heard before. Lou and that big mouth of his, he can really rattle it down. We've both agreed, though, that the...
Why are you asking if he respects the rock and roll RPMs? What does that matter?
Memphis Vice have come on in the last year substantially. They are looking very, very good together. Bryant, a very cocky but capable and fast. Boy, he is fast. Lou's in there with a pretty fast one himself. Jeff Jarrett, incredible. In his first year of professional wrestling, and he is unbelievable.
What do you mean you don't like this version of the Memphis Vice?
Boy, Tony put down on the mat. Jeff Jarrett used the wrist lock, and he just forced him down to the mat. The way he had that arm bent, Tony had to go to the mat or get his arm broken.
I was talking to Jeff, Dave, about a week ago before one of the matches, and we were talking about...
I mean, I don't think you have to respect them. I mean, you have to give them some credit, I think, for being decent performers, but I don't think you have to respect them.
Weight, and I said, you look like you're putting on some weight, and Jeff said, yeah, but boy, it is slow. He said, I keep working out and eat everything that's in sight, but I'm still having problems getting it on. And we were also at the same time talking with King Cobra. By the way, bad break. You remember when Winston jumped Cobra? Cobra broke his leg when they hit the floor.
Oh, no.
He came down on top of him.
Absolutely. The small bone in his leg, as I understand it, snapped when he hit the concrete floor there.
When you got 250 pounds of Lou Winston on top of you, that doesn't help the situation any. But Cobra, we were talking about, I said, when Cobra started...
No, I think Memphis Vice has always been these two guys, right? The original rock and roll team. Ow, leave me. This cat is going nuts.
He couldn't have been any more than about 180, 82 or 3. Oh, at the most. Actually, Cobra told us he was 167 pounds when he started. And boy, look what he built himself into. And that was kind of encouraging to Jeff to see what a big body King Cobra has now. Or you let him beef up a little bit, and he is going to be some kind of terror. Look at Lawler.
Ooh, he said. Boy, Tony. Not happy at all.
I'm sorry, he's still Tony Falk to me, particularly in a situation just like that.
Yeah, that was a definite Tony Falk move.
That was a Tony Falk move right there.
Lance Russell's like, instead of that guy that said, like, it's still real to me, damn it, he's like, he's still Tony Falk to me, damn it.
We're 3.5 minutes into the action here. Expiration of time match. We're in the first fall right now. Jerry Lawler, the king, facing Boy Tony, and yelling at the crowd outside in Boy Tony's corner, Jerry Bryant and Lou Winston, the Memphis Vice. Billy Travis and Jeff Jarrett over in the corner with the king. Billy out of Lexington, Kentucky. Moved there about a year ago, I guess now. He said, be sure and say hello to my mom. Billy sends his best.
Tony, Billy, when he first came in here, Hamden, Connecticut was his home.
Yeah, right, that's where he,
Yeah, and as you said, about a year ago, he moved to Lexington, Kentucky, and he's very proud of Lexington, too. His mama's lived there. Hi, Mom!
There's the king trying to get the crowd behind him. They are already. Jerry Bryant out there.
I think they should bring up the fact that Memphis Vice has a pinfall victory over Jerry Lawler. Like, that's merited to be mentioned here, I think.
There's in all. Look at the crowd here. He's insulting some of the people who are in attendance here today. Lawler, backed into the corner. Lou Winston holds him up. Lawler moves out of the way, and Bryant and Lou Winston run together and out of the ring, down on the floor. And Boy Tony.
I really like Bob Roop in Mid-South. I just feel like Bill Watts was really able to get, like, the perfect version of him.
A little disgusted, I think, with the situation. Not that he hasn't been in a very similar situation a bunch of times in his career.
Now Big Lou's getting that mouth of his tuned up.
Yeah. Big Lou was going to just step in there without benefit. I guess they were going to call it collision a tag. Now they technically make it legal. And here comes Lou Winston in, officially into the match. Big Lou against the king. Wow. Right fist.
Big Lou Winston.
Be careful, Lou. You're about to make him mad, let me tell you. You hit the king with a fist 3 or 4 times. He's going to come after you. There's 3 right there.
Oh, boy.
Crowd hollering, go, King, go.
Winston again with that right fist. Grabs Lawler, whips him into the rope. Lawler clotheslines it coming out of there, over to the corner, and gets the tag on Billy Travis.
Billy Travis. Dino Bravo.
Billy Travis really unloaded on Lou Winston. Upper arm. There's a a cover. One. A count of one is all he can get. Lou Winston able to kick out of it. We're about 6 minutes, 15 seconds into the action. A cover by Jeff Jarrett. Referee barely got the count started before Lou Winston was able to break it. There's a tag.
Boom.
Jeff Jarrett using the right hand. Boy, Tony taking it on the chin here. Clothesline. Down to the mat goes Tony. There's a cover. Count is one. Count of one is all he can get.
Our time running down here on our expiration of time match.
That is to the lower leg. Cover one. And a one count again is all he gets before Boy Tony is able to break out of it. Here comes the King after a tag. He grabs Boy Tony with a right fist. He puts him right down to the mat. There's a little payback from where Tony, or from where Lou Winston got the King a little bit earlier. His partner's suffering for it right now.
Oh,
puts him down to the mat. There's a.
I think we've seen other groups though that have like similar names. Like, wasn't there like a Memphis Express and a couple other like similar, like Miami or like tropical themed teams? I feel like Memphis Vice has always been these two guys that I can remember anyway.
Cover one, but interference by Lou Winston from outside. Time becoming a definite factor here. We're running short. King working on Boy Tony. Look out, here comes the Lion from outside. And downtown Bruno and Big Bubba. Disqualification has just occurred. Yeah, Lawler and...
Look at Jerry Bryant telling him to get out of there. You remember when he was up here?
That's right. Memphis Vice.
Whoa, he hit Big Bubba. Lou got him.
What in the world? Why are they attacking him?
The Memphis Vice a match. It's happened 2 or 3 times recently, and they have made it known they're not happy about it, no matter who comes into the ring.
Oh my God!
They're after Goliath and Big Bubba, along with Billy Travis, Jerry Lawler, and Jeff Jarrett. Now they turn on their former partner, Boy Tony.
Jeez.
Jerry Bryant, Big Lou.
Oh no. He's going to unmask him.
Yeah, to get the mask off of Big Bubba. There he is. There he is. Disqualification win. We're going to have to get out of here, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Wow.
Right now, for those people who didn't get here early enough, I want them to show what we've had to put up with in the studio right here. A little earlier today. Yeah, just part of it. That's true. A little earlier today. You see that? That is a giant. That sucker's got to be 8 feet long, Dave.
Yeah, that's about right.
Jonathan Boyd pulled him out of what is called a New England death box. I'd never seen the match or even heard of it before, but you might believe a maniac like that. Now, that's that snake still laying right here on this desk. Yeah. You notice that there wasn't anybody standing around to check it out and saying, where's your ticket or anything. No. Oh, boy. I got to tell you, that match he's got scheduled with Jeff Jarrett coming up in the future where the loser gets put in that box with that crazy snake. Oh, Dave. Hey, we're out of time.
We are out of time. And thank goodness, I think.
Hey, really, I got to tell you, we'll be back next week. And we hope maybe you will, too. For Dave Brown, Lance Russell saying bye-bye, everybody.
The announcers on this program are selected and paid by parties other than this station.
Parties other than the station. All right, this is December 13th, 1986, CWA Wrestling in Memphis, as you would have seen it if you were watching in Evansville, Indiana, the great Evansville, Indiana. If weed was legal in Indiana, I'd build Fusion Studios in Evansville. Roop was tough. He just seemed like a hitman. Like, I never bought that he ever really lost a match, that he was just done and let the other guy pin him. You know what I mean? He just seemed like a complete, like, he seemed like that Iceman hitman guy from the HBO documentaries. What's up, Scope Wrestling?
Hello again, everybody. Lance Russell and Dave Brown. And by golly, we're off and running, ready to go with another big week. Championship Wrestling, David.
Oh, get ready, because we got the Rock and Roll RPMs coming in here in the opening match. Be going against the Bryant brothers later on.
Boy.
We will have a couple of six-man tag team matches. Before that, the Memphis Vice are going to be here. One of those six-man tag matches features a team from the Far East, the Japanese guys of Akio, Sato, Tarzan, Goto, teamed with the great Kabuki. Then later on, Big Bubba and Goliath. That's almost what a 10-man team right there by itself.
It really is something.
And an expiration time main event, also a six-man tag team match. In that one, you will see a team of Jeff Jarrett, Pat Tanaka, and Billy Travis should be a goodie.
Brother, I'll tell you, that's no slouch of a team either right there. By golly, if we're going to get it all in, guess we'd better do it. We'll take time out. Be back with championship wrestling action in a moment.
All right, we're off to a good start. It's going to be a clusterfuck episode.
Rock and roll RPM, David.
Yeah, original one.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Plain Brown Rapper. You're trying to say that these two guys, these athletic specimens, are a great value Rock and Roll Express when they've already told us that they're the original rock and roll team.
In the ring right now, we are set to go with this one fall 10-minute time limit match. Introducing first at a total weight of 474 pounds, wrestling out of Bartlett, Tennessee, the Bryant brothers, Randy and Robert, and going against them at a total of 454 pounds. They wrestle out of Atlanta, Georgia, Mike Davis and Tommy Lane, the Rock and Roll RPM.
Bell time.
They're the ones that say they're the original. There's no doubt about that otherwise. Let me tell you, that's Mike Davis in there starting right now.
There's doubt about
against
that.
Randy Bryant. Mike Davis calling for a boot. Tommy Lane obliges. The tag is made, and for the Rock and Roll RPMs, a double team Randy Bryant. Boy, he's choking the stew out of him. Tommy Lane in there for Rock and Roll RPMs. Head bounced off the top turnbuckle. Tommy Lane going after Randy Bryant. Bryant.
This is their best run? Okay.
And into a double forearm. They make the tag, and this is Mike Davis. Davis snapped Randy Bryant down to the mat.
Oh, wow.
Upper arm across the top of the head. Drove Randy Bryant down to the mat. Randy's been in there all the way for his brother Robert has not been in yet. As the Rock and Roll RPMs have been able to keep Randy pretty much on their half of the ring. Well, he got hit right in the face with a forearm. Randy needing to get into the corner and get the tag on his back. Rock and Roll RPMs will continue to work on Randy Bryant. Reverse neck breaker by Mike Davis. He helps him make the tag. Here comes Robert Bryant.
Can anybody else hear that guy in the crowd yelling out yelling out at the, like heckling the referee, like telling him why doesn't he watch what's going on?
And Mike Davis grabs him before he got through the ropes all the way, grabbed him by the hair, takes him over near the corner, and Tommy Lane grabs him by the hair while he's smacking him with a right fist. Referee telling him to keep that fist open. Remains to be seen if that'll do any good. Referee wanted to break back on the ropes. That's what the counting was about. Robert Bryant tried to get Tommy Lane off his feet. Didn't work. Tommy Lane forces him down to the mat instead. 2.5 minutes gone in this one, and so far it's been all rock and roll RPM. Tommy Lane in there now, Mike Davis in the corner.
They came out feeling nasty today. You can hear them out. Be sure you say original rock and roll RPM. Bad attitude.
Right fist, no doubt about it. The referee saw it, and he warns him about it.
Ooh, the referee warned him about it. Who cares? What is that? What's that gonna do?
Both the Bryant brothers. Rough day here. Rock and roll RPM. There's cover, but the right shoulder was up off the mat. Referee doesn't even start the count. Robert up in the air. Drop him down across the knees. There's a cover by Tommy Lane. 2 and 3. 3 minutes.
Gorilla Monsoon would have said it was a kick to the upper pectoral region.
20 seconds to time on it. Rock and roll RPM. Walk out of here with a victory over Robert and Randy Bryant. Again, the time on it, 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
What do you think about that, big shot, huh?
3 minutes, 20 seconds, you got the victory.
I tried to get a look at that camera woman.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen us not get a victory, huh?
Well,
we're tired of you.
All your matches.
We're tired of you. Every time we come out here, you're showing somebody else's video. You're talking to somebody else, and we're tired of it.
It's a funny thing you should mention.
Oh my gosh.
Video that I like to put up here. It's a brand new one, and you know the name, the Fabulous.
What are you doing?
Yep.
Remember that scene in Mortal Kombat where all like the souls are swirling around Shang Tsung and he's absorbing them? That's got to be what it felt like to be a heel in Memphis.
We want to take a look at it right now.
What are you talking about? These guys are rat kings for sure. Joe Shabatoni would love that shit. Oh my god. Jonathan, flip him over.
Well, there they are, the Fabulous one.
All you do is beat Nick Johnson Blue Jeans, brother. That's it.
They can do a little bit more.
That's what?
They get the ring, I'll
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell these idiots something. I'm sick and tired of hearing the fans. Who are the fans? Where are the fans?
The Fabulous ones everybody knows. You can
Oh,
tell.
here comes the
drunk again.
All right, now you...
What do you want now, Smothers?
Lance, I'm still a little bit hazy about what happened last week.
You're not clear in your mind what happened last week?
No, really. I was just wondering, would you have that tape of what happened?
Just so happens I've got the tape.
Well,
if you guys will stand here, we'll take a look at what happened last week with Tracy.
Why don't you stay off the telephone? What?
I've been sitting back here, and I've been listening to what you said about the Fabs. Let me tell you something, guys. I was trained by the Fabulous Ones, and I know them well enough to know that they don't have to sit down and look at no magazine to copy you guys.
He knows when they got
exactly
started.
Right. I know when they got started. All these people know when they got started. Jackie Fargo started.
Boom.
Jackie Fargo. And as far as wrestling ability goes, you guys don't hold a candle to him.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Big Shot Tracy Smothers, Mr. Young Superstar. We got a message for the fans, and since you're such a good friend of them, why don't you take it to them?
Yeah.
Come on.
Where's Paul Diamond?
They're killing Tracy in a ring. Yeah, that pretty well reminds them.
Baby, huh? Did you get your little tail kicked? Is that what happened to you, Smothers, huh? Is that what happened? Yeah, stuck your nose in where it didn't belong.
Haystack heartthrob.
Big boy, we got another message for the fans.
All right, now don't.
Would you like to take this one to them too, huh?
Well, wait a minute, guys. No need for that. I got a friend of mine that's just come in town for the weekend. A good friend of mine. Maybe you can tell him yourself. He's here.
Oh, shit. Oh, my Lord. Good grief. This is what Savvy Guy's talking about, I think. Good grief. Look how happy everybody is. Holy shit.
Let me tell you something, lads. I got the message. Stan and myself were in the state of Florida, and we got the message. And the message came from a real personal friend of ours. And let me tell you something. We've dealt with this for the last 5.5 years. You know, Jackie Fargo put us together right here in Memphis, Tennessee. And this is our home. We consider this our home. You know, a lot of teams have come up and they picked up magazines and they've seen pictures of the Fabulous Ones. They've seen Jackie Fargo and they said, well, all I got to do is put on a tuxedo.
I mean, that was a pretty unbelievable. I mean, the level of reaction when he came out, like, Jesus, that was nuts. You talk about like a LOD pop, like, people were, you saw people with like legitimate, like, unencumbered joy. Like, the people were just like, they were so happy. That's crazy.
A bow tie and a top hat, and I'm going to town and I'm taking belts. Well, let me tell you something, RPM. I brought this message UPS, and I'm standing right here in front of you. If you got any guts at all, you'll come right back out here right now because there's two of us. Tracy Smothers is like a younger brother to us. We trained this young man, and for him to come out and stick his neck out like he did last week on TV does not go unnoticed by the Fabulous Ones. Jackie Fargo called us immediate, and let me tell you something. We are here, and we aren't about to get away without getting a chance at you out here.
Steve, boy, what a delight to see you back, partner. The Fabulous Ones. We're looking at Steve Kern and delighted to have him. I think he got the message across. We'll take time out and be back in just a moment.
Jason the American Steel.
Wednesday, Evansville Coliseum. Boy, I do like triple main event. I got to tell you a secret.
Triple main event in Evansville.
This triple main event is a quadruple main event. You take a listen when I get a...
What? The triple main event revealed to actually be a quadruple main event.
Round of the whole card. One of them is going to be a coal miner's glove match. It's going to have Jeff Jarrett going against the sheep herder, Jonathan Boyd. Now, that's where you put the pole up there, Jonathan. Put a glove that's got lead right on top.
Explain it to the morons. You put lead inside the glove, and you put the glove up on the pole.
That's right.
And you know what this type of match?
You have to climb up
No,
there.
bloody Jeff Jarrett was instrumental in getting rid of Bigfoot, but you're not going to get rid of me, Jeff Jarrett. I'm going to keep pounding your bloody face in until you look like this, a piece of bloody human hamburger, and then we'll see if the little girls want to look at you. I'm going to make you eat your bloody words every time you talk about me on television, Jeff Jarrett the brat.
Well, you're going to have to see if you can get up the pole before he does. There's going to be a tag match I'm going to love to see. Rock and roll RPM. We're talking about Mike Davis, Tommy Lane, and they're going to be going against Tracy Smothers, bringing in...
These guys look like characters from, like a Big Lebowski or something. Peter Stormare and Bam Margera.
Tommy Wildfire Rich.
Tommy Wildfire Rich.
Tommy Wildfire Rich. Hell yeah.
Rich Smothers, your phone bill must be $4,000. You called everybody that you know. Well, calling Tommy Wildfire Rich isn't going to do you any good either, because what we started with you, Tracy Smothers, I don't care if you bring in the entire world, we're going to tear you apart right there in Evansville.
Okay, we'll find it out. Rock and roll RPM, and then we're going to be looking for a match that'll have downtown Bruno's large men going against Jerry Lawler and Big Lou.
Yeah, okay, enough. We all know how I feel about Jerry Lawler. He's a Cleveland Brown fan. He's a goofball. Well, let me tell you something about Lou Winston. It says right here in place to 65 PSI. The guy's a brown clown. He's a goof. He should be on peanuts. He's an idiot. Looks like a refugee from Sanford and Son. He used to chase watermelons and ghosts around in our gang. Well, I'll tell you something, Winston. You're going to pay the price, and so are you, Lawler, you punk.
Well, I heard what you said, but we'll have to see whether it's going to take place Wednesday night in Evansville. Oh, that tells us who is coming out here right now, Dave. There he is.
It's Boy Tony, the one and only. He's throwing the soap out in the audience here. Watch it, they'll throw it back at him. Watch. They didn't throw it back yet, but they will. Maybe when he gets in the ring.
Boy Tony making his grandozio appearance. He's not the only one that can make an appearance. I recognize that music.
I think it's true. I think we have a Memphis Vice face turn. Boy, look at the two of them here. They look really backyard here. Really outlaw mud show.
JB and Big Lou, the Memphis Vice. There it was, Dave.
So flying back in at Boy Tony,
They hit the reject button. Boing, came right back out at him. Back up into the ring, ready for the introductions. I don't know whether you'll have time.
Oh, shit.
I don't
Here
think
we
we
go.
do. I think we're just underway here. It's Memphis Vice. Jerry Bryant and Big Lou Winston jumped into the ring. Run Boy Tony. And his partner Tony Burton out of the ring. Boy Tony.
They're not getting paid by the hour.
Boy Tony says he's mad. He came by here and says, I'm mad now. And he's heading back into the ring. Hello, yeah, they made him mad, he says. Tony Burton, his partner. Tony Burton, the ex-ninja, now wrestling out of Nashville, Tennessee. Boy Tony out of St. Louis, Missouri. Bryant and Lou Winston out of Memphis, Tennessee. We are now 45 seconds into the match, and not much has happened since the bell sounded. Little hair pulling by Boy Tony. He had a very good shot of it right there. With the shoulder, Jerry Bryant puts him down to the mat. Boy Tony lets him go by, tries to set. Bryant reverses. Good move for Jerry Bryant. Follows with a drop kick. Here comes Tony Burton. Burton also a victim of the flying feet put on him by Jerry Bryant.
Did they tell him now that you're babyface, you can't put hot and nasty on the ass of your tights?
And there, a double high five by Bryant and Lou Winston.
A lot of the indies that I used to go to, all they had was like PVC piping that was like in the shape of a doorway, and then they would put like a cloth curtain, and then you just walk out like that. That's like all they had.
Jerry Bryant.
And what's funny is I've seen almost every like big name that's in like WWE and a lot of even the AEW guys, and I saw all of them come through that shitty PVC entryway.
Just waiting, challenging Boy Tony to get back into action here. Memphis Vice has made the tag. Big Lou Winston in there now against Boy Tony. Bouncing Boy Tony around that mat. Tony Burton also bounced around the mat.
There we go.
Has not been in there officially, and he hasn't been in there for long in the times that he came in there unofficially. He jumps in there, and it's not long until he is run out of the ring by Jerry Bryant and Big Lou Winston. That's Lou in there right now, waiting over on the right of your screen. And Tony Burton is now officially in the match.
Hey, Tony
After
Burton.
receiving the tag from Boy Tony. Lou tags Jerry Bryant. Bryant with a headlock. Tony Burton is a big, mean wrestler. He's quite tall. Taller than Bryant. He can put the hurt on you. Off the ropes comes Jerry Bryant. He ran into an upper arm. Tony Burton covers, counts at 1 and 2.
Oh,
That's all he gets.
Dude, that ref, come on, dude.
Interesting to see the Memphis Vice in their last match on television. They had previously stated, Bryant had said, man, we're not going to...
You think they were better heels? I don't know. I mean, I think the crowd responds to them stronger as babyface than they were like against them as heels, but I mean, Lou Winston, there's nothing babyface about these guys to me. I mean, they just seem like heels. I don't see them as good guys, but maybe they're just, maybe in Memphis, that's all you got to do is just turn on somebody, and then you're, whatever you were, now you're the other side.
Tolerate these guys continuing to interrupt our matches. And I was pleased and surprised that they didn't call anybody, even if it was Big Bubba and Goliath. They were right on him, brother. They were letting people know exactly what they're going to take and what they're not going to take. Bryant right now taking a little more than he would like to. Boy, Tony whipped him across the ring. Oh! And into that. Tag on Big Lou.
I think, look at Lou going against both of them here. All 4 of them in the
I mean, Big Lou's an asshole. He's a natural heel, I think.
ring. Look out. Here comes Big Bubba downtown Bruno. This match is over. Memphis Vice are going to win it on disqualification. Big Bubba slammed Jerry Bryant.
Tony Burton and Boy Tony working on Big Lou while Big Bubba abusing Jerry Bryant. Downtown Bruno up on the ropes in the corner.
Who's this? Oh, Lawler. Man, Lawler looks so small compared to Tugboat.
There goes Big Bubba. King threw him out of the ring. Now, Lawler coming over to help out Lou Winston and Jerry Bryant. Tony Burton and Boy Tony. Boy Tony with his purse in hand leave the area. Disqualification, Memphis Vice get a victory here in 3 minutes, 47 seconds of action. Big Bubba.
That's one of the benefits of having like kind of no real or like very few tweeners is that like you could just clear the locker rooms out. Like all the good guys would just help each other on general principle.
Comes rolling in the ring to do some damage, and the King came around They had a little emphasis on the other side of the
Need
ring.
more
I
bubbles,
loved it.
yeah.
Speaking of Jerry, let's take a look at a brand new video with Jerry the King Lawler.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my God. But Tony is in shambles. He has, whenever he sees this, if he's not here right now, he is going to absolutely love this.
Yes, sir. Brand new one with Jerry the King Lawler.
Beautiful.
After doing a fine job in the rain to
here he comes,
offset
fresh out of the woods.
interference of Big Bubba in there, Jerry back out with his crown in hand. Thank you for the help in there, Clement.
Okay, I want to talk for just a minute about this great Kabuki. Do we have a little bit of...
Yeah, let me run a couple of tapes here. One, this particular match was Pat Tanaka against the great Kabuki, and it's interesting to look at.
Yeah, let me take a look at it.
Saw Tojo out here, and Tojo was not involved in the ring. Tojo flipped a nunchuck.
OG Kush and 80s wrestling. Oh, always a great combination.
In there to the great
We don't always watch wrestling, but we watch a lot of wrestling.
Kabuki, who moves in behind Diamond, slips it around his throat. Rushes in. And there goes to...
Like most of the content is like old school 80s, 90s, different type of TV content, and then the Thorpes have their time slots.
Jab down with that nunchuck. Talking about disqualification, he's got no business with that in there.
You can feel it. Like, it's one of those things that I really like, and I'm glad they do, because I just like to complain about it, is when they keep ringing the bell. I think that's awesome, because it really shows how, like, just complete pandemonium has broken down, just this bell ringing out to nobody. But, like, mentally, I'm like, fuck, if they don't answer after the 5th one, like, is he really going to be like, oh shit, they rang the bell 10 times, I better let go.
Kabuki choking Pat Tanaka. Paul Diamond being blasted with that kendo stick. Here comes Lawler. Going after Kabuki, and now Tojo. Lawler helping Tanaka and Paul Diamond out. Yeah, that was a match with Paul Diamond and Pat Tanaka against Tojo and the Great Kabuki. And again, you were a friend indeed.
Well, you know, that's not the end of the story, though. I had a real important match later on that evening against this jerk Big Blubber here with Eddie Marlin in my corner and this little wimp downtown Bruno. The only way you could lose is if your corner man threw in the towel.
Right.
And then we had a little interference from Kabuki in that match.
We got some tape, yeah. Let's take a look at it.
Oh man, how cool would that be to be able to heckle Eddie Marlin if you were in the front row? Here's a look at like the actual live show atmosphere, like that, you know, like the shows they were, the like weekly actual wrestling shows, what the venues looked like. I'm such a sucker for this. Like I'm like so like I feel like we're looking at like lost treasure because we don't get to see these matches normally on like the main TV show, when I could probably just like Google it and look it up and there's probably like at least clips, but like mentally I'm like, oh my god, they're unearthing this footage for us.
Jerry's endurance, unbelievable.
Oh no.
Always has had that ability to hang in there and come back. Sneaking up on the ring apron, the great Kabuki. Kabuki with a nunchuck while Marlon and downtown Bruno are arguing. The referee's out with them. And there's no authority in the ring as Lawler does not know Kabuki is getting ready to take him out of there with that nunchuck. Lawler in an earlier match got into it with Kabuki. Oh, there's the mysterious green mist.
Like, I feel like Memphis shows a decent amount of clips from these shows, but you can't, it's not something that you can count on, so you would actually have to get off your ass and go to the match if you want to see it, because sometimes we'll go like a month or a month and a half, even longer sometimes, without seeing any of the like house show footage.
Sprayed right in the eyes of Jerry Lawler.
Watch out, the King.
Kabuki with Yamamoto. Blinding Lawler with that green mist. Jerry can't see, and Big Bubba continues to beat on him. Lawler's head being drilled off the mat. Eddie still,
Downtown
Jerry
Bruno
still
running
cannot
off Eddie
see.
Marlin.
Bubba hammering him around the ring.
Man, if you'd have told me Jerry Lawler versus Tugboat, I wouldn't mentally, I'd have been like, probably not a very good match. But this is actually pretty good, with at least the parts they're showing.
Eddie throws the towel in, and the winner is going to be Big Bubba. Well, there was Kabuki adding his...
Man, I believe it, because they save like the absolute crazy shit to show in the clips that are like, oh my god, is this happening at every show? I'm missing this shit.
red mist, as a matter of fact. I said green mist, but that red mist right in your eye. You don't care what color it was. It sure burned.
No, that's exactly right, Lance. I don't like to lose matches under any circumstances, but especially a match like this when I felt certain that I had the match won. You know, this is an important match with this Big Bubba, especially in the fact that the man had to throw in the towel in order for you to lose. Now, you know, I don't blame Eddie at all, because he was doing what he thought was right, and as a matter of fact, you know, I'm glad that he did that, because when you mess with somebody's eyes, as Jerry Jarrett certainly knows, and I'm sure a lot of people out there know, you know, you're fooling with something then that's really a precious thing. Nobody wants to have any permanent damage done to their eyes, and at the time, all I know about that stuff that he sprays in your eyes is that, you know, it feels like your eyes are on fire. Now, he sprayed some green stuff in Austin Austin Idol's eyes and did some sort of damage where he had to be off for about 3 or 4 weeks. You know, fortunately, I went straight back, washed it out. My eyes burned for a couple of days, but I don't think there's any damage done. But at the same time, I don't, you know, that's something you don't mess with is a man's eyes. And if Kabuki thinks that I'm going to stand still for something like that, then he's got another thing coming. Now, I'm going to face Kabuki in this big match coming up, and what it boils down to, Lance, is the winner of this match is going to get a World Heavyweight Championship title shot. Now, everybody here also knows how long and how hard I've fought to get these title shots, and they're few and far between, and you finally get to a point that if you don't win that belt, it gets harder and harder to get a title shot. And so this is another opportunity that if I can get past Kabuki, then I'm going to get a shot at that title. Now, I'm not selling Kabuki short. I know he's one of the toughest men.
Is he talking about a shot at the, at like the NWA title, or was that a thing in '86?
The sport, he's got a reputation that's worldwide. But Kabuki, I got a reputation too. And the people, brother, in this area...
Or is he talking about the AWA title?
...know exactly what I can do and when I get mad. And I can tell you this. If you don't think you've made me mad, you got another thing coming. I'm not out here screaming. I'm not ranting and raving. But all I got to do when I get in the ring with you is think back exactly what you tried to do to me, brother, what you tried to do to my eyes. And I'm going to pull that strap down. And Kabuki, then you're going down. I can assure you that.
Okay, Jerry, look out. He may try to pull the same thing with the eyes. I know that you know that. We'll be back in just one moment.
Oh, nice. Could we talk Jedi Rich into incorporating the green mist into his martial arts routine? He already has the nunchucks. Would he be willing to experiment with the green mist?
Oh, boy, I am loving what I see coming in the Evansville Coliseum. Give you the whole card in just a second. You folks around Hopkinsville, be sure.
Yeah, AWA. It slipped my mind a little bit at first, but then I was like, yeah, that would make more sense, because I think some of the other titles, too, are kind of intertwined with AWA, it seems like.
And pay attention, because January the 2nd, it's coming your way. Yowza, Championship Wrestling, coming right out there to the Western Kentucky State Fairgrounds. We'll have more on that a little bit later as we get closer to it. Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum, stand by for this. Tony Burton goes against Pat Tanaka. Paul Diamond against Boyd Tony. Coal Miners glove match. Jeff Jarrett and Jonathan Boyd trying to get up that pole, trying to get that glove. Rock and Roll RPM against Tracy Smothers. His partner, Wildfire, Tommy Rich.
Oh,
Jerry Lawler and Big Lou Winston of the Memphis Vice.
Dude, Pomp Flair, how about that, man? Tommy Wildfire Rich back in Evansville.
Going against Big Bubba and Goliath with Downtown Bruno at ringside. And then an 8-man explosive tag match. Now, that's where falls count anywhere. You're talking about Jarrett, Travis, Diamond, and Tanaka against Sato, Goto, Boyd, and Yamamoto Wednesday. We got a 6-man tag match coming up. One side of the ring, you're going to be seeing Sato and Goto with the great Kabuki as the third man. And obviously, Dojo Yamamoto will be in the corner. And here's the manager of Sato, Goto, and the great Kabuki.
Well, Lance, I want to tell you something. Jerry the King Lawler been here for a long, long time. And he's the king. You understand?
I understand. I know that very well.
All the wrestlers
Scott Steiner stole his look from Kabuki?
Came here to wrestle Jerry Lawler the King. He had defeated all the wrestlers, including some of the top name wrestlers like Hulk Hogan, Jack Briscoe, Dory Funk, and also the big giant Andre. You understand?
I heard it all.
In order to be in that line, like I said, I respect the King Lawler. That's a great wrestler. You understand? Mm-hmm. But there's one wrestler is in this way, and that is Mr. Kabuki, the Far East wrestler. And he's one of the greatest wrestlers in the country today. And he is the only wrestler that blocking Jerry Lawler. In order for the winner from this match will be, and we're going to game again, and then they're going to have the world title match, right?
Absolutely.
That's right. They've got a match coming up where the winner will get a shot at the world title.
Yes. Like I said,
from
I
Graham.
give Jerry Lawler a good recommendation. I know he's good and everything, but Mr. Kabuki is one of the greatest wrestlers in the country today, and I predict that Mr. Kabuki is going to dethrone and get the world title match, and he's going to be the world title. Well, like I said, it's not easy. You know what I mean? It's not easy. I know the king and everything's good, everything, but like I said, Kabuki is the greatest. And I respect Lawler and everything, but I tell you what, Mr. Kabuki also told me that he's going to not only beat Jerry Lawler, he's going to torture, and he's going to throw the greens away, and then you know what? He said he's going to deteriorate, and he's going to hurt King, and he's going to put King out of commission, where Mr. Kabuki will have the title shot.
Okay, Tojo.
Do you remember in the interview we watched earlier today where Tojo Yamamoto told Paul Diamond that his bones were like deteriorating from the inside out?
It would be a lot better if he'd leave those nunchucks in a corner and not bring them out into the ring. We've seen him do that before, too. We're about ready for the six-man tag match. There is the great Kabuki climbing up on the edge of the ring, coming in right now. Tarzan Goto and Akio Sato, David.
And against the way, Maddox, Jameson, and David Johnson are surveying the situation. Referee Jerry Calhoun waiting in this six-man tag team match. You got to have one from each team in there, and that's all you're supposed to have in there at one time.
I'm glad you said supposed to.
Supposed to, yeah. Doesn't happen that way many times, especially when you're dealing with a team like this Far Eastern team over here. Tojo Yamamoto, their manager, in the corner. Bell sounds, and here we go. Jim Jameson starting for his team against Tarzan
Jim
Goto.
Jameson.
Well, I hate to say it, but I got to say against a team of Sato, Goto, and the great Kabuki that their opponents...
I could be wrong, but I think he has one win in 1986, and it was over Tony Falk.
chances are, like they say, slim and none, boy.
Ooh, that was awful.
Hey, look at Jim. Jameson showing me up as he comes firing at Tarzan Goto. Tag on Ed Maddox, a youngster who is just getting started. Good soft hit.
Maddox, good move. Put Goto to the mat, but now Goto comes back with a right hand. He hammers him. Picks him up. Head into the turnbuckle.
What's up, Star Wars?
Akio Sato. What a chop. Wow. Maddox.
One thing it's hard for a youngster to learn, Dave, and he learns it the hard way. When you go against guys this tough. And
who's this in the ring with him is Maddox?
this kind of reputation in there. You do something to him, you can't stand and admire your handiwork, brother. You better add something on top of it. It's the only way you'll ever go. Here comes the mystery man from the Far East. Boy, and look at that whirling round kick. He nails Maddox, puts him down. Kabuki.
Kabuki was about to chop the referee there till he looked and saw who he was. He was just had that arm ready to swing at anybody that stepped in between him. Maddox fighting back.
You gotta be shitting me, Maddox.
Look out. Great Kabuki drops him down to the mat.
Boy, he waist-locked him, and Maddox didn't know which direction he was going. He faked him with him up in the air, faked him one way, and then slammed him down
Here we go.
on the other side. Here comes Goto again.
Oh,
boy, oh, boy. Get David Johnson. He hadn't been in there, and David's fresh. Here he comes.
David Johnson, the smallest man of the seven, involved in the match, if you include Tojo Yamamoto. David in there against Tarzan Goto. Goto using that tough head of his. He picks Johnson up now. And a great Kabuki up on the middle rope. Drops down.
That's it.
This might be it. 1, 2, and 3. 2 minutes, 28 seconds to time. Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto, and the great Kabuki get the victory.
Big win for Akio Sato, the pride of Kansas City, Missouri.
Go at it in there, and Kabuki finished him off as he came off the rope. Nailed David Johnson, got a 1, 2, 3. And the winners, again, as Dave said, Sato, Goto, and the great Kabuki. More action, back to it in just a moment.
I feel like that's a really strange hold to lead into. It's just weird.
Well, downtown Bruno.
Listen here, Lance Russell. Okay, baby, it's time to talk. Jerry Lawler, I just want to say one thing to you. I know you're listening out there. I guess food poisoning did what you couldn't do, brother. It kept me away from the ring. But let me talk about the downtown connection here, the brotherhood. The good, the bald, and the ugly. But looks ain't everything. We're talking about wrestling ability. We're talking about getting fired up. We're talking about pandemonium in a square circle, okay? We're talking about the meanest, most awesome, baddest tag team in the history of the square circle, in the history of professional wrestling. Let me talk to you about this man right here. This man right here beat Jerry the Queen Lawler in the center of the ring, baby. We're talking about 1, 2, 3. Get his palsy-walsy Eddie Marlin threw a towel in over the...
Listen to this crowd. Jeez.
Top rope, because he knew very well that there's no way Lawler could defeat this man any more than Lawler could defeat me, because Lawler is nothing. He is nothing when it comes to the downtown connection, okay? Let me talk to you about the Memphis Vice. Let me tell you something, wherever you're at, Bryant and Winston, I know you're listening somewhere, you Marlboro smoking, blonde-haired, dye-headed geek, and you brown clown Charlie Brown. You ain't nothing, and I'll tell you what, we can beat you not only once, but twice in any 15 minutes. I'll tell you something, you two goofballs. Hey, forget about it. These two can squash you anywhere, anytime, any place. And there's no way I'm going back to 42 Kane Boulevard without at least $500,000 in my back pocket, baby doll. Oh, yeah, baby.
You may be $5,000 richer when that match comes up in the future about beating him twice.
Now, I think whenever we reopen Heroes of Wrestling, I'm going to since I don't want to use the real guy. I don't know if he's still alive or not. But to kind of have a vibe like this guy, I'm going to bring in, I'm going to book World of T-shirts.
Hey, you got the ring right up here, and we would be delighted to see you two gladiators in the ring. Downtown Bruno, Big Bubba, and Goliath, Dave. Hey, they got a big one going against them today, too.
Yeah, they do. They got the Freezer, William the Freezer in there.
Oh, the
Arkansas,
Freezer's back.
Along with Mike Murphy. And this match, all right.
If you haven't seen this guy before, they have a knockoff version of William the Refrigerator Perry called the Freezer.
Underway here, one fall, 10-minute time limit match. It's a mismatch when you look at it as far as size is concerned. I mean, come on, you got Big Bubba and Goliath on one side at a total of 821 pounds. And the two of them on the other side weigh at 498. Most of the weight is on the man that's in there right now, the Freezer.
William Thompson picked up in here. Can you believe as big as Thompson is that Goliath was able to scoop him up and slam him down? That just shows you and let me tell you, the Freezer is a huge guy.
He is. He's every bit at 270. Matter of fact, I'm not sure he doesn't weigh just a little bit more than that. William Thompson out of Arkansas. And in there now, Memphian Mike Murphy out of Memphis, Tennessee.
He took like a pratfall like in a silent movie. I got to see that again. I'm sorry. Hold on, where are we at? There, that's not too bad.
He's every bit at 270. Matter of fact, I'm not sure he doesn't weigh just a little bit more than that. William Thompson out of Arkansas. And in there now, Memphian Mike Murphy out of Memphis, Tennessee. Dropped right down on him. Left him. Just turned and left him. Went to the corner. Tag Goliath. Now he picks him up.
What now?
Oh, backbreaker over Goliath's knee. Goliath just dumps him right there. Sits down with that big leg.
That is a big leg.
Does it again. All 414 pounds of Goliath with a cover and a count of 3. And this match is over in a minute, 22 seconds, 1:22.
That guy took a beating, and William the Freezer sat his ass on the apron for the whole time.
And the winners of the match, Big Bubba, Goliath, and their manager downtown, Bruno.
Yeah, you got it. And there's the Freezer helping Mike Murphy out. Boy, they squashed Mike in there. He'll be a little thinner and a little taller the way those two guys came down. Yeah, he's okay. They're getting him back now to the dressing room. Big Bubba, Goliath. Woof. Big, mean team. They are large. Well, all right, come on, Jonathan. Now, wait a minute. Keep the key. Okay, I'm not going to get over this.
Hey, Jeff Jarrett, there's some explosive matches coming.
How epic would it be if we could get a Russell Crowe biopic with him playing Jonathan Boyd?
With me and the Jeff and you and your buddies, but it's not finished. It's not finished, Jeff Jarrett. You understand that? It'll never be finished as long as you're in the bloody area. Hey, this here will get you sooner or bloody later. You understand that? This is what's gonna get you. I'm gonna have it ringside with me, Jeff Jarrett, and in that explosive match, I'm gonna take you out.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm gonna put this snake right around your bloody neck, and that snake will strangle you. Do you understand that? Jeff Jarrett, I'm talking to you. You have embarrassed me. Your grandfather's cost me bloody money. And I'm going to tell you, it ends right there. Right there. There.
They're doing a really good job, or if they're giving him leeway, like whoever is setting this up is doing a great job, because every time we see this guy, it's a huge spectacle, right? Like he never just shows up and does an interview, it doesn't seem like. Like anytime he's on the set, like just all hell breaks loose.
Here's the Princess of Darkness, and you might as well look at the Prince of Darkness here, because the rest of your life, it's going to be one type of down beneath. If you understand what I mean, Yank, that's right. The Princess of Darkness is going to get you, Jeff Jarrett.
That's the place to take him, is right on out of here. Man, you gotta be...
Yeah, that's what that guy was talking about in that Geraldo expose. He was like, you know, animal deaths. I mean, I don't know if you guys have looked into all the Jake stuff, but some of those stories are crazy, and how the Bulldogs treated their dog.
Crazy. That son of a gun is 8 feet long, if he's an inch long, a Burmese python, and he's out here bringing... Oh, thank you,
here we
Jojo.
go.
I might
Let's
wish the
go.
same thing for you, too.
I want to tell you, Jared, you and your retarded team, I tell you what, this is an explosive match, and I tell you we're going to get you, because any place to fall count, right?
That's
Outside
right,
the parking lot, any place. And I tell you, Jeff Jarrett, you better get your team ready for our Japanese Imperial. Also, Boyd's going to join us.
Okay, well, we heard it. I've heard all that before, and we'll just see how it comes out. We're going to take time out now, and we will be back.
Memphis, baby. Let's see this lousy leg drop.
Evansville, Wednesday night at the Coliseum. Dandy match. I'm telling you what, you look down these. Hey, start off with, we're talking about a coal miner's glove match. It's going to be something else. There's going to be 6 full matches in there, and you'll want to see when Jeff Jarrett and Jonathan Boyd get going at. Glove up on top of that pole, Jeff.
That's right, Lance. You've seen a couple of our matches with Jonathan Boyd, and usually he pulls a little metal thing out down in his glove. Well, this time, Boyd, it's all legal. The pole and the glove's up on top of the pole, and it's going to be all legal. And, Boyd, I don't think you can get up that pole because you're too fat and too ugly. And when I get that glove, boy, I'm going to...
Ooh, that's going to be a hard task right there.
Explosive match, Lance. You know,
you're in that billy where
this
count
could go anywhere. They got a...
It was so bad he did it again. Did you notice that? To try to end on a good note.
Big balcony up there. We may just take all of them up there, and it'd be funny if one of them fell off from there, and we pin them right there.
It'll count if it happens that way. I'll tell you, concession stand anywhere. Now, in addition to that, you're going to see downtown Bruno's large men, Goliath and Big Bubba. They think it's going to be easy with the King and Big Lou Winston of the Memphis Vice.
You know, that's what they get for thinking. That's what happens when you do something you're not used to, buddy.
Right.
Now, let me tell you something, Big Blubber and, what's this, Goliath? When we get our hands on you, we're going to cut you down to size. Yeah, you're big and you're bad, but they can be had, Lance. And this guy right here has got the name Big tacked onto the front of his name, too. Big Lou Winston. And you're talking about, what do they call him, some Pittsburgh connection?
Yeah.
You know, that city stinks just like the three of you. And you're looking right here at the...
Hell yeah, Barry Pittsburgh, Jerry.
Memphis connection, and we're going to do a number on you, jerk.
Lou, this is going to be your kind of fighting,
You're
too.
right, Lance. Big Blubber, you got a lot of trouble on your hand, brother, when you face the Memphis connection, baby. You got a lot of trouble. Goliath, downtown Bruno, trouble, baby.
That's all I can say, Lance. The Memphis connection. This man has been in a little of it and created a lot more. I think you're going to be interested to see Big Lou and the King get in there together, and downtown may have some problems on his hands he doesn't expect. See it all Wednesday night. Or make it a six-man match. The second six-man match is going to be in. We'll be looking at a brand new team. Keith Eric is looking at the team called the Handicap. That first look at them. Coming over right now, Pat Tanaka. Jeff.
I forgot we're closing on with a Jeff Jarrett segment and then an expiration of time match.
I know you do. You got that explosive match falls count anywhere.
This is the first one I've been in, Lance. The explosive match falls count anywhere. It'll be exciting. I got all the eggs in one basket. I got the Japs and Johnson boys. Lance, I'm looking out for all of them, and I'll get them.
Well, you got some doggone good partners in Billy Travis, Pat Tanaka, and Paul Diamond. You're going to have a rough.
You know, for the people who sat up in the upper bleachers tonight, you know, in Memphis, we may take them up there, Lance, because we're going to beat them to death.
We'll be looking forward. You got action coming up in the ring, Pat. And I got to tell you,
disclaimer.
While they won't log as many years experience as a lot of teams,
Ooh, the headhunters.
I will promise you that they're as entertaining and as quick as you can possibly imagine.
The Headhunters, I feel like we've seen them before. Or no, we saw. We definitely saw the Hunters, but have we seen the Headhunters? And I'm assuming that's Keith Eric. I feel like we've seen the Headhunters, but then I'm thinking of just the Hunters.
We're ready to go, David. This match is going to be a six-man tag team match. Goes to the expiration of time, and it's over here at the table.
No, it's not a wig. His manager, Frenchie Martin, just helped him, keep it looking nice.
Downtown Bruno. Let's get the introductions out of the way here, if you don't mind. Six-man tag team match. Expiration of time. On one side of the ring, it is the team of the Headhunters, Keith Robertson and Mike James, with their partner, Keith Eric. They weigh in at six.
So Roberson is in the Headhunters. So he's got a buddy now that has leg warmers on too. Okay, well at least that makes the tag team makes sense, I guess.
177 pounds.
Oh, and Billy Jack Haynes.
And across the way, Pat Tanaka will be starting the match. Jeff Jarrett and Billy Travis. The match to the expiration of time. Referee Jerry Calhoun.
Well, hey, let me tell you something about these guys up here. What you got is Pat Tanaka, who's a wannabe Kabuki, and you got Jeff Jarrett and Billy Travis, who want to be the fabulous ones, except they ain't as good. They ain't saying much as the fabulous ones ain't that good anyway, so what we got is three punks against the Headhunters and my buddy in there, who are probably going to kill him.
Oh, nice scope wrestling.
Murder him and beat all over him. And look at that shooting right to the throat. This guy don't know how to do nothing but cheat, this Pat Tanaka. And I'll tell you something, he better not ever come up against my downtown connection. He's going to be in for a rude awakening, baby. This guy nothing but a long-haired geek. And here comes this bleach blonde, bottle blonde goofball off the top rope, which is illegal in this state, this country, this universe. And now he's going to get what's coming to him. Here comes the Headhunter, baby. Here comes the Headhunter. Oh, yeah.
Downtown, what are you doing out here except knocking people and putting people down?
Hey, I'm doing what I do best, baby. That's being downtown Bruno from 42 Kane Boulevard, baby. Pittsburgh, PA. Look at this illegal double team tactic.
Downtown Bruno would not be welcome on Lull Angels.
And this punk here with the baby blue shorts in there cheating with his buddy in his red long johns. Now look at this guy. He's probably going to do something else stupid. Well, I'll tell you what, that was pretty close to his throat. Very close to the throat. And he's lucky that he didn't beat him there, because I think
that
I would have got hold of the
nice.
Headhunters and had them sue the living heck out of this Billy Travis goofball.
Yeah. What'd he say? Billy Travis makes a tag on Pat Tanaka, Keith Robertson.
Get out of the ring, Lance Russell. Get out of the ring.
Hey, he's out of the ring for crying out loud.
Long enough.
Yeah. You're a fine one to talk about breaking rules.
Hey. I'm the best looking guy in town, too. Don't forget it.
Oh, boy. Mike James coming into our first look at James.
Why don't one of them get out of the ring? Look at the cheating cock.
Well, I think he must have heard you, Bruno. He just left.
I know he was there to do it.
Mike James.
James
caught with another big
Memphis does have a ton of guys that are have really good punches.
big drop kick. 1, 2, 3. He got it.
He got him.
He holds the tight, Lance Russell. He holds the tight. Hey, I'm getting out of here. I can't
can't take no more of this cheating.
Thank you. I think we'll all second that. Third it and fourth it, too. They came up with a good victory in the first fall of
I don't know if we're going to get another fall with 2 minutes left.
action. We'll have to check our time and see whether we have any more for it or not. What was the time on that?
3 minutes, 37 seconds.
Let us take time out, and we'll be back in a moment.
Let us.
Good-looking team, boy. I'll tell you for a fact they are.
They got that win rather nicely, too, as a matter of fact.
What's that button say, I wonder?
Earlier today, we had rock and roll RPMs in here. They came in with a chip on their shoulder. They are upset. They were going against the Bryant brothers, Randy and Robert, today, and rock and roll RPMs won it in a little over 3 minutes. Then it was Boy Tony and Tony Burton stepping in against the Memphis Vice, Big Lou and Jerry Bryant. They were upset, Memphis Vice, that they had lost several matches recently by disqualification when people interfered. Well, today they won it by disqualification when Big Bubba jumped in there on the side of Boy Tony and Tony Burton. So Memphis Vice get the victory today by disqualification. Great Kabuki, Sato, Goto teaming up to go against Jameson, Johnson, and Maddox. They get the win.
It's weird, but there actually are like people in the crowd who will like pay more attention to the like stopwatch or whatever they're tracking in the matches than the matches themselves. All right, I'm going to go. Thanks for hanging out for blockbuster day of Memphis wrestling. I'm pretty mind blown by the whole thing. We only have like probably maybe two episodes left in 1986. Pretty crazy. And then we'll figure out where we're going to go from there. But I'll be here tomorrow. Maybe I've got a dentist appointment. So I'll post in the morning, like an hour before the stream time, whether or not I'm going to stream. If so, we'll watch a movie. And then if not, then I'll for sure be here Monday and Tuesday are grace days, and then we'll figure it out from there. So anyway, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you next time.